Greetings, everybody. Welcome back. I am Scrawny, joined by Maniac and Anders. Our topic for this one is the most surprising roster move going into the 2022 season, for better or for worse. Positive, negative, what has shocked you? Mathieu Kikere coming into this year.
What a surprise. The Frenchman picks the Frenchman of Sharks. Wow. Everyone is surprised. The audience doesn't know what's happening. No, listen. Sharks going to Liquid completely caught me off guard. And maybe I knew a little bit before it was official, right?
Insider
maybe
trading,
I heard a little bit.
The system's rigged.
But even when the first time I heard it, I almost fainted. He is made purely of French Counter-Strike. And now, after 9 years of a career as a professional in CSGO, he goes on to Liquid.
Yeah,
to
NA, baby. Come
Sharks
on over.
Goes to NA. I don't even know where to start. I feel like it could either make or break, in the sense that it's undeniable that the last 2 years of Sharks were not the most glamorous, incredible Sharks. We've had a couple of matches here and there where he would remind people of who he is and what he can do.
Sure.
And at the time, I would obviously get super hyped on the desk and exaggerate what he was doing. I always do that. But aside from that, he's been relatively quiet, right? And he had all the roles and he had the positions to make the impact. He didn't really. But now you go to Liquid, and I really feel like it's make or break, because he's got that ego, right?
Yeah.
And what
sure.
if he bounces back? And
oh my God.
And he becomes like,
yeah.
That's the thing. But he could also just completely crumble. New context, new teammates, new culture, both in-game and outside of the game.
New language,
playing English for the first time. He's got obviously a whole family that he has to handle around a little bit as well too. So how are they gonna get mixed up with that one? So many questions for me that this is the most exciting move by far. And I don't care if you don't agree with me. I will walk out that door right now.
All right. So I'll jump on this because I agree. That was my pick as well. My pick was the Sharks to Liquid, but mine's coming from the North American perspective, right? Like you lose your Sharks, I gain a Sharks, So I'm all for this one. I think it is safe to say that Sharks is one of the most versatile Counter-Strike players in history. He can do it all, and he's done it all, right? He is the Swiss Army knife. He has, the most clutches in CSGO history. Like he is somebody who has really experienced every play style, every position. Like he can just do it. So that is what Liquid kind of needed from Grim, and it's what they didn't get from Grim, because they took him out of where he made his name and they tried to force him into something that didn't quite work. So I think for Liquid, this is a really good pickup. It gives them a guaranteed piece, right? If you look at the Elige and the NAF combination is trying to be your star-studded players. OC's the question mark because he's stepping up. Sharks is no question mark. We know what we're going to get. In terms of shocking roster moves, totally out of left field. We haven't seen Liquid bring in international talent since Simple. So, right? So like, it's Sharks.
Don't you dare forget PIMP was in Liquid.
That's true. Yeah,
Jacob,
sorry.
I got you. Jacob, I got you. I won't let
we can't get through a segment without remembering.
No, we have to.
Yeah,
PIMP
played for Liquid. Damn. Too funny, man. So add him to the list of names, PIMP, Simple, Sharks.
Man, I mean, in terms of the Sharks nostalgia train, right? Like I actually think it's a sad fact of Counter-Strike that there's a whole, probably almost 2 generations of Counter-Strike viewers that have never seen Sharks play
the first few years of CSGO.
Like the kind of Counter-Strike that all makes us like, real emotional. And I think it's so wild to see that. I don't want to make a prediction of whether it will happen or not. It's certainly an exciting prospect if it does.
The thing is, he doesn't have to be a star. I think that's also very important to realize. And I think what is great for Liquid is that I think in his career, he has reached that point where he is at peace with that. Because for the longest time, if you played with Sharks, he had to be the star, right? And which is fair enough. When you have his talent, I don't mind that. He's really got that mentality. Now, in Liquid, the space has to be given to Elige, NAF, and OC.
Yes.
These are the 3 players you want to enable. You want them to go crazy. And then what you want is Sharks to do all of their other things to a great level.
Yeah.
And if he's got that mentality, if he knows it, he's aware of it, and he's going in with both eyes open, fair enough. He's going to be superb. Like he will fill all the gaps that needs to, and he's going to be great. It just has to understand that I don't think he's going in there to be a star.
The thing that shocked me, so much so that I actually thought it was a joke initially when we heard the rumors, is the Astralis Vitality situation.
Yeah, all right.
For me, that just seems like such an insane thing to throw out there, I have no idea if it's for good or for bad. I have to be honest, I have a feeling that it's going to be an enormous struggle to make this team work long term, just because of how wild it is. But there is this feeling, I have this feeling that if it does work though, it's going to open up so many things. Like it'll be such an interesting portal. mostly for me, probably into the French Counter-Strike in general, which has been weirdly segmented. Like you said, Shox has spent his entire career. It's been very, very separate, and it's been a lot of infighting, and there's so much talent there, but it can never be put into a team in like a real configuration. If you can do this, then you can do a lot of stuff.
Okay, I can take the backhand of that because I'm actually very, very excited and positive about that roster change, honestly. I was surprised as much as you were. In fact, when Apex told me a little bit about it, I was like, what the hell are you doing, guys, really? But then, we were talking about Shox being a very versatile player, right? Think what dupreeh and Magisk can do and put down that list of the roles they can fulfill to a great level. Magisk was a major MVP. Was he a major MVP at the time? Yeah, he absolutely did. Yeah. He absolutely did. So he's a fragger. He was an IGL at some point. He won trophies while being an IGL. On the other side, you have dupreeh, who was a rifle, an entry fragger, could play AWP if you have to. So now you're Apex, and you have these two beautiful pieces coming into your puzzle, and you can pretty much do whatever you want. Yeah. As long as they sit down together and they agree on the Counter-Strike they want to play and how they want to approach it, I feel like dupreeh and Magisk could do anything. Anything. And I don't think they have the ego to say like, hell no, like I want to do this. I think they're going to be really super cooperative and willing to find a solution and bring the right mentality as well.
And Magisk and dupreeh are going to have a different experience too, because they will suddenly have the sort of the super weapon iron cannon that is Saev at their back, which is something that they have not got to experience in the same way, because there just aren't that many Saevs in the world, basically.
And they play with Device their whole career, and they're gonna be like, oh, nice.
Yeah, exactly.
Nice. But I think even Device as an AWPer is a way more like systematic player than I think Saev was the kind of person where, you could screw up around and Saev will win a 1v3 with the AWP in no time flat, and you think, oh, like what a luxury to have. Yes. And if you're Magisk and dupreeh, most of the time you're not even going to be playing for that luxury. Like the round isn't going to be based around that, obviously. But when it happens, you're going to be like, oh well, we win anyway. We've had some spillover into like different things. This is really wild, in my opinion.
You know who is in danger in that situation, or whose fate I actually worry about now? It's Misut. Misut is very selfless. Misut is trying to do exactly what he needs to do for the team. But my point was that now he's competing against the international pool of players out there. Before, he was only competing against the French scene. He had to be the best French player to be in there.
Yeah, that's
not the case anymore now. Think about how many rifle can actually do what he's doing in his positions. The amount of rivals is just huge now, so I think there's going to be a lot of pressure, and I don't believe they will give him 6 months. If he catches on a little bit slowly, doesn't really hit the ground running.
Device leaves Nip? Because that's going to be so tempting, right?
Yeah,
that's going to be so tempting.
It's there, man.
I'm just saying.
Okay, so is there any final people that you think should get a shout out?
I mean, you have to say it is exciting, obviously, having Robs on FaZe, right? Like that's going to be crazy.
Finally,
that's true. And I think on some level, it's actually going to be very. I think it's going to be tough for a lot of people now to play FaZe because of the late round impact that Robs tends to have. It means whatever rhythm or feeling you had playing FaZe in the past, you actually have to kind of scrap all of that and you have to like reconsider how these rounds are going to be playing out I think in a really drastic. I think it's going to be very hard for people to adjust to over time. And also Karrigan, because of his history with Robs and his just general, I think, intelligence for the game, he will be able to use that even like a couple of steps ahead of everyone else. So I think it's going to be real tough.
Yeah, that's a big one. I
that's a huge positive.
Kind of forgot about the whole Robs FaZe one, but
And Brokey, I mean, the fact that Brokey's there too, I think Brokey also showed signs of becoming a more confident player at the end of 21.
Yeah.
So
I mean, listen, you're talking about a trio of fraggers between Brokey, Robs, and Twist.
Yeah,
that's huge, dude. If Rain, in his 7th year of playing for FaZe, can also kind of kick back up a notch, then maybe FaZe is one to watch. But I hope you guys enjoyed this one, and we'll see you soon enough, of course. Blast content and Blast events coming at you hot.
semi-finals Saturday here at the BLAST Premier Spring Showdown. A Scandinavian smorgasbord to open up the day as NIP are going to be taking on Astralis.
Oh! That is a disgusting kill. That second one, Rez.
playMF's got one from the vents. There's Rez with the response. playMF left. He's got to get all 5. He's got 3 of them. Reloading quickly. There's no kit. It's low HP and he's got the chance. There goes Rez. playMF is going to do it. Surely he's got them all.
playMF tries to get there, but they line up. Oh no! NIP, they can't get away with anything right now.
And Zipix at top mid, coordinating to take control. It's not even fair at this point. And he might just get it. Switches back to single. Oh, and he one-taps him.
It's done.
Throw in the towel. Call it a day.
It's Astralis to knock out NIP, and they'll face up against ENCE for one final battle.
Championship Sunday here at the BLAST Premier Spring Showdown. I'm crowning Clorny for 2 of our 4 remaining competitors. 1 from our European division, 1 from the Americas in the race to land glory at Lisbon. Joining me to find out exactly how it is going to be going down, I've got Nifty as always, got PIMP as well. Gentlemen, what a week of Counter-Strike it has been so far. I cannot wait to be delving into today's game.
No, neither can I, right? 2 games, two teams with the fate coming into the finals in Lisbon, and 2 teams who, at the end of the day, you know, they'll be as big as a loser as everyone else if they don't qualify today. There's only 2 spots at stake, only 2 winners, Freya, and if you lose, you're out.
So much on the line, isn't there, Noah?
I'm so excited that we're finally here. This is what we've been waiting for, and I think we're going to get some of the best CS that we've seen all event.
Yeah, the competition really has been hotting up. Of course, we can take a recap of the brackets, see exactly what was going down. Yesterday's results, of course, Astralis managing to make it 2-0 over NIP. Pip, I think that was quicker than a lot of us would have expected. I thought that was going to go to 3 maps.
Astralis owned them. You know, they absolutely destroyed NIP, especially on the second map. NIP came into that video thinking to themselves, Mirage, that may be a good pick against Astralis. They haven't looked good on it for a while, and then they ended up losing 16-1. So I think there's some regrets going on there in the NIP camp.
I think the FURIA Godsend game kind of made a little bit more sense there.
Yeah, for sure. I think it was to be expected. I did want a better game, but it seemed as though like Henny was the only guy showing life, and we were missing a little bit of Dumao as well. So I don't know, maybe next time.
Finally, paiN as well. The fact that they managed to pull off the upset against Liquid, then taking down MIBR as well, and they looked solid doing it.
You say upset. I predicted that one, you know, to go through.
Big brain,
feel like paiN were the better team coming in. No, listen up. MIBR had won 7 maps in a row against paiN Gaming, so for them to take down MIBR in a 2-0 fashion was very surprising and a big step ahead for paiN Gaming as a squad.
Yeah, huge one indeed. Of course, we do have to recap our CS Money play of the day as well. You guys have been voting over on Twitter. So what have we got coming in as our 3rd best play of the day yesterday?
Well, we got Nathan with the Glock, starting off with 2 nice kills, and then this little detail where he picks up the duels and places them on the T side and gives it back to the CT players. I love when that happens, because I hate dying to a duel lead, especially when you're on the T side, but if you can pick it up and do that, then all cool.
Yeah, next up we have Yuri. He's one of my favorites, especially from FURIA. And he comes in, again, just finding an easy kill from the back, but I saw production as well yesterday just spaz out when he hit this crazy one-tap, and then just closes out easy. Nice little 1v1. Bomb planted, but no issue for Yuri. He's stone cold.
He's looking hot. Another man who's hot right now is playMF in a 2v5 situation with the AK-47. He is carrying this team on his massive back. Some nice control spray right here from playMF, isolating the duels one by one, and we know him. When he's in these clutch scenarios, he is a god, and playMF did it yesterday against NIP. Massive round for the day.
Yeah, it was absolutely huge indeed. Of course, thank you everybody for voting over on Twitter. You can do so today as well in our grand finals matches too. But we need to take a recap of exactly what the bracket has been saying. This is our European and Asian division, ENCE and Astralis taking on each other in this grand finals matchup. I think maybe it just kind of looking at the bracket, Nifty, I don't think we've really seen any upsets so far in the tournament.
No, not really. I know initially I was hoping for a little bit of more out of Movie Star, and actually we did almost have BNE come out. We can't forget about BNE. They had an incredible performance until they just slowed down, momentum was cut off, and then Dream was dead.
I think the biggest surprise to me is Heroic coming into this bracket. You think Heroic were the best team out of all of these, right? They're number 4 in the world as of right now. Just took down Na'Vi in the major qualifier as well. But they faced ENCE and they weren't good enough. It was a clear-cut victory for ENCE in that 3rd map, and to me that was a little bit surprising that Heroic Heroic weren't better.
Yeah, that's why I'm really excited to see ENCE taken to the stage once again today. But this is exactly what they are all fighting for, a spot at the Spring Finals. Of course, 6 teams already awarded a place through the Spring Groups that was going on earlier in the year. Big names there already, Pimp. So, you know, you make it through the gauntlet of the showdown. These are the 6 other names that you're going to have to be facing.
It's only going to get harder and harder, right? Na'Vi right there, Vitality, G2, FaZe, you name it. Big looks super, super sharp as well during the RMR. So yes, even if you win today, which is a massive victory, and you get to stand inside this arena and experience the crowd, well, winning a game in this arena, winning a game in Lisbon is going to be even tougher.
And this is what they are all battling for. You can feel the energy just from those pictures there. Nothing matches playing on LAN, especially in front of the crowd, does it?
No, not at all. It's so special. And nobody ever said that it was going to be easy when you go to a tournament, especially if you have the intention of winning it as well. So the 2 teams that come out of these qualifiers just now, they've got a special game ahead of them.
Yeah, no, it's going to be incredibly exciting indeed as we do edge ever closer to Lisbon, but also excited to be recapping our BLAST picks coming into the final day. Of course, these are our grand finals predictions, one from EU, one from NA. I'm kind of surprised that it's only yourself, me, Banks.
I know.
Betway,
Definitely sleeping on Astralis, aren't we?
Yeah?
Yeah. I am surprised, actually, that you didn't choose paiN, since you know paiN so well.
Right.
I'm surprised.
Yeah, because this is the thing. You can only draw, right? If my math is correct. I'm not very good at maths, but you can only draw with each other. Why didn't you go with paiN?
Because they're going to lose.
That's it. That's what you want to give us.
You were only feeling it yesterday. Huh?
I know my limitations, and so does paiN.
I mean, any reasoning for ENCE then in our first European
Honestly,
game?
I have it as a 50-50 game, and the only reason why I picked ENCE is that I can go out publicly saying afterwards that I jinxed ENCE, and then Astralis will qualify, and I'm going to be a hero in Denmark. So I try to play the jinx game right here.
Well, for one final time at the Spring Showdown, it's time for our EU victors to be taking to the stage in this grand final for the ages. For one, LAN Glory in Lisbon, the other Heartbreak is going to be Astralis taking on ENCE, and it's coming up after this break.
ENCE, the destroyer of Danes, are up against the final boss. Fresh from upsetting Heroic, they now have one final hurdle to overcome.
Spinxy's running for it, trying to punish it. It's a nice move, and 24 kills. He's working on more. There's 25. He's going to keep counting now. A triple, and he'll close it out with a quad kill.
They've gone the distance twice. With all 3 maps being played, another grueling battle is on the cards. Astralis have reached the showdown final with ease, sweeping Movistar Riders and Nip aside.
He's still defusing Config. He actually does it. Oh my god, what an incredible clutch.
A little bit blind. That'll give him the opening. BlameF's got 1 from the vents. There's Rez with the response. He's got to get all 5. He's got 3 of them. It's low HP and he's got the chance. There goes Rez. BlameF is going to do it. Surely he's got them all.
ENCE now stand in the way of the informed Danes, looking for their first ever spot at the BLAST Premier Spring Final.
Easy for ENCE so far, but now comes the final test. Another Danish side, this time in Astralis, hungry to return to stardom and claim their spot in Lisbon. PIMP, anything that you want to say in terms of the roads of these 2 teams thus far to make it to the grand finals?
I mean, the way ENCE has played so far has been great. You know, taking down Heroic in the fashion they did, there was a statement victory for the boys of ENCE. Heroic is no easy team, right? Copenhagen Flames is no easy team, and they just have to face Danes over and over and over, apparently, in this scenario, right? And for ENCE to be performing so well as of recently is a great sign, not only heading into this tournament and this game, but also for the major coming up. I think a lot of people have them as one of these, you know, underdogs that potentially could go into the playoff, and I think everyone out there, you know, whether you're Na'Vi, FaZe, or Astralis for that matter, you don't really like playing against ENCE because there's a lot of firepower and there's a lot of explosiveness within that team.
Indeed. I mean, even for Astralis, as you saw on the graphic, like they played 4 maps and nobody even got more than 12 rounds against them. I mean, this is Astralis that's shooting on all cylinders right now, and it's beautiful to see. And
when we're talking about firepower, I think we have to bring up 2 names from both sides of the equation. It's been Madden and Config that we've been really talking about, and it's a nice comparison considering the roles that they're kind of in for both of their teams.
They kind of obtain the same role, yeah. They remind me a lot of each other. Config obviously being the household name of Danish Counter-Strike. He's been around for quite some time. Madden is relatively new, but I think we see more and more of his potential. The game against Heroic, he was firing on all cylinders. He was playing fantastic, and we know that, right? With these aggressive riflers, these aggressive entry fraggers, when they're hitting their strides, they can dictate the game. They can be the deciding factor. But we have also talked about Config being inconsistent, and the same could be said about Madden.
Yeah, I mean, off the back of that with Config, I definitely want to say that, like, because of how skilled he is, I say let that freak flag fly. But I do say, like, it is important, I think, to take that time behind the scenes, sit down with the tactical leaders of the team, and really make sure that you guys are on the same page. Because it can be a little crazy in important series, but also for the longevity of the team if you just decide to, like, take over and it's like, okay, I'm going to go just flaunt my skill around the map. But we know that doesn't work consistency-wise, so he's got to check in with that.
Well, let's get a few thoughts from Config himself on his own performance.
So Config, so far it's been a monstrous performance, not just from you, but the whole team. Everyone's been looking really good. I wanted to see how much of this is just down to extra confidence after qualifying for the major, and also maybe trust now in yourselves. You've got more games underway with this 5-man roster.
Yeah, I think that everybody has performed really good, to be honest. I think that everybody has showed who they really are and what we've been doing in practice lately. So I'm just really happy that we managed to do that. And of course, confidence from the major is huge. So we managed to qualify, and we just keep feeding off the confidence. And we've won 2 games now, and we are waiting for the 3rd one.
Now tell me about Farlig. I want to understand about this man a little bit more detail, because he's come in and he looks like he's taking the space he wants and has a good understanding of how to fit into your system.
I think that when he joined the team in the beginning, he had like a clear vision of how he wants to play his AWP role, and I think that he developed himself into a Astralis AWPer right now, and he's doing really good, performing well, and hitting some insane shots, and a good teammate, and just communicating well. So I think that it's really good for us as the 4 other players have really like helped him grow into the team, and I'm just really happy that he joined us.
And how does he fit in, like, personality-wise? Because I haven't really met him yet or spoken to him, so I want to understand, does he fit onto, like, the craziness of you and Blame, for example?
Yeah, I think that he fits really well personal-wise, and also as a friend, you know, like, it's really, like, it's really healthy to have him in the team. Like, I really enjoy him a lot, yeah.
Brilliant stuff. Now, today's matchup, right, you're going up against ENCE, and I'm looking at this, and I'm wondering, is there anyone that can hit as hard on the ENCE side as you and Blame right now?
I think that Spinks is doing a really good job. Also, Daika, I think that they're doing really well. But yeah, of course, me and Blame, we hit really hard, you know, so I'll give them a little surprise today.
That's what I like to hear. Now, you might not know this, but Astralis have never made it to a spring final just yet. Are you ready to break the curse? Are you feeling confident this is your one?
If I wasn't feeling confident, I wouldn't be here, right? So I'm a confidence player, so of course I'm confident that we will qualify.
And that's a word that is synonymous with Config himself, the word confidence, which is a scary prospect if you're on the other side of the server, and you've seen how fired up Config has been so far in the tournament.
I have to give it to Config. I mean, he does great interviews. And also, I just want to give him a shout out as well for shouting out his own teammate and really filling it with details and just giving him so much love, because I feel like more players that do interviews need to give that love to their teammates more often.
And it's that energy that we've kind of been talking about. We've seen kind of the pieces somewhat falling into place for Astralis so far in the tournament.
There's no doubt that bringing in Config and BlameF to Astralis was a good move for those two. That was the best place they potentially could have gone. Same for Astralis. They have two players they can now build up a future around, right? There's no doubt that Config and Blame will be the future of Danish Counter-Strike, and hopefully also for Astralis for the foreseeable future. But it's the other pieces within Astralis that has question marks attached to them right now. Sip, how is he doing? Glaive, how is he doing? The AWP role with Farley, Lucky, etc. So yeah, I agree. Config and BlameF, you know, they hit hard, as Config is saying, but it's the surroundings right now that is a bit of a problem in Astralis.
And a real crucial puzzle piece for their opponents, surprisingly, has been Mahone coming into this tournament. He's looked incredibly consistent.
He's good. He was looking so good yesterday against Heroic. You know, going up against a team like Heroic, we always praise for being this team with the best synergy in the world. Their proactiveness on the CT side. It can be tough to find the kills as an entry fragger. Cool. Madden was killing it yesterday, doing a fantastic job. That guy is one you have to tame if you're Astralis.
Well, let's get a few thoughts from the man himself, courtesy of Banks.
You got up against Astralis. I want to look back at that overpass game you guys played last time around. Is there something you're able to learn from that?
We definitely learned some things. Like, BlameF caused a lot of problems for us on their CT side. Like, we were not able to counter it, but I think we came more prepared this time for those kind of plays. So I think it will be a closer match on overpass for sure this time.
And in terms of your mindset individually going into this one, obviously last time around in that matchup, it wasn't the greatest game for you. Does something like that come into your mind, or are you able to block it out?
I mean, I don't care about those things, about the scores or individual performances. Like, sometimes I just play good, sometimes bad. A lot of times I'm just entry fragging and making space for my team. So this role is kind of inconsistent in a way. Like, if the opponents are just countering you well, you're not going to have the best score in game, but definitely you will just make a space for your teammates. So it is how it is, and I'll just focus from the game to game.
Now, I also heard that Snappy hadn't been feeling too well across this week. How is he feeling now, and has it affected the team much?
It actually, I don't know, no one felt like he's like feeling bad or something, so it didn't affect anything, the team, and I feel like from what I heard from him, he feels much better today, so I think it will also help us.
And getting revenge against the Astralis today, how bad do you guys want it? Because obviously, again, it's a Danish team for Snappy, but for you guys, you're proving the point that you're one of the best teams in the world right now.
It's definitely going to be good if we can take revenge, especially in this moment, because this finals is something special for us. Because if we qualify to the main event in Portugal, it will be in front of the crowd, which all of us are dreaming for. So no matter who we play against, we really want to win, but also the revenge would be really sweet.
As much as we've been praising Madden coming into this tournament, we do need to recap the last time these two teams faced off against each other, because it was only a mere 11 days ago. And the fact that Madden, surprisingly, bottom of the scoreboard in that one.
Yeah, he was struggling a little bit, thanks to BlameF. BlameF had a fantastic CT side. He went 22-4 with a 2.48 CT side rating, controlling the connector area a lot. So ENCE couldn't deal with him, Madden couldn't deal with him, and that's what I said, right? That's why it was so surprising to me that Madden against Heroic were able to find so many openings. If he can replicate that kind of performance today, then that's when we see ENCE become competitive.
Without a doubt. I mean, when you watch that RMR game, I mean, the way that BlameF and Farley shut down this A side of the map, it seemed like ENCE couldn't get anything done. But one thing that was cool is that they were actually fighting back on their CT side as well until they were shut down at 16-11. It was too easy for Astralis in that game.
Well, let's dive into that particular matchup a little bit more. We do have Danny on the sidelines with a moment from that overpass match. What have you got for us?
Yeah, so from that last match at the RMR, we saw that Astralis were able to have a very dominant CT side, and BlameF specifically. So what I actually want to break down today is the fact that BlameF was playing a lot in the connector position, and playing in the connector position can actually be very powerful. So let me just explain why that is. So the first thing is about playing in the connector position is that you're actually fairly close to both bomb sites. You're basically in the middle of both these bomb sites. So that's why it's important that when you're here towards this connector position, you have your teammates help you facilitate how you're going to fight both the B side and the A side. So in order to fight the B side, what glaive normally does is he nades open the door. And by nading open the door, what that does is it allows BlameF to actually get a crack towards this short position. Now, a lot of the times, teams are often trying to do these short pops and these fast, aggressive plays towards short, where this is becoming a lot more meta. So by BlameF being able to shut down this play, this disrupts the strategies of the Ts fairly often. And you can see that after that first kill onto Madden, Diha, he now has to use some utility. He needs to find some sort of way to push BlameF back. Now, over on the A side, in order to help the A side, what Astralis like to do is they actually like to throw flashes over the bushes. It's these flashes in particular that glaive likes to throw from time to time to help BlameF peek. As you can see with these flashes, they pop just over the bushes like this, so it's actually fairly hard to spot for Ts coming in, and it allows BlameF to have a very safe peek from the stairs. But not only do they throw these type of flashes, they also throw them consecutively. They might throw them every 10 seconds or so. You'll see here that Config, he throws another flash about 10 seconds later, and this allows BlameF to get so much information towards the A side and give him probably the most favored fights that he can get on overpass. Now, with these two methods, BlameF, by him simply playing towards the connector position, he's able to have eyes on players who come up towards short, and he's also able to have eyes on people who come up towards mid, towards the banana area. And the reason why that's so important on the CT side is because it allows his teammates who are more towards the CT spawn area to allocate more resources to B based on what he sees, or allocate more resources to A based on what he sees towards middle. So that's why it's so important for BlameF. If he's going to play in this connector position, he needs to have all these resources available to him to get this information. And for ENCE, they need to find a way to counter this, because if they fall into this again, it's going to be a very tough time for them.
And that is the key question coming forward into this matchup. You were talking about how much of a pain BlameF was to play up against. It was really great to get a breakdown of exactly why he was.
Overpass T side is a pain in the ass right now for ENCE. They struggle on it a lot, you know. Against Heroic in this tournament, we saw it. They had a 10-5 first half, and then they ended up only getting 3 rounds on the T side against Heroic. Against Astralis during the RMR, they only got 2 rounds on the T side. So right now, it's not only about BlameF and about Astralis, but ENCE's T side on Overpass is struggling massively right now. We obviously don't know if Overpass is going to be part of the map pool yet, but if it is, I hope they worked on it.
Yeah, indeed. I think Snappy, but we have to give credit to Snappy because he's such a great in-game leader, and I think if they do intend on playing this map today, they're going to be a lot more prepared than they were last time.
Well, speaking of Snappy, I think it's time to take a flick back through the history books, because there is a lot of historical context coming into this map when we're comparing the two in-game leaders from both sides.
Yes, there is. Glaive and Snappy, they used to play together. They used to rock it out on the server together, and you think to yourself, the greatest in-game leader of all time in Glaive, and then Snappy, who do you think we're calling in that lineup? That was Snappy, right? When Glaive came back from a little bit of a break, not playing Counter-Strike, he came in and he played with Snappy in Copenhagen Worlds. He played with Snappy in Heroic, and it was actually Snappy the majority of the time leading that team. And I believe Glaive had said many, many times that he was taught a lot, by Snappy in that period. They kind of like helped each other out to figure out what is a game plan, how is it going to be. And then Glaive joined Astralis, became the best in-game leader of all time in Counter-Strike. And Snappy was kind of sticking around, you know, in Heroic, had to find somewhere else, and now finally ending up in ENCE, where he finally got a team that he was allowed to build up from the rock bottom. Both of these guys are severely underrated for different reasons, but Snappy hasn't gotten enough credit for how good he actually is.
Wow, what a throwback that is, huh?
Yeah.
It's beautiful.
Yeah, no, I absolutely love seeing that. And the fact that, you know, Snappy's kind of gone through this competition, has had to flip through his book of previous teammates as well. The fact that he went up against Cadian and Heroic as well, an in-game leader that he was playing with formerly, now going up against Glaive. How do you kind of compare them in terms of their stylistic elements?
Oh, well, it's interesting. I mean, first of all, I think we just have to give props to Glaive. I mean, with all the roster changes been flowing in over the past couple of years now, you know, there's so many stylistic differences that get placed into play, you know, and to be able to adjust to that as an in-game leader is so difficult. And I mean, the BlameF and Config, that's just a whole new style of play, a whole new era of playing as well. So I think he's doing really well. But Snappy, he's on the rise again. I'm so happy for him.
Snappy is on the rise. And as I said, he's finally been gifted the opportunity to take over a team and lead it by example. This is his team, right? You see it right here, joining ENCE to begin with. They weren't really that high in the rankings then. It's been very much up. It's been a little bit down, and then a lot of up lately as well. They now established themselves as at least a top 10 team in the world. Right now ranked number 5, and as I said, coming into the major, they're one of those teams that I think a lot of the other teams right now look towards and we don't really want to play ENCE, right? There's a lot of firepower, they're explosive, they're hard to counter, and that's all down to Snappy. He's taken these players in, a lot of unknown names, Spinks, Duha, you name it, Madden coming in as well, and he's formed a great unit and a team that can play Counter-Strike at a high level.
Well, we're also going to be looking towards our Betway odds to see exactly where the markets are lying coming into this best of 3 series. Split down the middle, man. You cannot get more 50-50 from that. Big question, though, is, do we see Overpass coming into the map pool this time around? Do you think it's going to be banned?
Honestly, I hope so. I hope we see Overpass, Nuke, and Ancient.
Okay.
We've got Inferno and Dust 2 out. That's to be expected.
It makes sense, yeah.
And what do we've got? We've got Mirage. Okay. This is interesting. They're feeling extra confident. It seems like they don't care about Astralis'
You do get your Ancient,
yesterday.
which makes sense.
Yes, I'm
like
glad that we do
like
because Snappy had such, on Friday, his calling on T-side was beautiful. I don't know if anyone remembers the segment where I pointed it out, but he was making fantastic calls.
Yes.
There you go.
Nuke, the third and deciding map. That's the thing, right? Astralis, they're picking and they're sticking to the guts, picking an Ancient. They are well aware that ENCE play that at a very high level, but Nuke, the other map pick Astralis could have considered right here, is also one of ENCE's strongest maps. So I will say in this video, map pool-wise going up against each other, ENCE actually have a bit of an advantage, right? The pick coming out of Ancient on Mirage should be a relatively strong pick, despite the fact that Astralis were able to absolutely manhandle NIP. You should still feel comfortable ENCE are the favorites in that one, whereas for Ancient, I see that as a 50-50 game. Astralis can't really punish ENCE, and Nuke as a third deciding map, well, one team has an 86% win rate, the other one has 88. That's a strong third map for both.
Yeah, I want to cast your mind back, just speaking of the first map, the fact that NIP picked that out against Astralis, and then subsequently got 16-1, because Big Boy BlameF was coming out full force again.
Oh, indeed. I think that was a mistake out of NIP, to be honest. But more on the Astralis side, we just saw BlameF perform. We saw everybody performing very well, but I had to point out yesterday as well that like how good BlameF is at just slipping through in scenarios, finding a kill or two, and then still staying alive. He just always finds a way to insert himself in the situation, and we gotta love that.
Don't forget that in Speed Heroic 16-5 on Mirage just a couple of days ago. 13-2 CT side half, right? Two teams coming in with full amount of confidence, both of them having strong CT sides. One of them will have to do well on the T side if they want to win, but I like the fact that ENCE is sticking to their guts as well, picking them at they feel comfortable with.
Another name that just kind of slid under the radar for me when I was thinking back to that NIP Astralis series on Mirage particularly was Farley, and it's really great to see that he's kind of been finding his comfort level. We got some really insightful interviews from James as well, the fact that he's kind of dictating the pace in terms of what he needs, and we heard an example from that on that map as well.
He's doing well. Listen up, it's still early to judge Farley whether or not he's been a success or not, but the tournament he's played so far has been stellar. He's taking initiative, he's taking, I would say, advantage of this situation he's given, right? He's a player that now has a great opportunity of showcasing himself in front of the biggest stage, and he's done well so far.
Well, it's going to be incredibly exciting to see how it does go down, but what is also exciting is BLAST TV, of course, still in beta. Help us build this experience. Come join us in the chat. I'm sure a few familiar faces will be popping in to join you during that, so help us build BLAST.TV in this next matchup as well. But we do need to be getting into the action. Mirage coming up first into it. It's going to be Astralis taking on ENCE for that pivotal spot at the BLAST Premier Spring Finals in Lisbon. We're jumping into the action with Anders and Moses. Don't miss it.
Well, here we've made it to the end of the European bracket. We've got Astralis versus ENCE. Only one of them can make it through. It's going to be an exciting and probably heartbreaking game either way. I look forward to it. Odds are still dead even.
As they should be, and I think a lot of confidence has grown as we've watched Astralis through this through the showdown. Like I don't think everyone was super confident early on. We saw some struggles. We were still kind of questioning how the rest of the team was kind of catching up and getting comfortable together. And I mean, yesterday I think was a revelation. I think yesterday's performance from Astralis and the dominant fashion of a win that they had it has a lot of people feeling pretty positive coming in today. But I'm still leading the charge on the ENCE party.
Yeah, you've been...
I've converted some.
I know, you've been rallying the troops all throughout.
The Church of the Tentacle.
Yeah, for good reason. They have been playing really well. They have been impressive. Pretty much from the get-go, right? Yeah. Right out of the gates, they were looking strong. So hopefully they can keep that up and they won't falter here today. We're going to start on Mirage. It's a best of 3, of course. I can't wait to get into it. It's going to be Astralis on the CT side with ENCE on the T side, setting up what looks like a pretty fast B play. It's a common thing in pistol rounds on this map.
Yeah, but there's 3 defenders here. Astralis know it's common just as easily, and you can see the grenades. As soon as Zip tosses his, there's going to be another one bounced off from Dark. Oh, there's the first, the second one. Oh, he missed it. He missed the nade. It actually lands on Zip. Doesn't do a whole lot of damage, but doesn't land it equally onto ENCE. Fighting to get out, fighting to create space, and blamF and Config are holding them at bay for the moment.
That was a nice headshot from Config. He actually tapped him mid-air. But you're right, that one grenade, it could have made a huge difference. Luckily for them, they had, like you said at the beginning, 3 people at the bomb site, so even a failed grenade, they could make up for it, but that's so dangerous.
Yeah, very, very dangerous. Those nades could have made things a lot easier, right? But I mean, just way too many bodies. A nice crossfire set up in this corner, the opposite one towards Dark spot, towards Get Right. And I mean, you had Config over on Catwalk, and what can you really do? Good frags. ENCE just never got the entries needed. He's still living the dream from the dualies round.
Wishing he had the dualies.
He's wishing he had the dualies.
Who doesn't? Well, yeah, I feel like almost every pistol round we've seen so far, Mirage has kind of has ended up being B one way or another on the T side. So I feel like, yeah, maybe Astralis were a little bit ready for it. They kind of saw it coming. Madden with a good kill in return here as Sit will fall on the MP9 Config. This is dangerous. He's moved a bit closer. Still got 14 bullets. It's going to be a bomb plant. Deha able to put that one down, but Config will get his reward. Patiently waiting in the corner and didn't even need the reload. He is sharp right now.
Yeah, real sharp. And ENCE again over towards that B bomb side, not able to get the success on the entries that they would have needed. I mean, they do find Zip eventually, but Config able to just shut him down. So bomb gets planted. That's an early head nod. Speaking of, look, I mean, just looking at him, Madden, he was the one, if you think back a couple of days, absolutely monster performance in the semifinals in this showdown bracket. He was a beast for ENCE.
Yes, yeah, that was crazy. Not usually the guy to look for. It was interesting in that interview as well, how he was kind of like dismissive of the idea of even thinking so much about his own scoreline.
I've noticed that is like a trend across the team. Like Hades has given a couple interviews as well, where he's talked about some individual, you know, just some facets of what it's like as an individual within the team, and just, you know, we don't care. I think even Spinks kind of said it. You know, if you play well as an individual, you know, the individual accolades are going to come if the team is playing well.
Yeah.
Really cool philosophy to adopt.
Yeah, that's super helpful, right? And it's true to some extent as well. If you are trying to set up your teammates, it's not always going to be you on the scoreboard. The team could win. This round, though, a little bit rough up the gate. Underpass and then Config running around Catwalk and getting a kill. blamF going to be picking off Madden right then and there, and Deha's going to be caught by Farley pushing through the smoke. So they don't even really, whatever they wanted ENCE in this round, whatever the plan was, they don't even get to try it. Presumably mid-control into an A crunch, but...
I think we might see, maybe not after this round, maybe after the next. I mean, I don't know. It could be after this one or next round. I just think we're going to get an early timeout out of ENCE. They seem like they've opened up pretty flat here in some of these engagements. Not the style we're used to seeing in terms of, you know, convincingly and aggressively and assertively taking fights.
And obviously, it's real early days, but blamF and Config both at 5 kills. That's about one of the worst things that could have happened for ENCE if both those players turn up on a map like this. They both play very near the center of the map too, so they're going to be almost impossible to avoid.
They don't even have, with those two, you don't have to worry about Farley quite yet, who had an incredible performance yesterday as well. 25 seconds on the clock. Hades and Connector walking up the steps, looking into the bomb site. Might see a jiggle from Zipex at some point, but he's spotted first. Angle is held, and the kill is found. 3-0 for Astralis. And I mean, none of these rounds even winnable.
Yeah, you're right. Would have been cool to get another kill. Would have been even better if they could have got the bomb plant on top, but they'll have to postpone that for another time.
Yeah, next round. Laughter and smiles. Except that guy.
I was gonna say, we've got a mix. Full range of emotion going on here. Smoke in the window. Nade not doing very much at all. A lot of deagles in play. Oh! That didn't look like both players were moving, and still somehow Snappy managed to connect on that shot. It's pretty good.
Yeah, I did not think that was going to connect. I didn't think that was going to land as powerfully as it did. Oh, look at this. Shadow is shown. Diha, he's got a freebie. He's just marched up. Good shot from Farlig, or else he surely would have gone down, but he's got to back away. The only one in the bomb site doesn't know where the attention is going to be coming from. Config goes down. Window now exposed, and Farlig in a lot of trouble. I don't think they can win this. I think this has got to be maybe Xyp9x just helping Farlig to survive.
That is the high percentage play here. Get those rifles away and just try and see if you can live for the round. Although he is back looking for it. He's about to get shot in the back. Surely no way that he lives through this one. And that's the AWP given over. I think you called it right earlier. This is just almost impossible. I understand why you want to try and do it, obviously, because it feels devastating losing to just pistols having won 3 rounds in a row, but...
And I think the kind of slowdown that ENCE came up with made Astralis feel like they had a chance maybe to get back into the round if they were to maybe find someone on the cross, and then all of a sudden you're in a 2-on-3. I think at some point when things were quiet, they felt like this was still a winnable situation, and for their insolence, they lose everything.
Yeah, that's brilliant for ENCE. You said they needed a timeout maybe to sort of,
Not anymore.
No, that'll wake you up. That'll get everyone excited. It's a heart attack moment for Glaive right there. Surely.
Yeah, it really is. That's a small miscommunication, especially off the gap was created at top con. Someone's eyes were just straight away from ramp. Farlig in the site, looking towards connector, and an easy route to take for Diha. 3-1. Diha alone in middle. At top mid, taking control. 4 players for ENCE lined up outside of the A bomb site. It's going to be Hades who's given free reign to slowly peek into the A bomb site with that op.
Hades has been really cool to watch throughout this whole tournament, so... Oh, he tried to duck under it, but it's not going to be good enough. A double opening instead. Doesn't get any better than that. They get little Spinks coming out of the A-apps, but still, they have plenty of time. They don't actually have to keep pushing this so much right now. 4 versus 3, they can actually leave Astralis hanging for a little bit. What in God's name is happening in Config? Did he just try and do a jump scout shot up against the Tetris boxes?
Yeah, well, I mean, he was just jumping to get information. I think he just took the shot just out of just standard reaction. Man, ENCE, they take advantage of this. This is a slow creeping attack on the bomb, so they're forced out a decent amount of utility, forced Astralis to make awkward plays to try and come back into the round, and they've just worked him. 4 players going to survive for ENCE. BLAMEF trying to hide in window, finds 1 kill.
Bomb has been planted.
Ooh, fakes it. Pretends to jump down, but actually goes back in. No one's hurt him, I think, so might not make a big difference, and he's going to be found in there, but that's a nice trick. I appreciate that. And I appreciate ENCE coming up with, I mean, the double opening is amazing. Doesn't get much better.
Yeah, Farlig walks into it, and Glaive gets caught on that swing. Committed to the fight. Easy shot for Hades as he just adjusts around his teammate. And there's Xyp9x looking mid for information to see where the other prong of the attack was going to be, and he found too much. So ENCE respond immediately. Back to pistols we go for Astralis. 4 USPs and the deagle on BLAMEF. Everyone hovering right around 2K.
Kind of a sudden stop to the otherwise excellent beginning for Astralis. 3 rounds and then I call it collapse, but certainly economically speaking, it is. Stack the B bomb site. They've got Config kind of nearby, and Glaive much further away. Although he's starting to move into the middle, so they have pretty heavy lean towards that B bomb site at the moment. Config sneaking in late. They only pretended to check the ladder room. Someone could have gone in to check, but they didn't, and that is a little bit of a mistake. Maybe not a devastating one, but they got to be careful. Wait, what? Oh, he walked into the Molotov?
Oh, my Lord.
Oh, that is funny, though. BLAMEF still going to be going down in a 1 versus 2 here. Config, he can't win the fight at range. That's amazing.
That is pretty amazing. It's just a perfect amount of damage to step into it. Deny the frag for your opposition. Good call. Yeah, that actually got pretty spicy. There were a couple nice kills there with those USPs that could have turned that round on its head.
Give him a taste of his own Molotov.
Yeah. No one clearing deep into window room. They just kind of looked at it on the cross, and Config's able to sneak out.
There we go.
One tick of the Molotov.
1G's in the chat.
1G's in the chat.
Someone will never outlive. It's so stupid, isn't it?
No, he'll never outlive that.
It's been a decade, I think, now. Still. Dia goes down. Early battle in the middle. Flash assist by Glaive. And Astralis hungry to get back on track. They've woken up ENCE pretty early on in this map, and it's not so good. So they need something. Gun barrel showing
That's a jump. Nade coming, and it's got him. Couldn't get through the hole fast enough. A little bit of a mistake from Farlig. He almost gets away. It's punished afterwards, but blamF is there to pick up the pieces. He got the first kill at top mid. Now he's found another one. Madden jumping into the window. Maybe thought he was going to be covered by the smoke, but not entirely, so it falls on Spinks. This duel is massive for ENCE's future. Big win. That might force the hand of Xyp9x.
It looks like he is a little bit anxious to maybe move forward. Snappy, though, again, kind of making signals like he wanted to check the corner, but didn't really. And that cost them a lot. 45 seconds now. Spinks and Hades, 2 versus 3. And a Config just in a good position. Right place, right time. And Spinks should not be able to win this one. Molotov will force Config into the fight. But he does do a little bit of damage to Spinks. And now there's a little bit of follow-up from blamF in the window. They're going to lose 3 members of Astralis, but it's good that they won the round. They steal the AWP.
Yeah, recover the AWP, and that's a great round from blamF. 3 kills at various parts of the round, just reading it very, very, very well. Moving into new positions. Obviously, the opening kill transitions over once Farlig had gone down and finds this frag as Madden jumps in. And obviously, down the stretch, isn't going to let Spinks get comfortable and let him build upon a 1 versus 3.
This whole business of kind of looking in the corners but not really clearing them, how does that happen in a player's mind? Do you think if we paused the game and asked Snappy about it, he'd be like, yeah, damn, I was just going through the motions. If I had another half a second, I would have definitely...
He's probably thinking most of what he's going to do and how it's going to... and telling his teammates what to do off of his play.
Yeah, he's communicating with Spinks down the middle.
He very well could be. And I mean, yeah, that one's a bit rough because, I mean, there's safety in hard clearing that corner all the way.
Yeah.
He was maybe just a step ahead in his brain. Another opening kill for Dia, this time onto Config.
I feel like Diha's an interesting character just in a Counter-Strike sense, because I remember him from back when the Polish scene was essentially swamped by
Virtus Pro, the old Virtus Pro lineup.
And nobody really cared about any of the other Polish players, and it seemed like actually many of them were never really gonna make it out from there.
There was always a feeling that there was like enough players to create like a second Polish team that could compete internationally, and it just never ever came to fruition.
Yeah, so it's so cool. It's so cool to see him on this lineup. I actually think that's really awesome. Someone should go investigate that story a little bit more. It's been around for a long time. Oh, the lineup jumped down in front of him, and blamF will get a double of his own. I mean, what can you say about that?
Yeah, you have to be happy if you're Xyp9x. That's a nice, easy way to line up too. And I mean, you harken back to yesterday, the Astralis game on the CT side. We were just laughing about it as well in the green room. The double kills that blamF had yesterday rotating in that just were like gifted to him out of random lineups. Getting again here with Xyp9x. I mean, pretty smart play for him to move forward as well and look around on the left side of the bomb site, considering, you know, they kind of missed the opportunity to kill the players to stop that kind of attack when they immediately jump out the window, and knew he was going to be in some danger if he stayed put. Takes a bit of a risk and gets rewarded. Back to mostly pistols for ENCE. Well, I say that. One's actually an SMG. So Tech 9 Deagle, Mac 10, and a couple of AK-47s. Mac 10 gonna lead the way. It's Glaive as the initial defender, but blamF is challenging around the edge of the smoke.
A lot of damage onto blamF, but Config's trying to go over a really quick flank through T-spawn, so we'll see if that's going to be happening in time. A good double kill for Glaive will certainly slow them down, and that's going to essentially give more space for Config to do what he's up to. Sip will win that fight easily, but Spinks is up there. You got to be a little bit careful. Again, he's lightning accurate. Then again, so is Farlig, and Stiha on his own, 1 versus 3, and it's really hard to do anything about this from his point of view.
It's the flank that he's got to worry about, but never even considered it. Too many other players challenging and keeping presence and keeping attention in the other direction. Well done from Astralis.
what was the game that we were watching yesterday on Mirage? Or was it the day before? Where we saw a lot of naked walkouts, both on the A ramp and the A apartments, or the palace, I guess.
Yeah.
A palace. Because what they just did here, ENCE, was it's fine. I mean, obviously, there's nothing wrong with throwing the nades, but it's just Astralis were definitely well aware of what was going on there. Whereas I think yesterday we saw that a number of times.
We've seen a lot of frustration on the faces of the ENCE guys pretty early on in this. See Diha shaking his head there. We've seen it from Madden a couple of times already. Might be a sign that there's some communication missing. That round, Glaive gets the kill on the planter and even gets the follow-up to a player that's not even checking or looking in that position. So either the silencer's really messing with it or communication is just slow on the ENCE side to start this map. Round number 10, and ENCE really have nothing to fight with except for Deagles, but this is what got them started. Around with Deagles and a Tech 9. Farlig, good shot on A ramp, deep, and is able to fall back and readjust. And BlameF just continues to be a menace in middle.
Yeah. I feel like there are definitely some maps, and this is one of them, where having... Because you could basically have BlameF and Config both in these really dynamic positions.
Right.
They're just so hard to avoid. I mean, you really, like, I don't know how you get it. I mean, obviously you can go for like a straight A execute and try and smoke off BlameF and Config towards jungle and connector and just hope to, but they're not going to be smoked off forever. So it's like, but going middle, you actually risk fighting both of them.
Yeah, I think the tactic to do that kind of a set piece like you're talking about with the nades and a neutralize, I mean, getting by BlameF is nice. The problem was they'd never cleared out the site. It was kind of send one player forward to plant the bomb, and that's where Glaive gets his double kill. If you want to really neutralize BlameF, as long as Glaive's alive, BlameF has the option to come through that smoke.
Have they put more throw pillars in the back? I feel like they're taunting us now.
Yeah, they're like, someone at the ENCE office is like, they keep talking about it, so stack them up.
Ship more. Get more pillows out there. 7-3. It's returned to a good first half for Astralis.
Yeah, still opportunity to recover for ENCE. Looking really good for Astralis though right now, although, I mean, you never want to drop the ball in the last 5 rounds, in the final third of the half.
BlameF is 16-3, just as a...
Yeah, he's done that quietly again, hasn't it? Wasn't there a game yesterday where he had like a crazy like 18-2 and we were like, oh, there we are. Yeah, he's doing a great job. BlameF caught out in the open, still finds the kill. Madden as well, didn't want to swing for it. Player on catwalk, I think player and connector as well. A lot of pressure. That means the A hit has to be impactful, but Farlig's got a great angle, and Glaive's already back to defend. Hades with 1. He's surely going to go down now as Farlig just holds it, and that's nice and easy.
I mean, the initial flashbang against BlameF in the middle looked like it was going to be decent, but he just recovered the vision in time, and they couldn't really get the round back from that point on. 8-3, man.
It's hard for Madden. You could see he wanted to swing to trade BlameF. It's Glaive who is in connector, who like showed presence and shot a few bullets that really stopped Madden from swinging wide. And then just never a clean fight for him. He even got one creeping up in the smoke on catwalk, so he was surely going to go down. Like at the most, that would have been 1 for 1. Astralis doing a great job. And now that ENCE is just getting brutally beat up with any kind of attempt at mid-control, back to an A execute.
Already losing Snappy again. These kind of rushes on the T side really rely on getting that opening kill to create space. Once that doesn't happen, you just very likely can't actually get enough control. Maybe you can still get the bomb plant down here, but it's going to be real hard to hold afterwards. We'd love to steal a rifle, maybe even a little bit of utility if you get really lucky, but that opening kill for Farlig, and he is real far back, and he's getting some backup here as well, so they're not going to be able to catch him that easily. Hades sneaking around the smoke, but they're so aware of it. They know what's coming. Nice enough trade, but that might be the only kill they get here. Spinks looking for a headshot. It's not going to happen. It'll be 9-3 and a well-executed retake for Astralis.
Yeah, you nailed it. Finding a kill in there is so important for ENCE in that kind of a situation. The bomb plant's nice, but at this point, obviously, you're hungry for a few more rounds on the board. And at Farlig, sinking that deep into CT spawn is massive. I think he even had an AK-47 join up with him eventually, but was watching from far back to make sure nobody could close that gap.
Yeah, if we had to rate Farlig, I mean, we don't have that much data yet, but that also shows some good understanding. He kind of knows that if we lose CT spawn, actually, that's maybe one. Yeah, that's one of the few ways that ENCE could win the round.
Yeah, but once you control those stairs on the T side, the retake becomes so difficult. It's a little crossfire.
Double up now.
Double up, of course. Config with the other one.
Gives him that deep ankle in the B hallways, which I mean, again, it's a lot to work with. You can see how far away Sip is moving because of this position. So just a lot to work with for Astralis. It keeps getting better and better.
Yeah, and he's got Molotov and smoke config as well. If he ever feels like he's in trouble or under pressure, can just back off and deny access to the choke point. Farlig in connector, looking underpass. Didn't have the timing on the scope, but Xyp9x found Madden.
He did, and if they were near B, maybe they could try and do something about it because they realize Sip is getting that kill, but they're so far away that even if they make that call, they can't really use it for anything. Farlig, very adventurous, scoped up walking. He couldn't see anything there by the boxes, so Snappy will get the kill. 55 seconds, and I think ENCE at this point, they need to start picking up some rounds here. Even a man down, it's so important they win this one.
It's actually fine. That's a good round from Farlig. Coming back, picking off the Palace player. You know, likely it's just a lurk. There's going to be nobody else. Him and Glaive were trying to aggress, but Snappy's never going to expect Glaive to be following up the ult play. Oh, great from Dia, but there it is exactly. Why would you ever expect it, Glaive? About to save the round, swings out and grabs the final one. Beautiful work from the Astralis captain.
Nicely done. Yeah, I mean, like you said, just not expecting it, not ready for it. Dia frustrated. This otherwise, when that double opening towards jungle was everything they needed to win the round. And it gets stolen away. Smooth work. 10-3. I think we talked about this yesterday. It would be almost too much to ask for this Astralis lineup to start to come together now. This is like the perfect point in the calendar year for this lineup to actually work. So if that is in fact what's happening, well then we're gonna move into an even more interesting season of Counter-Strike than we thought. It's already looking good, but it could be even better apparently. Config with a double ult kill to try and defend the bomb site with. Madden goes down as BLAST will spray every single last one of them down.
Yeah, this is rough. This is really, really rough for ENCE. They're not getting anything they want. You're exactly right. Not just like, I mean, the performances of Astralis that are now starting to be impressive. Remember, this is the map they were dominant on yesterday again to close out that series.
Yeah.
But also the fact that their map pool is now starting to feel a little bit better, a little bit more confidence across a number of maps.
And they're having a really great time. So it's all coming together somehow. Second map, obviously Ancient. Right now, ENCE, if they want a chance of even battling on this map, they definitely need to win this round. They absolutely need to win the pistol in the second half.
This map pool is just so comfortable for Astralis.
Yeah.
Mirage, Ancient, Nuke, they like all three of those. Dia. Ooh, misses the opportunity. Too many misses. And there's BLAST to punish him. And then just disappears. That's like the third or fourth time I feel in this half he's just been able to peek out window, grab a kill, and just slip away.
Sure, Dia isn't doing it, but attempting to ask his teammates in there, where was everyone else? You know, I was battling all these places. Is no one holding window? What's happening? But
they just didn't. It just seemed like they didn't collectively have the timing on when that smoke was going to clear.
Yeah, probably not.
So impromptu pinch onto the B bomb site. Two players huddled up in ladder room, ready on catwalk to turn the corner. Excuse me, that's a third player coming underpass Hades. It's just Madden on catwalk. So 3 in the upper tunnels.
This can work really well if they get just the right opening against either Config or Sip. But again, if they get slowed down, it's not going to be quite the same. Snappy swings out and he finds Config. It's a great start. Snappy kind of did his job, but Sip is back here. Oh my god, and he wipes them all out. A quad kill to end the half with. Amazing work for Astralis, and they are primed to win this first map. We'll see if they can in the second half right after this.
Come on! Gotta get no one gets 50. Ikke noget B. Står lige med naden.
Der er ikke noget slisker der, Jabs.
Gå B. Gå B nu. Kommer nu.
Nader? Ej, jeg trækker, Lukas.
Hop ud vinduet.
Ud vindue.
Ja, okay. Okay. 2 ud, 2 ud. En mere. 2 mere.
Par kort.
Par kort. P-ups. Begge. Low.
Holder bil. Pik min. Står godt.
Sygt.
Sind. Sygt, find jeg. Jeg fælder min date,
Gjort det.
Zip's like, yeah, I know. It blew up on me.
I feel like up until the end, at least, I don't know why they were communicating that much. Everyone kind of knew they said car like a million times, I think. But regardless, they seem really calm. Like this is the kind of communication that, where you think, okay, this is actually looking really good. You can see another B rush. We got more grenades than last time, so I guess they're gonna smoke the market. Probably try and smoke one of the two sides of the pillar, and then just go for it. Jumping right down, and no one's defending. You mentioned this in the first pistol. 3 people defending this time, basically none. And Madden's already gone down. Blamer's out hunting. He's working on his 25th kill right now towards that catwalk position. Snappy's gone down, and Config is relentless. He's actually, instead of defending the after plant, he's out hunting already. He's ready to fight. Finally taking a fight with Diha here towards the market, but there's not much ENCE can do to win this round right now. 2 versus 4, and the bomb is already planted.
Yeah, and you got to feel for him to a certain degree, just a blind call. That was just the perfect call Astralis had, just a fast play towards the B bomb site for the defense that was being set up. ENCE was way more focused on middle, and I mean, what can you really do when your only defender is all the way at catwalk? By the time you rotate over, bomb site's lost, smokes downs on catwalk, there's nowhere you can go. Looking like Astralis is gonna speedrun Mirage. ENCE's pick.
That's the way to do it. Don't even let them in the game, just before they really get a good feel for it.
Yeah, and on one level, I don't even feel bad that I got everyone on the ENCE hype train just in time for this.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Just selling it to us, and then
selling a dream.
Comes the rug pull right after.
Oh yeah.
Like, oh.
I'm going down with the ship though, so.
That's true. It would have been. I guess that would have been.
I should have just swapped it up at the end. That would have been beautiful. That would have been the great play. I've really missed an opportunity there. I've let everyone down.
We'll learn from this in the future. I think that would have been really good. That would have been the ultimate play.
All right.
13-3. We have some pistols upgraded. Why not? Some armor behind it too. ENCE are fighting for a miracle at this stage. Madden's gone down already, and Config enough bullets in the Galil that he can afford to throw some of them into the smoke.
Ooh. There's a good shot. At least 1 kill. Config comes through. Able to hold on to top con. Only 1 more player that he's got to deal with. I mean, there's just too many weapons keeping these guys at bay. Even with the kill, there's no progress forward. Hades is going to go down. Snappy's gone down. Diha falls last. And 14-3. 11-round lead.
Yeah, speed running is the correct phrase for him.
What was the score at one point? It was 3-3 or 4-3? Because I mean, it has to have been like a 10-round run at this point for Astralis.
Yeah, they tied it up at 3-3.
10-11 rounds straight.
I'm pretty sure that's what happened. It's so wild.
Yeah. Okay then. Yeah, there's another game. Another time on casting an Astralis game on Mirage where you just kind of run out of ways to describe their dominance.
Maybe we can just enjoy it. We don't have to describe it so much.
Okay.
We were just witnesses to what's happening. Shot from Sip against Hades all the way back there, but really ENCE are just hoping to get something through the smoke, which I mean that is a stretch. I don't blame them for trying. You have to do something.
Ooh, that's a decent enough tag. Actually, Astralis having a really tough time getting this bomb planted. It's stuck in the corner. Stuck behind the boxes. Someone's going to have to get him out of there. blamF has the most HP. Everyone else is really susceptible to the 2 scouts that are picked up. Good jump over. Good kill on it. And still one player hiding in the back. blamF now stepping up to the plate to get involved in the action, and they need him.
It's hard for them to guess that Farlig's back there because they've already got 1 kill in that corner. So in their minds, just because of the stress especially, it might be hard to think about the fact that there's a second player back there. Dihan out, unfortunately, on his own. So slowing it down for Astralis really helped out. And they got some of the fights that they needed here.
I think this round, if you're Astralis, you're at 15, right? It's 15-3. I think you just send blamF out wherever he wants to go. Tell him you're not ending the game until he gets 30 kills.
Yeah.
Because it's been 18 rounds. That's it. And he's at 28 frags. Get him to 30.
Really absurd, isn't it? Really absurd. How do you deal with that? This is what I think most people, everyone probably had in mind when blamF and Config joined this team. And then that's really didn't happen at all. But the fact that it's happening now with a little bit of a delay, still pretty damn cool.
No, but I think, you know, I think one of the oh, there's 29. Hold the phone on the thought. There's 30. He's got him. Perfect.
He's winning the map on his own. Oh, it's ridiculous. He's taking out Madness while I can't believe it, Jason. What an incredible power performance from Astralis here.
31-5.
Yeah.
I was going to say, I mean, it's kind of cool that they had, I mean, we all knew when Astralis had that great run when this lineup first came together at the BLAST finals last year, and then just kind of disappeared off the map and weren't all that impressive. We knew there was going to have to be some shuffling, figuring out how to make this team work, and obviously, as you mentioned earlier, peaking at the perfect moment here at the BLAST Showdown in a bid to make it to the finals in Lisbon. That's a beautiful first map from Astralis.
Yeah. ENCE not even really getting warmed up. They had a couple of chances to get maybe some more rounds, but blamF just had enough. So what a way to get started on the opening map here. ENCE, they tried to do something, but Astralis, they ended up silencing them.
Yeah. Oh, that's pretty good.
We're gonna go to a break, and then we'll be back with the second map.
I played since 2001. I started in a basement. Now we're getting salary flying across the whole world. Giving that back to fans who made this sport a possibility, because if there's no viewers, I wouldn't live my dream today.
I think Counter-Strike belongs in arenas, to be honest. The entertainment product, the sport, it's just living when the roar of the crowd is firing through the stadium.
I think that the Danish CSGO fans are definitely crazy, but in a good way.
754 days we've been without a stage, without a stadium, without a crowd. But now BLAST is finally back where we belong.
This feeling cannot be explained. The electric atmosphere, the rumble of the stage, the roar of the crowd, all eyes on you. The wait is over as we return to the only way Counter-Strike truly should be played. Nothing compares to LAN.
Blink and you'd miss a lightning performance from Astralis. Another absolute domination on Mirage to net the win 16-3. A massacre is the only way I think I can describe what we just saw, Jacob.
That was Astralis absolutely manhandling ENCE from start to finish in this game. I'm not even sure what I witnessed right here. blamF throwing his headset, leaving the chair, understandably so, dropping 31 kills in a game against ENCE on Mirage. ENCE's map pick. Let's not forget that. ENCE chose Mirage coming in against Astralis, and just like NIP, they just absolutely battered their opponents.
It didn't even look hard. There was just no challenge throughout this entire map, and you can see it from the smiles on the entirety of Astralis' faces throughout that. It looked like they were just, you know, coming in for some MM, having some fun.
Yeah, blamF was just on skates around the map. I mean, they couldn't catch him, they couldn't find him, they couldn't predict him, they couldn't understand him either. He was playing a whole different game than they were.
I think we do have to go back to the first half, though, because, you know, we were coming into this and there was a particular moment where we thought ENCE were going to be able to gain some momentum off, but that was literally all they had in the tank.
Yeah, we have a bit of an equal play for you guys, where ENCE actually did a good job, you know, facilitating themselves with the Deagles and with the Tech 9s. Starting out with Snappy here, finding a nice pick on towards blamF. One of the few deaths he had in the game had to be a shot like that. Note that down. Now, a very messy round. We're going to jump a little bit left, right, and center. We see Snappy boosting up Madden here. We're going to visit him later. Then Dyha all of a sudden finds himself a kill on Glaive. Farley gets a refrag right here, but Madden, who was boosted up inside the window by Snappy, is now in position to take down Config. So a set around that is happening all over, and I don't think Astralis actually knew what was going to happen in this one. Farley, unfortunately, not aware that there's another player inside window right here. Madden with another Tech 9 kill, and that's basically it. The round is done and dusted for Astralis. Even Sip right here with a bit of a failed spray gets taken down by Sphinx, and I thought to myself, okay, that's an eco win right here. That's a momentum booster. That's a momentum builder for ENCE. They won the next 2 rounds as well. The score is 3-3, and we have a game on our hand. From that point onwards, ENCE didn't win a round. You know, 3-3 till 16-3, and ENCE just got absolutely destroyed. I thought this was it, but even this was not enough to, I guess, shake Astralis just a tiny bit.
Yeah, we couldn't have literally been more wrong thinking that that was going to be a momentum shifter for ENCE to be getting back into things. And as you aptly pointed out, Nifty, I think blamF was a huge, huge reason why ENCE had just no chance of getting back into this map.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, he's a magician. You know, this has to be one of the most valuable players that we have in Counter-Strike right now. I mean, not only does this guy need a lot of space in real life, but he needs a lot of space in the server as well, because you can see the way he moves around and he just asserts himself into these situations. I mean, he consistently finds these pockets of success all around the map and then instantly repositions. I mean, we were talking about it in the green room. This guy's always good for 2, and I had even mentioned that it seems like in the last 5 to 7 bullets of the clip, he even finds himself a 3rd with a headshot. I mean, how beautiful is this player?
He's so good at Counter-Strike. There's no 2 ways around it, right? People call him baiNF. In this game, he was involved in 6 opening duels. He won 5 of those. He was being aggressive. He was seeking for the duels 24/7. He's playing off the contact very well off Siblings on the B-bomb side as well. And as you see throughout this highlight package, he gets kills everywhere. It's not one position like on Overpass during the RMR event where he was just in connector 24/7. On Mirage, he's roaming around on the B-bomb side, towards middle, towards A. He's being aggressive, he's taking the duels, and he's winning every single one of those. Massive, massive performance by blamF, aka baiNF. Call him what you want. He's a superstar right now.
Yeah, he was absolutely on fire in the first map of this series. I like that you pointed out the fact that, you know, the comparison to Overpass. That's something that you brought up in the green room, Nifty. The fact that you could see similarities to what we saw at that RMR event and just how he was poking, prodding ENCE in this matchup. But as PIMP said, kind of a bit more proactive in terms of how much he could move over the map, which is the nature of Mirage.
Yeah, poking and prodding is the perfect explanation for it, actually. But this was a total rinse and repeat from the RMR map on Overpass. I mean, he did the same thing on CT side. This guy is probably actually the best CT-sided player that we have in the game right now, it feels like. Maybe that's too much credit, but I don't know. I don't know what too much is here. I mean, this guy's performances are over the top.
He's up there, right? Together with the rest of the squad from Astralis as well. One thing I noted when Astralis played against NIP was the fact they won more or less every single opening duels worth anything. I think they went 12 for 5 against NIP. In this game, they went 14 for 4, or 14 for 5, sorry, in opening duels. ENCE never had it, right? You saw the one opening duel they got was Snappy with a Deagle against blamF. Outside of that, only 4 times did they manage to get the first kill, and only twice they managed to convert that. If you don't get the opening kill on a map like Mirage, you will be run over. You need to be able to, I guess, win that duel against blamF, win that duel against Config, and they didn't at any point.
I'd love to make a point off of that, because I think that one solution that could be offered here for ENCE on their T side was using Hades with the op more. Because when you have a player on the other side who's just running around, he's in middle, he's in underpass, he's in B, he's in connector, he's in A ramp, he's everywhere. He's fighting you on all parts of the map. Slow down your default, take Hades with the op and let him search. Even if he doesn't punish BlameF himself, he can punish another player on the map making a mistake, and that causes BlameF to make another rotation where then you can exploit it on the other side of the map.
And I agree with that, and I just want to follow up on that point as well, but it's tough, right, for Hades. It's tough for ENCE to bang on that fact, because Blame is not a sheer aggressor. He's not a conflict type of player or a Madden type of player who's going all up in your face, where all of a sudden you'll find him in T-spawn 20 seconds into the round. It's this like calculated aggression, you know, I like to call it mid-round aggression, where you go out middle, but you stay, you know, close to connector, so you can always fall back. He always plays with a bit of a safety net, which is why people like to say that he's baiting or he's playing a bit too safe. He has boundaries, he has balance to his play, and that's why he's so tough to punish and so tough to find on the server.
And it's going to be an even more taller task for ENCE coming into the second map of this series. Of course, Astralis' pick coming into things is going to be the grounds of Ancient, which I guess is a bold pick if you're Astralis, because we have seen some strength coming out of ENCE on this. I feel like it's a statement for them saying, we are the better team on this map, and we're going to prove it to you.
It's them saying, we don't care. We don't care about how Spinx has been performing on this map. We know how strong Astralis is on this map, BlameF and Cave, and look at the form that he's in right now. I can only imagine the CT side that they're going to get, but they are going to have to start on T side first, so I think the player that we would be looking towards first would be Config. Can he do a repeat of how he's been playing at this event so far on Ancient?
It's going to be tough. It's going to be very, very tough for ENCE. Astralis right now, to my understanding, are one of the best teams in the world on Ancient. Since mid of February, they played it 13 times, only lost it twice. They won 11 of those games, and the 2 losses they have is against Na'Vi and against players, you know, one of the best teams or 2 of the best teams in the entire world. Otherwise, they beat their opponents every single time on this map. So if ENCE wants to stay alive and have a chance of qualifying for Lisbon, they have to step up massively right now.
I know we don't normally do predictions up here on the desk. We do save those for the socials, but do you see kind of any hope of ENCE getting back into this series, considering, you know, what kind of a massacre they were delivered on that first
There is a hope, and that is Astralis T-side not working out. I feel like we discussed it a couple of times up here. It kind of falls down to Config playing well or not. If a Config is not having one of those games where he's going to run out and open up the map, then the Astralis T-side on Ancient can fall a little bit flat. We do know that Astralis most likely will start on the T-side as well, as it is their map pick, so I could be worried in that sense. No forgetting about the fact that ENCE is also a very solid Ancient team. We see them play it at a high level. Spinx in particular is a massacre on this one as well. So there is a chance for ENCE, but as I said, Astralis, they used to win on it.
Yeah, I don't think we can forget that we do have some of the best digital mercenaries in the server right now. And when it comes to ENCE, I don't think Spinx is going to give up easily. I think we're going to see at least 10+ rounds from ENCE here, but with an Astralis win, so we'll see it 2-0.
Well, we've been talking a lot about the individuals, and you guys can have your say over on Twitter. We do have our MERSC MVP, which you guys can head on over to vote for. 3 players still standing in contention. We've got BlameF, we've got Spinx, and we've got Config. Jacob, who would you be voting for? Or who is your vote going to go for over on Twitter?
I mean, the recency bias right now towards BlameF is hard to move around. I think him and Config right now have been the 2 best players so far. Spinx as well, obviously up there. Yeah. It could be decided here in Ancient. You know, whoever those 2 plays the best is probably going to be the MVP.
Well, you do have just during Ancient to be deciding who you're going to be voting for. Head on over to Twitter to do that. But we do need to jump into the second map of this best of 3 series. It is Astralis' pick coming into things. One more map separates them potentially from grasping that spot in Lisbon. We're going to be jumping into it after this.
3, 2, 1. Blame F. F movement. Who between you is the best CS player? Easy question, man. Change my mind. Okay, I'm ready. You ready? Oh my god. I said him, Cap, just kidding, no Cap. Insane. Boom. Config is the better. He's not, he's gonna do this because he wants some fans love, but for real he is better. I love my fans and I love BlameF, so I love Config. The worst dancer. Oh. What did you say? I said me to the stars. Hashtag to the stars. I'm a horrible dancer, but I think because I'm so big, honestly, I think it's hard for me to, like, you know, get the good moves flowing. I think you can if you just go to dance school. Maybe, yeah. Maybe if I get some drinks in or something, maybe it'll be easier then. I'm usually sober at parties as well, so it's just awful. Who tells the best jokes? I honestly think... You really want? No, I'm typing stuff.
Writing essay. Okay, I'm ready. I wrote 50-50. Benya wins.
I wrote even Steven. That's pretty good.
Yeah,
that was pretty good.
No, not really. It's not. You can't like get them for free. You know, you have to pay for that.
You used to be out in the backstage room eating with us and stuff. What's my favorite cheese plate already?
I wrote backstab late.
I played hot ego. But that was also a good one. That should only get a half a point.
Okay,
but that's pretty good as well. You should have wrote really late backstab.
Yeah, the latest.
The latest.
Quick first map. Blink, did you missed it? They would just speed ran that whole Mirage game. Astralis winning it heavily.
I mean, off the broad shoulders of blamF, what, he ended with 31 kills? Like, he was a one-man army throughout that game. You can see the odds changing massively for the whole series. And I mean, probably even just like by eye test of that performance from blamF, if he carries anything like that into this next map, like, it's over. But I think, I mean, one thing we should touch on before we get super live into this, because I think you actually asked the question earlier during this event when we were watching Astralis play and Config play.
I've been looking forward to this.
You were like, please, give me Config, give me Spinks, in an action to control mid on Ancient. That is the head-to-head duel to look out for in this. The star players of both teams controlling that same position on both sides of the map.
That was actually my nightmare for today, was that they would have picked Mirage, or sorry, Ancient as the third map, and we somehow never got to it. So either way, I'm excited for this because both teams have been playing really well, and now we're going to see how it plays out. Astralis on the T side, ENCE on the CT side. They lean towards the B bomb side, but they swiftly divert with a flashbang to take down Snappy in the Jaguar tunnel. That's a good start and a 4-on-5 victory here, at least for Astralis right now. They can control a lot of the map, and I wonder if ENCE are going to go looking for some information now.
That's such a brutal flashbang. That is game planned by Astralis the whole way. Oh, they just started rotating away from the B bomb site. I don't know if they're going to be in great position. Hades is activated. Needs one more. Needs one more. He knows double doors. One's coming. Counter flash. He's blinded, and Config with the dualies is going to hold on to the bomb site.
He's doing it all. There's no stopping him now. He's thinking about it. The dualies are back in action. He's got so many bullets, but finally Spinks will take him down. Very important. And first kill in that battle goes to Spinks, so it's worth keeping an eye on there. blamF with one good kill, but Spinks has shown up, and he's going to try and get more. Sip is very low on health. He's going to be found, and they'll have enough time for the defuse as well. Nicely done from ENCE. Not easy.
That's a perfect round to highlight how you live by config, die by config at times. Like, he had about a million opportunities to just back away as he sees the smokes fading, as he knows the timing is coming, had to reload, and he's still looking for fights and just kind of gets caught. Doesn't find anything clean and never expected Spinks to be up in that corner. If he just backs away and plays in cave, plays behind the bomb pillar, then all of a sudden you can have some kind of a crossfire. But once he goes down, every single one of his teammates is kind of locked in various odd positions.
Yeah, and I think...
But you also don't necessarily want to contain that too much.
I agree. I mean, and there's been other players like that in the past. I mean, this might be now almost a little bit of an ancient reference, but JW is sort of a similar thing. You have to know sometimes you're going to be playing that round 4 and 5 because JW ran for the smoke too.
Yeah, he's going to win you around like that, and he's going to lose you around like that every once in a while.
Yeah, which I think if the rest of the team is not mentally calibrated for that eventuality, that's going to really suck. Then everyone's going to be annoyed. But if you all know that it could happen, then maybe it's not so bad. Setting expectations, important. Config sneaking through the Deagle in the middle. We saw Config when they played this the last time have so much mid control that it was almost, I mean, it's hard to imagine he's going to be able to do that again necessarily.
And we've seen ENCE in some of their previous matches throughout this showdown aggressively take control of middle, you know, from donut, from top stairs, and even from lane over outside the B bomb site. So, I mean, as the gun rounds come in, I imagine we're going to see a lot more of a battle in this part of the map. Okay. Snappy goes down. I imagine that's through the corner of a box.
Yeah, I mean, it must have been, right? Yeah, I have to assume that it wasn't a clean wallbang, but he did at least see him. I'm hoping. Dia in CT spawn, trying to defend it. Some interesting jiggle peeking going on from Farley there that actually gets in the kill on Dia. And we're still in a 4-on-3, but they're running out of time right now on the Astralis side.
Oh no, that timing.
Yeah, that is horrible. 80s has gone down. Madden's shown up. Maybe the only one that can win this round right now for ENCE. He's trying to do the best that he can with the MP9, and he's being real effective, trying to swap into the dualies. And I wonder if he did enough. Spinks has shown up currently with no nades and no kit. Yeah, that's a problem. Going to be the full 10 seconds right now. Doesn't seem like there's one on the ground either, but he's sneaking up, trying to find it. He's in the crossfire. He almost transfers it right away, and if he had the kit now, man, he could put so much pressure on blamF, but he just has to stay alive, and he can't. Instant headshot. Well played from Spinks. They needed that round.
Yeah, I think blamF is expecting Spinks to kind of stay put after tapping that defuse, not slide out the way he did. That's very close. Spinks was just one bullet away from the deagle, so saves the day. Massive. Let's see this one. Ooh. I don't even know. I'm assuming he saw. I'm just going to go ahead and guess that he saw him on his screen.
Probably. Maybe.
I would hope so.
Yeah.
It seemed like he was even surprised to get the kill, though. Still, great round for Astralis. You get the bomb plant, you kill 4, put pressure on the economy right out of the gate.
Yeah.
And able to buy up AK-47s with full utility on everyone, so can't be too upset if you're Astralis. Looks like we're going to get that clash in middle. Although Config slow pace to open things up. Mahone highlighted it yesterday. It all depends on spawns for Config.
Yeah, that is a good point. He did do a good job breaking that down. And everything else this whole tournament's been fantastic, actually. Glaive right at the corner. Tension, awkward position if the right flashbang comes in. Try and see if he can set the Molotov. He's so aware that there could be someone sneaking in there. And Spinks is waiting for, I'm not even sure what, a flashbang or just some timing? It just pre-fires it. And that, I don't know, it seemed like there were some opportunities there. Hades is in as the third man in that fight. But at that range with the MP9, he's not going to be able to really stick around for much longer, and he'll back away.
Yeah, and that puts a lot of pressure on Dia. He's now the only person who's able to watch middle and watch the A bomb site, so he's just kind of jumping around trying to find the right position at the right time. Good kill from Hades. Glaive didn't expect the aggression, and that's a massive, massive catch from Dia. Brings it into a 3-on-3. They're equalizing frag. And Farlig, you have choices. Do you want to try and push up middle, or do you want to try and take over this A bomb site? Open up an option for your teammates.
Look at that. Ooh, they're going to be found again. Hades doing so much work. He got caught in the beginning and could have been dead right away, but he stuck around, and now he's got a double kill, and he slowed him down. I think they wanted to sneak into the Jaguar tunnel, have Farlig put a little bit of pressure on A, and then actually just catch them as they rotate back out of B. Now there's only 24 seconds. They're going to catch Farlig, and it means blamF is on his own with 20 seconds. He almost has to get this kill and put the bomb down right away before Madden shows up. And I think even the window for that is closing every single second right now. 10 of them left, by the way. He's going to try and go for it. Smokes up. Oh, yeah. He's so dead. Hades saving the round with just an MP9.
Hades got away with a lot that round. He was able to just kind of roam and find individual kills. That's one Astralis will be upset to give away. That was a 5-on-3 at one point. And Hades able to get one. Sneak away. Dia able to get one. Fall back. No trades at all from the Astralis side. And even catching Zipix off guard. Just perfectly played from Hades. 3-0 for ENCE's defense. Money still tight. This is one they know they'll be going up against probably pistols and armors, but still, even that being said, this is one that they want to use to grow some of that bank. blamF with the Hero AK-47 to try and find one kill. Try and force 1 to 2 rebuys. See if you can open up something more.
Yeah.
And he can't.
Nope, not quite there with him. You understand the idea, though. And D-Hard, pretty common position. Still very hard to spot for the T side. Not that accurate on the spray right there. Hades going to be showing up with the AWP. Didn't take the first shot, just waited for a better opportunity. And he got it.
Yeah, Astralis might have to fall back from this A idea. Farleg's getting the opportunity to peek in. He's dinked up. He backs away now. Those footsteps will be heard as well. 2 players in Donut, 2 players in the A bomb site. So wrapping around to mid. This is well protected, and it's Spinks.
A little bit awkward when you start to miss that spray initially, and you have to re-engage it. It never really feels good. But they're so low on health on the T side that don't think they're going to be doing much. And actually, finally, ENCE gets a survive with some rifles.
Yeah, 4 players alive.
If I had to rank all the players that we've seen so far in the tournament for who I would like to watch, just as in who I enjoy watching play the game, not necessarily who's going to be the most efficient or whatever, I think right now, Haiti is probably going to be in my top 3.
Okay.
I actually really enjoy, especially like the intense moments that he gets put in.
Seems calm and collected.
Yeah. Sometimes that's just that feels like such a rare thing.
Yeah.
I'm becoming a fan of it.
Okay. Yeah, I enjoy Hades. I enjoy this team quite obviously. Spinks in the cubby. Config not working his way out of that smoke quite yet. But it looks like Spinks is going to have some attention. He does have Snappy controlling lane behind him. Good kill. Good kill to peek hard before that smoke fades, before Config's going to have the backup of Glaive.
Sneaking in. There's a lot of angles when you're out here in the middle, obviously. Could get peeked from 3 or 4 different positions, especially because his teammates actually don't have control of the sort of pathway into the B bomb site, so he could have even been peeked from there for all we know.
And Spinks has just gone so quiet. If you're Astralis, you think he's fallen all the way back at this point.
Yeah.
Viha's going to be at the top of the stairs to maybe bait and pull some players into him, but because he went passive, Snappy also backed away from lane. He'll be deeper into the B bomb site. Madden just jiggling for a delay smoke.
Yeah, nicely done. Didn't overpeak it. Yeah. You're absolutely, he's been, I mean, for at least 30 seconds, he was just hiding in that corner, and they were not ready for it. Glaive comes back, but he's going to lose the fight, and Astralis, they're in so much trouble. Less than 30 seconds now. They can't really go back to the A-bomb site. They kind of just have to power on through. And there's 3 people defending. None of this seems like it's going to be possible for them to win on any level. A little bit of wall bang, but they don't really find Madden in there. 17 seconds on the clock, and this defense is looking powerful for ENCE. They needed the return. They needed a little bit of a comeback from what happened on that first map, and now they actually are off to a good start on Ancient.
Yeah, the only way was to clean up Madden pretty much in the initial fight. They needed him out of that position, but when that doesn't happen, it's all gone. Even then, it was going to be a tough affair. So, first real glimpse at what Spinks versus Config in middle is going to look like, and this time, at least in the early going, Spinks is up 1-0 in these engagements. He controlled mid that whole round. Constantly had information. Got a pair of kills on Config and Glaive. Timeout taken from Astralis as they're blanked so far, despite some close affairs.
What Spinks is doing in the middle there, by not showing himself, and I think you're right, kind of letting Astralis believe that he could have walked away to somewhere else. I wonder how many other maps you can easily do that on. And it feels like the kind of play that you're way less likely to make, because you usually whenever you're really anywhere on a map, you feel like you want to do things. You don't generally just want to sit still, right? You feel like I'm obligated to go be active and find out and shoot people, you know? Standing still for a long time can actually be real tricky.
Here's that play around the corner. First spawn for Xyp9x, finds the frag with the MAC-10, beats the Molotovs, beats the timing, Spinks with the rebuttal. And Config is very, very low, so the equalizer can be found quick. Astralis down to a half buy, upgraded pistols and armor, some utility. MAC-10 obviously on Config. Xyp had one as well. And Spinks making a very similar play from the previous round. Deja vu, but he still has no idea. The timing of Config popping out is just going to kill him for free.
Yeah, that's tough. Straight down, although Snappy's there on a bit of a return, so at least it's not that bad. They can keep the rifle on their side. Snappy has got some backup out here. Madden, he is now 8-1, make it 9. He's only died a single time. And remember, he was one of those players that had some real good games, amongst other things, on Ancient. So worth looking out for as well.
And this whole series in the semifinals was incredible. And this is when ENCE seemed their most dangerous, when not only obviously the mid control is important, but when they're able to control mid and have presence there, as well as controlling lane from outside the Jaguar position. When Snappy's able to pick and choose and have patience and have time and not get flustered picking between middle and lane, they get very, very dangerous. It becomes a very strong defense. This time 3 players open up in mid, putting out all the Molotovs and activating Spinks to push all the way down. BlameF is here pretty quick though.
Yes, he is. Oh, Sphinx, he's not happy about it. Yep, they jumped to try and look over, so that's why they were able to put some of those shots through. I'm not sure he's realizing what's happening on the other side there, but Glaive is actually being a real nuisance. Good spray down, and it actually was Glaive from the other side who got the kill and not BlameF pushing through the middle, so that's a little bit interesting. 4-on-4 though.
I'm surprised Sphinx kept up with that play. I mean, even with the information he's being shot at and spammed through the smoke, he even saw the jump, and it's all falling apart now for ENCE. Oh man, Snappy can recover, holds the line. First headshot is his. No zip is to the right, knows they're an AWPer on the B ramp as well, and he's going to reaggress. He's going to take the risk. This is everything. This could turn the round back.
Yeah, but timing has to be perfect here for Snappy. He needs to not just get the kill, but actually stay alive afterwards. And the longer this goes on, the worse it gets, because they're walking up behind him to eventually put the bomb down, and that'll kind of force his hand. Oh, he goes for it, and he finds Sip. That is a huge frag right there. See if ENCE can actually steal this away. One of the best rounds so far for Astralis. A real chance for them to finally get on the board, and they needed a lot. Trying to get out the tunnel now. There's only a smoke on Farley. Difficult to put it up, though, and he's going to go down. Misses the AWP. Shot, and Glaive is low on health. He gets the one, but now they know where he is, and Madden comes in for the kill and the clutch.
He got spammed. Yeah, Farley's going to be upset that he gets picked off there. He's going to feel like that's a shot he absolutely should have had, but Glaive gets spammed right before they come out. That's so brutal.
Yeah.
Great retake. Great performance from Snappy. Just courageously holding on to Jaguar as long as humanly possible, winning a pair of fights, and then even towards the end, revealing the position of the last player. Sacrificing himself so Madden can be set up for the final kill for the 1v1 clutch. And ENCE still have not allowed Astralis to take a single round.
Yeah, they're shutting it down.
Mid hasn't been an issue.
I think surely Astralis at some point must also be thinking about going direct A, but it feels like until they can actually control mid and outside of B, that might just feel like it's too obvious. Like they almost have to establish some control.
Yeah.
But they're running out of rounds to do that with, really.
And I mean, that's such a great...
Oh no.
Oh dear, okay. I don't... Yeah, I don't know how that happened, but I mean, he'll take that. Flashes out, Snappy maintaining aggression. They have Diha in the bomb site, and Sphinx is down mid, so he can kind of come up, and if he wants to be risky, if he can ignore middle and hop up towards lane, he can do almost a little impromptu bait and switch, but he's backing off as well. I was going to say that kind of goes right at the strength of ENCE, that concept you just brought up, when they're so good at controlling lane, so good at controlling middle.
Yeah, and...
That's a very, like, heads-on approach, right?
Yeah, they've been winning that fight for 7 rounds in a row, so if Astralis want to do that before they try to go for something that's more A-heavy...
This is a round Astralis, like, really just can't lose, and I think they're going to get a gift here. It looks like we're going to get Diha pushing up. The question is, how far does he want to... Oh, that's a huge win. That's a huge win, and they've even started rotating Sphinx over to be in position for when Diha falls. He wants one more... Ooh, good shutdown from Config, and Astralis should have their first round of the opening half.
Yeah, for Hades, I don't think it's worth it. They have some money in the bank, but I mean... You would be relying on shots of the smoke with the AWP to try and turn it into a 1 versus 2, and then you still probably can't win the round, so... Better to back on out slowly. First round. Long time coming for Astralis, but they do get the job done at the very least. It was funny, though, the way that Madden managed to peak this early on. I enjoyed that. Complete confusion. Everyone flashed. Yeah, dangerous right here. 1-7.
Ooh, it's not bad.
That's the kind of config you want to see on this map that we haven't seen as much of as we would want.
Well, I mean, you think of it too, from what we've seen Config that's able to accomplish on Ancient, you know, there's a bunch of things that ENCE hasn't really had to deal with. Like, obviously, without the kind of mid control they haven't been able to establish, he's never been able to push up those mid stairs, really become a nuisance for the rotations right outside CT spawn. He hasn't been able to flank around the A bomb site, which we saw a couple times in the previous Ancient game. He hasn't been able to position himself in Donut to be able to kind of stab towards the A bomb site on a timing. Yeah. There's a lot of plays off of mid control that Astralis haven't been able to get to, that ENCE hasn't even had to worry about yet.
Apart from the one round where they tried to take some deagles to the A bomb site, have they even gone there? I don't think they have.
No. I think they've been dead focused on establishing the fact and just letting ENCE know we can take control of lane over towards the B bomb site, but that hasn't panned out yet. They haven't really convincingly done it.
Not in the least.
Previous round that they won is probably the first time where they've come out on top of those fights. 7-1. Freeze time coming to an end, live into round number 9.
Yeah, they need to build right now behind this. It's not at all too late for Astralis to still have a pretty good first half. That's really worth mentioning. 7-1, obviously, on a lot of other maps would have been completely devastating, but on some level, this map does allow you to you know, if they get a couple of rounds here, especially with the economy on ENCE the way that it is, they can actually go quite a bit of a distance here. So we'll see if they're going to be able to or not. Hades set up with the AWP. That's an aggressive scope at that range.
Yeah, he stepped in front of the Molotov. Good timing, just double scoped, and Spinks is going to add Zipix on top of it. He's even going to turn around, grab Glaive. Snappy obliterates them in lane. Great holds from ENCE. That worked perfectly. Oh, it's a bit crazy. Oh, that's fortunate, and he's got another one.
See what I'm saying?
Yeah. I'm glad he got a style for you there. Support your point.
He can do a lot. I'm enjoying it.
Okay.
Find it to be cool to watch. They cannot win even the initial, let's call it like the staging area that you need to execute into a bomb site. Even if their executes were bad, they don't even get to do them. Like they're not even in a position where they can throw the nades into the bomb site.
Yeah, this has been awesome. You wanted the Spinks config battle. It's Spinks coming out on top of it. That time, obviously, was some help from Hades. Perfect. Everything going according to plan for ENCE. Astralis? I don't want to speak out of school here. Maybe a little stumped at this point in the game. All 5 players outside of B waiting for the utility to subside. Obviously going to be some kind of an execute. Here come the nades. Smoke is out. Nade is out as well.
Oh, they bounced that HE right off the totem pole. That actually was very effective. 3 versus 5, and again, there's a lot of presence here at the B bomb side. Now everybody's confused. Snappy went into the smoke while he was reloading and then came back out to get the kill. Nothing that Fali could do here. A 9-1 lead for ENCE and an absolute shutdown.
That's such a cool, yet like not even that difficult smoke just off the pillar at the B bomb site, off the default plant pillar. Because it pops so shallow, so like there's no chance they're gonna beat it, and then it plumes, and there's only one guy who's able to see outside of the smoke. BlameF can't trade, nobody else can. Diha and Snappy, they kind of fool around with it afterwards. It's perfect.
And if you throw it deeper towards the ramp, it's actually risky, because if it lands a little bit on the ramp, it can actually bounce further down, and then suddenly it becomes really shallow, which might not be what you want. They're gonna try and go for it again, and more grenades are on the ramp, but they do make it through in a good fashion this time. Madden gets caught trying to retreat back. Snappy's taking the fight here. They want to see if they can bring him down. Sip through the smoke will get the job done. Oh, Spam is here, but he's behind the totem pole on the other side, so at least not able to get caught right away. 3 on 3 as they catch Diha, and they're ready on the other side. An unlikely round for Astralis, but whatever it takes at this point.
I mean, it's just rinse and repeat from the previous one, and they just said, let's do the pace like 3 times faster so they can't drop that smoke so that we beat it. Obviously, the flashbangs streaming over were perfect. That first player is so blind when they come around this corner. Look at him. He's got no clue how much further he has to go.
Is there a chance that Astralis have just forgot about the fact that there's another bomb set on this map? could they have just...
Well, they remembered.
Ooh.
They remembered now.
Someone has like a little printout of the map and said, oh, wait a minute.
They're like, we have one strategy for the A bomb site and we just wanted B, so let's pull it off now. It's super fast paced. They're not even trying to hide the game whatsoever. Good flashbang. Hades way too far out. Way too far out. No chance of recovery. And Astralis pushing, pressing the issue in every choke point. Farlig has the deep angle in ruins now with the op, and I don't think anyone from ENCE is going to want to deal with that. Good peek. That's bomb hitting the deck.
Yeah, it's really cool map control for Farlig, but they need the bomb plant. Nice flick from BlameF. That'll get the job done, and Farlig decides that AWP in a 2-on-2, not what he wanted.
That's a tough peek from Diha. Remember, the bomb is still dropped back towards CT spawn, so even though Astralis is falling back, they've got a minute to work with. They're just going to allow BlameF to get into a new position. Farlig sticking around in A main.
Snappy's really thinking about that too. He has the right idea. Health-wise, both him and BlameF taking some damage already. BlameF timing. Oof, it's close. Molotov will kind of force the fight on the other side of the donut, so could be interesting. Snappy, though, he's going to find some space now. Nade to follow it up, but he's still alive. And Farling misses the elbow. He's going to get that one straight center mass. And Snappy goes down, and they managed to win that one. They needed, and they're really doing such a lot of work right now, Astralis. They're getting back into this game much, much quicker than it looked like they were going to be able to a couple of rounds ago.
Yeah, and it's throw away the concept of map control, so throw away the concept of defaults. We're just going to march. The last 3 rounds have been 5 men towards B, 5 men towards B, very fast, and then 5 men towards A. They're not even bothering trying to take mid. They're not even bothering trying to really control lane whatsoever. They've just simplified things and at least found some recipe for success. Now up to 3, and man, if they break the economy now, after 2 rounds in a row, they have ENCE on the verge of it. If they're able to break it, oh dear, that's unfortunate. But if they're able to break it, what a great thing to have towards the end of the half.
Yeah, they could get into a comfortable position by doing that.
Oh, that's unfair.
Yeah, just a bit. Hits hard that Eagle, even through the wall, but Config's ready to fight. He's starting to get a little bit more alive here. Misses the spree on Madden, though, so it's back into a 3-on-3.
Yeah, but Config is just... look at the way he set up this entire round.
Yep.
He even gets spammed down so low before he sees anyone. Still wins 2 fights and occupies Madden. And look at the way it's pulled over the defense when their teammates start dropping. Everyone's out of position. Farlig's got a deep angle with the op now. Set that up as well. Give Config... Chalk this round up to Config.
They're actually going for the retake here. I guess you can, but given the money situation for ENCE, I'm a little bit surprised that they wouldn't try to save some of those rifles to be a danger in the next round. Great work for Astralis. I'm pretty impressed that they managed to get back into this game, or at least the half.
You have to give props to I would imagine it's Glaive, whoever called the adjustment to just simplify things, to just group up and play the trade game, play the aggressive game, push forward towards the defense. Don't just fight them for the map control. Actually push up and try and take the bomb sites and rip them away from ENCE's defense. 3 in a row now. And no money on ENCE.
Yeah, it's working. The change of pace, very hard, I feel like, to abandon the strategy that you followed from the beginning.
Yeah, well, and on top of it now, look at it this way too. Like all this, now that they have control, that's like the first really aggressive thing we've seen in mid for some time. Now they're just like, we know you don't have really the resources to hold off this hit. The Deagle fight is won, obviously, but the openings were all there, and Astralis has mid control.
Yeah, and that's how we saw Config play last time. We saw them yesterday, right? That's what they were doing. They were running Config in towards Donut every time. Oh no, Jason.
Not like this?
Yeah, this makes me real nervous for Astralis. Snappy's here. Molotov will force him back, so good tool to get the job done, at least so far. But
There's 3 defenders now.
There is, in fact. Pretty well defended, although 2 of them are in the tunnel, so a little bit tricky. Hades playing over by that triangle. He's going to go down to Glaive and sit now trying to push in. He's going to find the right angle. Not going to be stopped either by the follow-up player in Spinks, so... Alright, I was getting real nervous when that second Deagle shot landed. Now it's Snappy. Good kill. Needs another 2 of those. And he's worried about them coming, because that's where they were pressuring him from earlier. 28 seconds, and Blamer just crouching in for the kill. Close.
Very close. The opportunity was there. Good work from Xyp9x coming in what, 3rd? And being able to clear things up in that danger. A lot of time with these AK-47s, you can see them patiently just kind of pausing. Every time they kind of progress up that ramp, they pause for an extra second, look for the peak. They really are trying to spring the trap before they're committed. And able to win the fights with those AKs. No op on Hades. M4s across the board for ENCE's defense. They've been shut down 4 rounds in a row now. Astralis looking to close this half on a streak.
And even 5 is pretty good. It's definitely a comfortable position to be in for Astralis now, I would say. See if they can get 1 more in the board. Hades in the middle, doubling up with Spinks, and they're going to be able to take down Glaive, so denying that early mid control for Astralis. It's a big victory, and Snappy again's been playing this position alone a lot.
There's a flash from Hades if they want to try and time it with the smoke clearing, especially with mid control. He might be setting it up. There's the flash, although no peek from Snappy. Just allows him to get away safely as the Molotov burns him out of position. 5-on-3 for ENCE.
And Dion winning that. Just a straight-up challenge for Config. Walking through the A hallway. 5 versus 3, yeah. Everything lined up nicely. Bomb is quite far back out there, so I guess they could go back to the A bomb side if they wanted to, but it's a long way because you have to walk for the first distance, or you're going to give up the whole game, right? And you kind of have to walk when you get to the other side too. Okay, walking onto the bomb side. Speaking of which, but they line up for Madden. Easy enough double right there, and blamF now on his own to try and clutch it 1 versus 4. He's not looking like that's going to be possible right now. 29 seconds. Swings out. Does do some damage to Diha, but it is not enough. A 10-5 lead in favor of ENCE at the end of the first half. That's really impressive. Looking good to get that third map. We'll see if they can coming back after the break.
Why can I think of this right now, dude? Okay, so
Dang, I don't buy like with my numbers like that.
Oh, this is like a mental game. It makes me confused.
Wait, can I change my answer?
Okay, so round 1, 1-3. That is a P250.
why can I think of this right now, dude? Okay, so one is your pistol, and we're on CT, so USP, dualies, and then P250. So it should be P250.
Okay, I think the first one is a deagle.
Okay, 1-3 is the P250.
Wait, can I change my answer?
B25. B25. I think I never buy B25. Oh, yeah. It has to be
2-5.
That's heavy shotgun. I think that's Negev.
I think that's a Negev. Yeah, because I always miss by it. Or not always, but I used to miss by the Negev.
Let me think about the wheel, because these guns I buy with the wheel. Because I like to open the shotguns menu, like if you can shopping in the market, and I just choose whatever fits best my pocket.
2-5, maybe like a P90.
If I go here, it's I just holding my mouse here and imagining. Okay, if I go here, it's the auto shotgun. So I think B25 would be the heavy Negev.
Wait, 6-3-5? When do you hit 6? Oh no, dude, I'm horrible at this. 6 is that's for ops, right, or sniper? I don't know when you hit 6, because I think 5 is like the Kevlar, and then where you get a kit. So I don't know. I don't even know what 6 is.
6-3-5. So 6 you're going into the nades.
Nades, dude.
The flash and then smoke for the 5.
Dude, why? I buy nades all the time. How can I not get this? This is insane.
I never use 6. I use the 6 I go with the mouse.
6? I don't know. It must be like a heavy weapon or something. Like I don't even know what that is. Like, and you have to press 3 times to get the weapon. Why am I so confused right now? I don't know what that is.
The mouse would be like here. So 3-5. I don't know. Let's go with smoke. Let's say smoke. I don't know.
I feel like I did horrible.
Oh my god, dude. I just keep forgetting what these nades are, man.
They have B. One fence.
Coming with 2 for
Maybe one
should work.
Think one more here, maybe.
No.
They could have city.
Op is alive. Spamming noob corner. Long dead.
Long dead. Anon.
Let me go first. No corner. Close right.
Nice, Martin, good job. MVP long.
This is one of the games, Martin, I think.
It's
I hit him in no corner.
Let me go first. Jason, would you do that for me?
No, because I wouldn't.
But it was a beautiful moment.
It was a really beautiful moment between those two. I would trust myself with low HP more than you with full HP. Here we go. B-Rush. Let's get it on. Glaive's got the first kill. A little bit blind. He's going to sink back, and everyone from Astralis is going to get into safety. Safety of the pack. Farlig adds another as Madden tries to be aggressive. And man, a 5-on-3 post plant and ENCE in tough positions. They're stuck inside the bomb site.
Well played for Astralis to not take that fight, even though it can be tempting to defend the bomb site. Probably better to stay alive and just You said come back as a whole pack. We've got blamF on the dualies as well. So far, only the 1 kill. And Hades back here, P250 to defend 1 versus 3. An almost impossible task at this point in the round. And they're going to be ready. They're going to be so ready. Farlig will take him down. Triple for him, and Astralis will win the pistol.
Yeah, good round. Farlig, nice shooting. Triple kill for him. He's up to 16 kills, so much like blamF. Not as dominant, obviously, but quietly amassing himself 16 frags throughout the opening half.
Yeah.
Or 13 frags throughout the opening half, and now the 3 here in the pistol. Just perfect amount of headshots to keep all the aggression at bay. At this point, ENCE has no more forces to try and push forward and get any comfort in the post plant. Tell you what, if you're ENCE, you're not thinking about it, obviously, because you just can't. This isn't on your mind. But if you're an ENCE fan, you have to be worried about kind of the level that we've seen from Astralis and getting 5 rounds on their T side on this map and now switching over and winning the pistol. It's going to be dicey.
Yeah, you could see the road ahead for ENCE could definitely lead somewhere bad at this point in time. But it all depends on how much Astralis can establish, how much dominance they can get at the beginning here, and if they could build any kind of an economy. And so far, Madden's at least catching config. It's a good bit of work to begin with. blamF.
Okay.
Tapping away, probably a little bit surprised. Could have been simply looking at the radar or something else like that. Didn't look like he was quite ready for that one. Glaive, hoping to defend it. It's a lot of damage towards Snappy, but esports is friends. Hades amongst others.
This might seem crazy, but I feel like Farlig has a decent enough chance. I think he needed that kill. Maybe the nade. Maybe the nade can get it. Oh, Hades. Cut down in the open. There's a couple low HP players on this, but that flank from Spinks is oh so powerful. Well done from ENCE. I think that's a lot of surprising fights for the Astralis defense. I don't think blamF expected Snappy to come through the smoke with the nade with the Tech 9. I don't think Config really expected this engagement to be at that position, at that location on the map. And yeah, blamF probably couldn't even see anything with the nade smoke there. That's just an awkward fight for Xyp9x. Good win from Diha, and it slips away. ENCE is back on the board. So remember when I said ENCE fans should be worried about losing that pistol? It's all good.
It's all good. You take it back. Yeah, I mean, but it is hugely important. Still a chance that things could go a little bit awry for the ENCE side. But they're 5 rounds away on the other hand. So, and I actually need ENCE to win this one because I really want to see Nuke too. So
yeah, Nuke would be a fun map between these two, certainly. Molotov in. Astralis invested in this round. Farlig's kept $1,000 in the bank for the AWP. Gonna be slow and quiet for ENCE. They have control of lane. They're basically in a straight line across the map. Mid control as well, with Spinks tucked in behind the box and now jumped up. Farlig peeking down. I think he's missed the time of actually spotting anybody.
A lot of eagles here. You have to be a bit careful when you're crossing into it. Smokes will make it a lot easier. So, good use of utility on the side of ENCE. Not really any good reason why you would want to challenge the Eagles in this position. With the bomb planted, I don't think there's much Astralis can do. Or even want to do.
No.
Fine, you have the bomb site.
Yeah, take it. I didn't want it anyways.
Yeah. There we go.
Well, they get to try again in the next round. Obviously, the benefit there. 12-6 in favor of ENCE.
Good steps. I'm starting to get less nervous once again. But I mean, again, once Astralis pick up all the rifles, and we'll see if they can control outside of the B bomb side to the same extent that ENCE were able to do for most of that first half. That's, I think, really is the test of any good CT side right now.
Yeah, we didn't exactly get that like mid-control clash that we wanted, just because ENCE was winning it so emphatically in the early going that Astralis, the only solution they found was just to give up trying, was to go elsewhere.
Yeah, that's I don't know if it's necessarily disappointing, but it felt like, from having watched them play other teams, that it was going to be the Spinks and Config battle that would decide everything.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's not.
Well, we could see it in the second half, remember, too.
True.
Like, I think ENCE is certainly going to test and go at it as well.
I think generally it's hard to predict. I mean, this happens whenever we get 2 huge AWP players playing against each other. You always want it to be like that, but it's not always how it actually plays out.
It's the easy romantic storyline.
Yeah.
Yep.
Flash, that was actually, I think, one of them from the T side there, but still, Diha will pick it up. Gets the job done with the Glock at the end, leaves Glaive with the bomb awkwardly. I don't know if he could necessarily defend it. That's a lot of damage. Yeah, he wishes he had those go-go gadget arms, but he does not.
No, but he might be able to have the courage, work up the courage to go grab it now. Indeed, he does. That's a Galil, Molotov as well. He's got to find the other player. Drops the Molotov behind him and pushes up. Snappy has 3 HP. This would be a massive frag to find. It's a one-on-one for the moment, but Glaive didn't expect him to be in Jaguar. 13-6. Good round from ENCE.
Nicely done from Snappy to kind of not move after that. When he hears the Molotov going down, I wonder if there's a world in which he could have assumed that Glaive had gone back into the bomb site and wanted to go check it, you know? But just kept it cool. But that did get spicy.
Did.
That was too close.
Yeah, fine work from Glaive with the scout.
Krieg is back.
Well, mid-attack is back, swinging out wide, blinded. Snappy and Madden take a lot of damage. It's Snappy to grab it. Config might be forced away now. He's got to be really careful. Madden is close up, but... Oh, Glaive and Config each win their fight in middle. That's massive. Farleg with a missed opportunity. You won't see that every day. Dia stops short and completes it with a nade. Now can address Donut. He's won that as well.
Bringing his team back. Some amazing fights being won, and Hades at the mean point. They're attacking everywhere right now, making it hard for Astralis to even figure out what is going on.
Yeah, but look how far away the bomb is on Spinks. It is so far back. Now, thankfully, it's just the one player here, Zipex, and how he chooses to play this is so important because Glaive is equally on the other side of the map. This plant's going to go down, and Glaive's going to take a little bit of time to get prepared on the flank. So Zipex just holding position. They've conceded the plant and are thinking forward towards the 2-on-2.
Smoke to block off Sip for a long time there.
No kits.
That is real important. They have a Molotov on Glaive, so they also have to be a bit careful here where they actually position themselves ENCE, because that one grenade can make a big difference. But they're running out of time rapidly. Sip will win the first fight. He has the right idea, thinking that Hades is going to be there. He pushes through, and that's going to work just fine. 10-second defuse on the other side. I don't think so. But he gets the kill, and he's going to be there for it. That's crazy.
Yeah.
If he could have made his way around there, Hades instead, and stayed alive, he would have probably won the round.
I think it's the awkwardness of Zipex kind of coming between the smokes. He deploys a smoke a little bit deeper, and that allows him to peek towards the bomb site. That fight was never expected. Diha does great work here. He does great work to not only open up the A bomb site with 2 kills on Farleg and Config, forces the rotations that allows ENCE to gain that ground on the other side of the map. But great clutch, great 2-on-2 from Zipex and Glaive.
And probably worth mentioning as well, Hades has no way to know whether or not Glaive has a diffuse kit. So he also has to think about the danger of falling really far back.
And you're also panicking because the bomb's not planted in your vision either.
Yeah.
Here we go, round number 21. 13-7 for ENCE. It's the finals of the European Spring Showdown. One of these two teams is going to go to the finals in Lisbon. But they've got to get through each other first. Config forced away.
That really is an experience for a lifetime ago played in that arena. It was so much fun last time. You guys have all either saw the tournament last time. We've seen the highlight clips we've been playing. The atmosphere in that place. It's worth it. It's worth the price of admission.
Didn't want to go with electric?
There's a lot of options. I'm trying to, you know, I feel like my wordplay so far, Jason, have been unappreciated. By you specifically.
Yeah, well, Silence was just phenomenal. Snappy.
I worked on it all night. In the light of a candle flickering in my room.
Oh, bit of a fake being put on here with 40 seconds on the clock, and it's worked. It's pulled Glaive over for just a moment. 1 kill would really seal this fake. Config and Donut. Zipex, the first one in contact. That's a very, very important kill for the defense to realize what's coming. Deep angle, no smokes in position. That's a lot of distraction, but somehow each and every kill goes the way of ENCE. Hades, Mad, and Dia all synchronized fragging. And the bomb site's lost. They're up to 14.
Wiped out? I was about to say, well, at least the one defender in that bomb site, Config, but when we swapped to him, we realized he had the FAMAS. And not that he couldn't get all the kills, but that's not what you wanted in that position at all.
No, but I thought the deep angle with the M4 would be enough to distract the attacking players from ENCE. Like, they'd be taking damage, worried about the deep angle. Someone else would be able to peek. Remember, again, 3 defenders there at that bomb site. They all just fall apart.
Oh. Yeah. I feel like
probably partially because I think right now ENCE on the T side are getting more control than Astralis really were on their T side.
Yeah.
But they're doing a pretty cool job right now at leaving a lot of the doors open for switching between either bomb side. They're actually being really dynamic in what they do late in the round.
Well, it's a benefit that Astralis didn't have in the first half, right?
Yeah.
Because they never had control of the map. They never had mid control. And now at this point, too, you want to add, like, you want for it to go from bad to worse for Astralis is not only that, not only has ENCE been able to establish the map control and work their way between the bomb sites and get creative with their tactics, but they've never allowed Astralis to feel comfortable with their money. They keep punishing the cash flow, drop down to an SMG, drop down to upgraded pistols. The AWP hasn't been able to stand out the entire time. Here comes Madden leading the way in middle around the smokes. Cleared out Cubby.
Charging right in. He's still going. Oh, he's right at the edge. I mean, if he would have gone through, Farley would have caught him definitely. And they are paranoid about this idea. What an opening from Snappy that pulls everyone away, except for Config. Sticking around. I understand what Madden wanted to do there, but timing was a bit early. Spinks defending the bomb plant. Hugely important. And it's a 3-on-3. The weapon's not really there for Astralis, but they could go for the retake. Config looked like he almost let Spinks go, but somehow he's back to find him anyway. And now it's a 2-on-3. Snappy's going to be found, and it's looking real great for the retake here. Hades on his own, and he's on that ramp. Smoke is up with the AWP. He misses the blind ones through. Oh, but that could be it. 10-second defuse. It lands on top of the bomb.
Oh, my God.
They're all just watching it. Oh, they have to go for it right away.
Oh, he's calculated it.
Yeah, I think he's done it.
Yep.
Takes the damage, well calculated. He had the latest software update SIP, so he knew exactly when to go for it, and he wins it.
Of course, it's Zipix as well. That just has the perfect timing to step into the Molotov. What a god. Yeah, this one, the little bait and switch here. The M4 fires while the smoke is still up, and obviously Madden thinks that's the defender. Never expected the second. What a great recovery in this.
0.2. So just, this is, oh. No.
Doesn't even show. It doesn't even show.
That's wild. I don't even know what to say.
I mean, I want to give a lot of props for dropping the Molotov on the bomb through the smoke like that from Hades. You almost feel bad that he's lost it. What a heroic effort.
Yeah, that's very, very cool. And equally, like, I mean, the knowing when to step into the Molotov to get that extra millisecond of defuse time. Whew, I mean, the truth is, even at 14-8, that could be the kind of round that could make the difference here. That could spark the real comeback for Astralis, even if they're far away right now.
Well, they've got ENCE with low cash. This could be, you know, it's always hard to kind of judge when you're going to have ENCE at a breaking point, because they've shown they're so willing and actually really enjoy Galil and Mac 10 buys on their T sides as well. They're willing to deep into those cheaper weapons and able to make something happen with it. But man, they'd be put on the back foot with their economy. Astralis, control of lane on the CT side, 5-on-4. And they're ready for what comes next.
Yeah, they read it.
Boost up.
I don't think they're gonna. I mean, it is a good idea, but this time, ooh, did you see the shadow config? I wonder. He's certainly fallen back, and it's a good idea because he's got finally gone that crossfire, so maybe worth it. Hades gonna be bested by Farley deep in CT spawn. 3 versus 5, and Config just runs in for that headshot. So accurate. Good triple defense from him.
Yeah, it's so cool watching Config just continually challenge, trying to find a 1v1 he's comfortable with, trying to find the fight that he really, really wants, and just jiggling and staying in that position. And as a player, you might at some point think maybe he's going to fall back, maybe he's going to reload, maybe he's just going to wait a little bit longer, but he's just constantly peeking back into you and taking the space for fights when he feels like he has it. Triple kill for Config on defense. This is what I mean. You have them at a very low money value, and you look at the buy coming in from ENCE here. Mac 10, 2 Tech 9s, Galil on Spinks, Deagle on Hades. They're fully bought up into this. Diaz got 1650. Through the Molotov we go. Perfectly timed. That was a T-Molotov, or T-Smoke that comes down and blinds up Madden's vision.
I really like that from Madden. It's a cool idea to run through your own Molotov in the middle to try and catch the player that's running in there, but Config knew.
I wonder if that smoke is designed to like bounce on like the deep side of that Molotov, so there's maybe a gap on the left side when you enter in, and maybe it just didn't exactly pop as planned.
Yeah, that could be. If it wasn't, it should be. That's a nice head. That's a good idea. Snappy, very low on health without much of a chance. Don't walk.
Do it.
No, don't do it.
Do it.
All right.
It was close.
It was?
It was really close.
Farley actually stole that moment from us. Yeah.
Yeah, you can see how like it plumes a little deep.
Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense.
I wonder if if that's the way it's designed or if maybe it was missed by a little bit. Either way, great hold from Astralis, starting to build up some momentum in this game. And now, I mean, after a round like that, fair play to ENCE for risking it. We see those rounds work out for them frequently. Now you've kind of got to give it up and you have to just play a standard, you know, small buy round and look towards the next gun round.
Again, somewhat silently, Dihas shot up to the top of the scoreboard with 23 kills. So having himself a really good game. Cool to see once again. BlameF flashed into that fight. Gonna get a couple of easy shots there. Actually, Config stealing one of them, but you'll take it anyway. Astralis primed to pick up an 11th round.
Yeah, and nobody even... Oh, he actually could get a cool position here. This would be obviously extremely impressive. Farlig's watching for this. They have control of everything else on the map. They have control of deep mid. Farlig doesn't have to worry about that. So, yeah, the only real gap that was ever opened up was A main. Good communication from Astralis. Good communication from the defender at A. Generally speaking, Farlig and one over towards Donut.
Yeah. Yeah, you can play that AWP angle.
Yeah.
CT spawn as well if he gets called back to that one. So they need to come up with something. They're so close to the finishing line here, ENCE. They're almost at that third map.
And remember, they did lose that round against like 5.7s. I think like 1 rifle, an SMG, and 3 upgraded pistols from Astralis. They were able to take it. They were able to steal it away at the B bomb site
And we
in
had
that 2v2.
Yeah, we had the 100th of a second defuse.
Yeah. Some real things right on the edge of a miracle for Astralis to keep them in this game that's denied ENCE access. 3 throw pillows on 1 chair.
Seems excessive. At some point, there's not even any space for humans.
Exactly.
The throw pillows have slowly taken over.
Now you know what I'm getting at.
I see. What if they multiply on their own? They just...
The throw pillows?
It's your nightmare. You wake up in the middle of the night, and now there's like 7 of them.
Every time you touch a throw pillow, it, like a second one pops up somewhere.
Yeah, more of them while you sleep.
You just get crushed by pillows.
26th round. Config ready to fight in the middle with no backup, really. Just him and his AK. Pretty standard defense right now in every way. Farley on that AWP over at the A-bomb site, looking deep into the hallway there, so he's going to know if anything is happening. But again, this is the kind of map control that Astralis had a hard time finding on the T side, and ENCE, they're kind of getting it. BlameF is trying to see if he can take it away from them once again by at least appearing out here, but if they wanted to go for some kind of a B executor, then at least they have the real estate for it on the ENCE side.
Yeah. Pretty quiet. Good control from ENCE. Sphinx now moving up in middle. He's brought down very low by Glaive through the smoke. That's not what you want to see at all. Oh, that's huge. That's massive. Oh. I take it back.
Yeah, 1 point of damage to Sphinx. I thought that was going to kill him as well.
I did too. It was actually to Madden as well.
Oh, to Madden, yeah.
Yeah, it must have just dropped in front of the boxes instead of behind it.
Interesting.
Okay, posture like you're going to hit the B bomb site through Donut. There's 2 defenders here. Farlig's, oh my lord, he's going to miss one. And Config is only able to go 1 for 1. Fluffed shot from Farlig could spell disaster in the round. Astralis have to come over and probe and see what they can get to create this retake. Molotov down won't stop the plant, but there goes Snappy. That's the frag they needed.
Yes, it is. Kind of makes this retake a little bit more doable. They don't have any more smokes to put on top of the bomb for the defuse, which is, I think, a common way to try and win it on the A bomb site. So that could be a bit of an issue. And how do they dig out these remaining ENCE players? Sip is making a lot of noise, getting close here, hoping to get someone to peek him, but there's two people here, and if they time it right, he's going to be in trouble. There's one of them. Good return. Diha will win the fight and almost takes down blamF as well. 1 versus 1, and here's where that smoke would have been real handy for him to try and force Hades into the fight, but he's going to give it up, and it'll be ENCE to get to 15 rounds.
Yeah, that's huge. blamF just prioritizing the utility. Knows, yeah, as you said, without that smoke and with only, what, like 30 HP before that bomb goes off, there's no reason for him to get into that fight that Hades can just toy with him all day. Oh.
This could have been a double.
Yeah. I mean, even just one would have been great.
Yeah, double or nothing.
Even one would have just been exactly what they needed. That's the second time we've seen Farlight kind of miss just a standard shot like that holding the angle. Had a good game otherwise.
Yeah, he has.
Yeah, not a criticism. It's just unfortunate.
And frustrating to him, obviously.
Oh, for sure. Because those are the rounds where you feel very personally like you're responsible for the loss.
It could have worked. Here we go, 15 to 11. Oh, flashed in. Glaive on the assist, but Snappy able to pick it up with a Mac 10 somehow. Sip trying to take over some of the responsibilities of holding this A bomb site. He swings out after the flashbang, and it is really good. Madden goes down, and now he smokes it up. You can see it's all just on his spine. He's just working off of autopilot almost.
I love this. Put the fear of God in him if you're config. They're delayed.
He actually wallbanged him.
Perfect. Still, everyone's going to be set up for config who's wrapping all the way around. This is just delay, like maybe another 5 seconds, and he's going to have a double. He's going to take the first. He doesn't even care. He'll find the second. The silencer means there was no communication possible. D had no idea to pass over to Hades. Yeah. Double kill for config, and Astralis still alive. And with that kind of a flank, too, now in the back of your mind, if you're ENCE, you got to be worried about that a little bit. Because it's config. Chances are he'll do it again.
He definitely could. Yeah, and you're right. I mean, just the fear and the uncertainty on the ENCE side. And they're running out of rounds, too. The pressure could definitely get to them. Slowly but surely, 15 to 12. Astralis marching their way towards overtime. Everyone from the Astralis team is actually doing really well. I guess the same is true on the ENCE side. Always the sign of an interesting game when no one is completely collapsing individually.
Another low buy. Upgraded pistols, armor, and utility for ENCE. They've got 3 chances to close out the map, 3 chances to take us to nuke and stay alive here in the Blast Showdown. Here comes the first of those 3.
Yeah, they tried to get up the ramp. I'm shocked they even got that far. Taking down Sip, but a nice wall bang. Farlight in the back, pulls out the 5-7, and he's not going to fail it this time. Spinks takes a bit of damage, and they're just wrapping around. The bomb part, still pretty important, all things considered, for the side of ENCE, but they're not going to win the round.
Yeah. Waited for Farlight to get back on that horse after that missed shot in the previous round. This time he delivers very, very nice kills. 2 that really help secure it, to secure safety of the post plant, safety of the retake, and obviously a 3rd one, just a nice slide out.
Sip. That was a good shot. Sip was not impressed. They just need a little bit more.
2 more chances for ENCE. Timeout being called. Talk things over. That's by Astralis.
I just look so displeased.
just a look of constant disgust.
Yeah. Oh man. Overtime is different experience for all involved.
Yeah. Especially with the stakes like this. Remember, this is a very grueling bracket to go through when you know there's no mistakes possible. Single elimination throughout this whole event. It would suck to get to the final hurdle.
Yeah.
And miss it.
Yeah, and if you're ENCE, given how the first map went, and the fact that you've been right at the finishing line the whole time here, if it gets to overtime, it's hard to mentally keep it together. Double AWP now on the Astralis side.
Farlight with 1, Glaive with the other. That'll be in middle.
Could make this kind of fast play even more dangerous if you can run down the AWP with 1 missed shot, and maybe that's all you need. blamF, though, going to try and see if he could follow it up. But they're ready for it, though. Snappy absolutely saw it coming. And I know blamF has been doing that a lot, but I feel like there was no one in middle even that could have thrown a flashbang for him.
Yeah, in fact, Config and Glaive called it off. I wonder if that's just 2 parts of the same play, and 1 called it off and 1 didn't. But that'll be something that's going to be tough to handle now. Although 2 defenders here with Glaive and Donut. If Config gets 1, he'll have to stand and fight, and then Glaive can respond. But now they're huddled up together. Oh, Config goes down, so does Glaive. Yeah, they fell back again. I think there was something with that initial play in middle that got called off, because then you have Config in that position that was improvised, Glaive and Donut. Config falls back into the same position of Glaive, and neither one of them can really work their magic. Both of them are taking space from each other.
Yeah, there's a whole ride together, die together moment there. They died, so.
Bad boys for life.
Short as it was. Charlie gets caught as well, and Sim, and now it's getting real tricky. I mean, they have some money in the bank, actually a lot of money in the bank, so I guess losing that doesn't really matter, but wow, there we go. ENCE able to pick it up in the end. I was hoping maybe that we could see a little bit more action. Yeah. I'd love to see an overtime on it, but still, incredible work for ENCE.
That last map, I mean, it just falls a little flat. That was like a battle the whole way, and then obviously at the end, ENCE just grabs like 3 kills to start, and it's like, oh, okay, well, I guess we'll march into the next, march into the third map.
Boom, yeah. Diha, secretly the kind of the hero of that map. Really cool to see him open up. I think that A-bomb side 2 or 3 times on his own almost. So
yeah, he was phenomenal.
Get the job done. Well played. We're gonna see a third map. It's on Nuke. I can't wait. So stay tuned. We'll be right back.
In CSGO, audio is key, and in this video, we'll be showing you the best tips and tricks to confuse your opponents. This is Audio Advantage. CSGO is filled with all sorts of sounds, but not every sound you make can be heard by the enemy. Here's the sounds that, if close enough, the enemy can hear. Running, firing, low ammo, reloading, climbing ladders, landing, taking damage but not full damage unless you die, planting, defusing, fake throwing, scoping, switching fire modes, dropping guns or bomb to the ground, knifing, picking up items while running, breaking vents, glass and opening doors. But here's how you can use some of those audio cues to your advantage. The sound of throwing a grenade can be heard by you and the enemy. If you quick switch, the sound will fake and they'll think you're throwing a grenade. tabseN is looking to retake control of jungle or Mirage. It's typical to throw a flashbang while retaking this part of the map, but he doesn't have one. So he fake throws an incendiary grenade, quick switches back to his gun and makes his move. The enemy is turned, expecting a flashbang and gets shot in the back. Easy for tabseN. Just like fake throwing, reloading can be heard by the enemy and you can cancel this animation by quick switching. This little trick is perfect for drawing the enemy into you. Here's Woxic showing how it's done at match points. In a 1v2, he fake reloads. The CTs think now is their chance to push. They gamble, only to be sprayed down and lose the round. When you don't have eyes on the enemy, audio cues are all you have to work with. So here's some ways to send all the wrong signals to the enemy. See if you can spot what goes on here from the enemy's perspective. Here's how Simple won the round. When dropping down, he fires his weapon to mask the sound. The enemy doesn't hear it and is left helplessly aiming in the wrong direction. Lastly, without firing a single bullet, Speedy manages to take 3 guns off the enemy and seriously damage their economy. He walks into the site with the intention of getting a sneaky Zeus kill and using the sound of him defusing to bait someone in close. The enemies hear it and panic. 3 of them charge him down and end up dying to the bomb. Next time you play CS, use some of these audio tips and tricks to your advantage.
A stolen base from Astralis, but ENCE swing right back into it. 16-13 on Ancient as ENCE hit this one out of the park and bring us to one map apiece. No, we were talking about it being a confident statement, let's say, from Astralis bringing this one into the pool, but not one that they could back up, unfortunately.
No, not so much. And of course, starting on the T side, the way that they play the map is going to change. It seems like they came out really, really fast, and that's exactly what I thought ENCE was going to expect them to do. But it also seemed like they were off the back of BlameF's performance on Mirage. So personally, I would have liked to have seen them with a slower approach at the start of the game, but they just came out too quick, and then they were just too hyped up, and rounds just got away from them. So.
They were close in the beginning, though. I remember the pistol round Config jumping around with duels on the B bomb side, and it felt like, as you said, like there was too much confidence almost. It was like Config was just seeking the duels 24/7. Had he played it a little smarter, they probably could have converted the pistol round and gotten off to a good start. And that was, for me, the story of the game. The fact that Astralis went on to be 0-7 down in the first half, and then the second half, they win the pistol, but lose the second round and go down 3-1 in the beginning of the second half. So already by the two start of the halves, you're down 10-1. Of course, you're going to lose, because in the buy rounds, Astralis was actually, I would say, probably the better team here.
Yeah, and there was a point in the sort of middle of that first half where we had a bit of a momentum shift, where we saw the Danes going on a bit of a round streak.
We do have a bit of an eco play you guys can take a look at right here, because Astralis, they constantly try to ramp up the pace, as Noah was talking about. Coming in right here, they are rushing up towards the bomb side with Tech 9s and Mac 10s. They did it the round before where it didn't work out, but the call coming in from Glenn say, let's do it one more time. A bit of a mess, back and forth. Snappy Spinks answers back, but it becomes a 3v3, where again, this sheer aggression coming out of Astralis, it's paying its dividends, right? You see a player now moving all the way down to backline. Sipniks right here with the Mac. They're not ready for it. They're not really ready for anything right here. And two players jump through a smoke and get killed, both of them. At this point, you know, Astralis were down 9-1, and you thought this is going to be ENCE all over it. Astralis won this round, won the following two rounds, and ended up with a decent first half. 5 rounds, it was doable to come back into the game, but as I said, unfortunately in the second half, they win the pistol, lose the follow force by against ENCE, and that was more or less it for Astralis.
I want to bring something up that we kind of prefaced coming into this map, particularly for the T side of Astralis. We were saying, you know, a bit maybe too reliant on Config to be really popping off, really showing those aggressive plays. Do you think that was the case, or were there other things kind of lacking for Astralis that meant they had a kind of slow start?
Yeah, I think it was just a pacing issue. I mean, I pointed out in the green room that I think it was either 3-0 or 4-0. That's when I would have liked to have seen Astralis go fast A if they were going to keep up this pace. But instead, it was just kind of like a faster default or fast into middle. And the CTs were playing really well, so they were just getting stopped. So if you wanted to switch something up and maybe find that first round, I would have suggested going fast A. But when they didn't do that, by the time it was 6-0, I would have just liked to have seen them cut back and slow down a lot more.
That's a bit of the problem for Astralis, though. I feel like I said it coming into this matchup. If Config is not blowing off the T side, if he's not going completely off charts and finding the opening kills and playing, you know, the Config style of Counter-Strike, then what is Astralis good for on the T side? I've seen them struggle a couple of times where if Config is not having a great game, it has to be their CT side that wins them the game. And this time around, well, you're facing a team like ENCE, who we praise for being a good ancient team, and just being good on one side of the map is simply not enough.
Well, I'm flipping the script to focus on ENCE just for a minute. Of course, their CT side, there was one name that we were putting under the spotlight coming into this. Didn't really get to see much from him on Mirage, but Madden really coming out strong on that defense.
Yeah, Madden did have a strong CT side performance. It was just impressive to see him really shut down Astralis with almost so much ease. What kind of stats did we see from him? I think it was like 17 kills in the first half, something like that.
I think that's the interesting thing. We were having a discussion about this. You said, you know, 16, 17 maybe coming in from that first half. He did only end on 20, so it wasn't like, you know, he continued that dominant form coming into the second half. But nice to see the CT prowess nonetheless.
It was the context, right? Because you're right, he was at 17 kills in the first half. He was the highest rated player on the CT side and the lowest rated player on the T side. He didn't find anything in the second half, but he'd done enough in the first half in order to pull ENCE in a position where they were favorites to win.
Yeah, what I loved is that Deha actually picked it up on the T side. He was just going perfect with Snappy's calling, which I do want to give a shout out to again. It just seems like Snappy is just has everything under control on this T side of Ancient. He's so comfortable, and I think his team trusts him to the max. So I'd really look forward, if you are an ENCE fan, look forward to seeing more Ancient games out of ENCE. You will probably see more wins coming their way.
I like when we look at the round distribution as well, just for this particular map. We go back to the first half, quite streaky performances from both the teams, but then, you know, it goes quite back and forth coming into that second half. So there was room for Astralis to be getting back into it, but why do you feel like we just couldn't see them pushing it over the line?
The bad start to the game, you know, going down 7-1 or 7-1 is not going to be good enough. And then, as I said, winning the first pistol round, you thought to yourself, okay, if Astralis builds a bit of momentum, if they build up economy right here, there's a chance for them to make it, you know, there's a chance for them to win it on the CT side. Then they went on to lose the force buy to ENCE. I will say, you know, overall, it was a good game of Counter-Strike. I think ENCE deserved the victory, but it felt like to me that Astralis were the better team in the full buy rounds.
On that second half as well, there was one very, very, very slim round. We have to bring up some props to Zip for, perfectly timing the defuse over this Molotov. But there was one thing that you noted about that round.
Yeah, we kind of noticed that, the whole Zip play with the Molotov and the defuse wasn't really needed. We see the round right here, 14-7. That was, by the way, Astralis trying to fight back into the game. It could have been much worse. Look at BlameF right here. He's dying, but he's actually dropping a kit on the bomb side. There's a kit available. We see the round play out right now. It's a messy situation, back and forth. Zip gets a kill. It's into a 3v3. Again, ENCE at this point were favorites to win the round, but Astralis does a tremendous job fighting their way back into the round. Config with a kill. Assertive, ready for it all. You see it right here. Hades goes down, and now this. Zip, they're all three standing, looking at the bomb, looking at the Molotov. Who goes first? Who goes first? Zip perfectly timed it, but there was a kit available. None of them picked up. So it wasn't necessarily needed, but nonetheless, it was beautiful, beautiful.
I think that's a great example of even professionals, even the very best at what they do, can still get sidetracked at times.
Yeah, we were on the edge of our seats. I didn't think that defuse was going to be in there, but yeah, well played.
That's also part of the story, right? Because had they not won that round, it would have been 15-7. ENCE would have, owned Astralis, to be completely honest. Probably won 16-7, and you would never hear me say that Astralis were the better team in the buy rounds. This round gave Astralis a chance of coming back into it. It got to showcase us that Astralis on their CT side is a good team, but unfortunately, their poor T side, the good calling from Snappy and the great start from Madden was enough for ENCE to get the victory here.
Well, we can see the Betway odds have been split down the middle once again, coming into this third and final decider map of Nuke. And I think this is kind of the perfect decider when we're looking at these two teams. I was just looking at some of the statistics for both of the sides. Both have a very similar win percentage. Both have played it a similar amount of time. So, Jacob, for your money, what are we expecting coming into this one?
A good game of Counter-Strike. I feel like this is the perfect map to settle the score on. As you said, both teams play it to a high level. One team's win 88% of their maps on it, or their games on it, another one 86. So it's just crazy to see that two teams are going head-to-head, playing so well on the map of Nuke. Who's the favorite? Who's going to win here? For me, it's a 50-50. Honestly speaking, I think Astralis was super, super impressive on Mirage. I think ENCE were great on Ancient, and now coming into Nuke. For me, this ball is up in the air. Whoever wants to take this victory can, but they have to play well.
Well, we're going to see exactly how it does play out. It's going to be Nuke as a third and final decider map to decide who goes full force into the spring finals in Lisbon.
So you lost, we won, right? Boom. That's how it is. Another one? I want you to do it. Can I do it?
We're both gonna do it, but only one of us gonna do it, okay? Are you ready?
Which one do you think is the oldest release?
I'm not sure, but I know the newest one, I think. So I kind of want to say that,
Say the first one.
Ancient, right? That must be the newest one.
I'm pretty sure as well. And then we would rank Dust 2 as the second one. And then third one.
They did change Mirage at one point, with the bench in middle and the BF thing. So I guess that still counts as...
Nuke hasn't been changed.
Nuke hasn't been changed in a long time.
Overpass haven't been changed a long time.
Yeah, Overpass has been like a long time. And what about Inferno?
Inferno haven't been changed in a long time as well.
So I think we can safely put...
Mirage.
So what's the other one? There's one more map.
Vertigo.
Ooh. So it's either Vertigo
or Mirage right
now.
I think it's a Vertigo.
So we wait, Ancient,
Dust,
Vertigo, Mirage.
Yeah, so far.
Okay.
The Overpass is definitely the oldest one.
You think so?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, that's what we're going with.
Inferno and Vertigo, right? Which places are they?
We already... Vertigo is set, right?
Okay, Vertigo is set. And then
so then it must be Inferno now then.
Inferno, and then...
And then there's Nuke and Overpass left.
Yeah, that's it.
I can't remember all the maps now. I'll take it from the top. Well, Ancient.
Okay.
So we want to go oldest to newest as well, by the way.
That's not gonna happen. That's not gonna happen. Newest to oldest.
Yeah, that's how
we
it
maybe go back up again. Ancient, Dust, Mirage. What do we say after that? What was the next one? What's Vertigo? You want to do the last three?
No.
And then Inferno, and then Nuke and then Overpass?
Yes.
That's the order.
That's the order. Boom.
And that's
we
how
won.
it was. That's how it is.
That's how it is.
Yes. No, that's not true. They changed Mirage recently. I think you got it wrong. Like, I'm not trying to ruin your pocket, but they changed Mirage. They put a bench in the middle of Mirage recently.
I think that you guys lost and we won.
Where was something weird happened here.
So you lost, we won, right? Boom. That's how it is.
Welcome back. You know, earlier we had a little test to see if you guys were awake at home. Said that there's a win percentage here on Nuke for Astralis. Said 30-some%. Actually, turns out it's much higher than that. So just a little test to keep you guys awake.
Yeah, just want to see who's paying attention at home, who's going to pass the pop quiz tomorrow.
Exactly.
Yeah.
This has gone to the third map. The odds, I mean, going into this one, favor Astralis. They played really well on the first map. Second map, they end up losing to ENCE, and now they're dead even for Nuke as the third and deciding map.
And I think the odds started at dead even on the first map as well, so just kind of returning to the norm here.
True.
But yeah, I mean, it all comes down to just one map. Which of these teams is going to go to the spring finals out in Lisbon towards the end, or towards the summer? It all comes down to Nuke. The only map remaining in the series, ENCE taking on Astralis.
Incidentally, also the best map, so I love it. I think it's amazing. I'm here for it. Astralis, they're going to be on the T side, ENCE on the CT side, and you're right, it could only be one team advancing, and we're going to find out which one right now. Oh, Glaive with an opening to take down Madden. That's a nice start. All the way out by that blue container. Diha, though, back for a quick revenge, and he might even spot that no one else is there, so they're going to be trying to go for it. They don't want to wait any longer. Astralis trying to see if they can overpower this A bomb site, and they're already in looking for the plant, and it gets almost interrupted. That was close, but Diha gets denied by Config. Finally, there comes the bomb plant, and they're trying to get out the smoke, but they're getting shut down as they do, falling onto the floor. The bomb site is Hades, but it's too much. There's too many people on the other side, and it will be Astralis to pick up the pistol.
Yeah, much like the Mirage pistol on Astralis, just have the perfect call right out of spawn. There was no one defending that upper bomb site. One outside who gets absolutely destroyed by Glaive here. Madden goes down. Diha's going to respond with that in mini, but other three players were stacked up over in ramp room. Tough retake as all three of them have to stream out of heaven without a presence in mini. Everyone from Astralis can look up top. 1-0 for Astralis.
A pretty good call once they lose Glaive outside. There's not a lot of time that you have to make that sort of initial decision to play it slow or fast, and they had the right idea. Careful in this round, though, Astralis, not to run into anything crazy, not even showing themselves outside of the moment. We do have Hades running around with the scout, so...
We're just going to get a set piece towards the upper bomb site. You can see Glaive just itching with that Mac-10 to lead the way to create the space for Config. He's going to go to the right. Diha takes him down from above. Config's got to check it, but there's one on the bomb site. That's the bomb hitting the floor. The rest of Astralis is stuck inside Hut. 2 quick kills from Madden, and it's quickly just down to BlameF. He's taken away as well, and ENCE respond in the second round.
Well done. That, you understand the idea, and you're right. I mean, when you say clearing the path like that, a couple or more steps, if he just stayed alive for another second, I mean, then actually probably it works, even if he dies. But he dies in the first second of being out of the hut, and that's not enough time for the rest of the team to get up behind him, so that is shocking.
Yeah, and those rounds hurt. I mean, as much as every player knows that sometimes, I mean, you're going to lose a good amount of them, that, you know, they're just dangerous rounds to play, they're still extremely painful to take that loss in the moment. Glaive now with a scout outside. Taken down, no armor. He could never set the aim once he got tagged the first time. Hades gonna go challenge for a little bit more. Config up top. Few shots ring out, and Hades is gonna challenge still.
Yeah, duck down to minimize that player mod. Does work.
I find it hard not to do that without also doing it in real life.
Yeah, I can actually imagine that. Good shot from Hades. Good follow-up from Hades. He's killing everyone. He's got 3 so far. He's got 4 now. And blamF is there in that position with the scalp, but the rest of his teammates have arrived to steal the ace away from him. Spink says, nope, no joy for you. Madden will find it at the end.
Nice. Assertive outside. Not afraid at all.
That's the round to do it, you know? Scout and pistols.
Yeah, but, you know, it's true. I like it. I think it's... Even if it's not the most challenging round, I think it can still work to build some confidence, you know?
Look at the smile on his face down there. That's a smile of a guy who's going to challenge this.
Yeah. Oh. Every time. 4th round is coming up. We've got a Deagle. It's not the best headline.
Yeah.
Not a lot of paper is going to be sold behind that.
No, it's difficult to sell this round as a potential victory for Astralis. Really, all it is at this point for ENCE is just a way to build up some money. Don't take a whole lot of losses. And blamF challenging outside with the Deagle, but this time Hades not really giving him any kind of peeks. Waiting for the ramp smoke to subside, and then Astralis will surely run to their death.
These kind of rounds always, I mean, I guess we understand the principle. You get a bunch of 1-digs, then
you win.
Something, yeah, exactly. I like it. Succinct.
It's
the analysis portion of this round is over.
There's only one thing you can really do, and that's just get a 1-dig and follow up with it. But even that's going to be tough. Config's left, I guess, in a little bit of a lurking position towards radio room. The rest of his teammates are going to go halls, so Config's probably listening for a sound cue that ramp player is dropping downstairs or rotating away, and then he'll choose his moment to pounce. But this is the other side. Something has to be produced on this side of the attack. Hades finds Glaive.
It's no real challenge. Slow round. Farlig up next. Throwing tiny little block bullets that way. There's the deal. blamF finding the kill. Another one would be a little bit more interesting.
The only other one I could see happening, I mean, obviously if blamF gets a 1-dig on somebody here and towards mini, but there's 2 of them. They're going to hold this angle. blamF is going to have to peek it at some point. There goes Config and ramp, and yeah, it's all done.
Took a long time.
All done. Yeah, time for a little conversation between Astralis. Figure out, make sure they're all on the same page for round 4.
Yeah, we can appreciate that. It's all right. I actually thought Farlig was going to try and run to pick up the rifle out
Round
there.
5, excuse me.
But he got shut down, or he didn't even get to it anyway. So yeah, you're right. Round 5. Hades on that AWP now. He's doing pretty well right now. 7-3 on him. Madden on 5-1. So they got a couple of players that are firing off early.
Well, keep an eye on that one for Hades, because he's had that fun job with the M4 of dueling outside one-on-one against pistols and maybe 1 scout in the 3rd round. Config up top. Hades aggressive at red box. Looks like he wants to shut this down quick. Glaive almost gives it to him. Dink in return. Config is going to try and keep him pinned down, but that's a dangerous fight, and Hades is going to make his escape.
Only barely. If they had any HE grenades or anything else to toss at him, he probably would have been dead, but they don't have that kind of economy. In fact, that is even a bit of an issue for Astralis here. If you wanted to go down secret in this round, you'd have to use pretty much all the grenades, or most of them, to even get down there, and then you don't have anything left. Oh, this is rough, isn't it? 1 smoke left on SIP right now.
They're going to need some I think they're going to really need to find some kills before they actually finish up at a bomb site. Smokes going to fade soon, trying to hustle across. No one really watching it. They pick up the pace as they realize the timing is not exactly going to be perfect for him. Snappy's downstairs already.
Yep. Normally you'd have Molotovs to clear out the stairs here, because it's really hard to play someone there. Otherwise, they can just uncrouch and immediately be in that angle. Madden gets caught, though. Awkward timing for him. Farlig will take him down. And we're at 30 seconds here.
That's a dangerous rotation.
It is, to get up onto the A-bomb side yet again with just 25 seconds, but they are going for it. Spinks is calling it in, saying, I need some backup here. Nice job on the MP9. Maybe not that much backup needed. Config's going to fall to Dihar, and it's just blamF on his own. He'll get that kill, looking for it. He actually had the right idea, and still has 10 seconds. If he can get behind and maybe put the bomb down, it's possible for him to try and clutch it. Oh, but they're already on top of him. Hades out in the open. He misses the shot, and he goes for it. Oh, blamF, great triple.
Absolutely wonderful work. He makes the Benjamins, and he is Benjamin, Moses. It's perfect.
Man, if Hades is going to make that kind of an aggressive play with that low HP, you got to complete it. You got to go for it. He kind of stops. He, like, realizes, I think, too late that he doesn't have the speed to actually stop the plant.
Yeah.
And he gives BlameF the time to set his feet. And then, obviously, it's tough for Snappy to react and predict which side of the silos he's going to come out on. That's a tough loss to take for ENCE.
Absolutely is. Everything else was so well done. Spinks realizing, calling it in, waiting for the fight. When he did go for the fight, he got the double. At that point, you think it's over. Surely they're going to be in position. Quite the clutch. Diha, oh, this is rare. Normally people do this right at the beginning of the round and just try and fight to the death, but he's actually up here very late. I'm very disappointed that he hasn't seen anyone over the smoke.
Yeah, I'm bummed that he didn't get rewarded for that. That's a cool play. Spinks at the off angle as they turn around this corner, spots the leg of Config. They line up. Oh, he sprays them all down. 3 kills for Spinks.
Boom. And no one's checking this. If somehow Falik even gets out from this and checks it, I'm absolutely calling shenanigans.
He gets reported.
Yeah, definitely. There's no way.
Well, at least Dia can call it down. He's like, yeah, footsteps, he's dropping down secret. They're not coming up right at the moment. Madden can be comfortable, so they know the position of both. One threw a Molotov in door, likely to go ramp room. And the other one's dropped down secret.
40 seconds to try and find a bomb plant. Falik probably has to do that on his own. I mean, if he can get a kill, get the bomb plant down while leaving BlameF across the map. Oh, and actually BlameF's finding DR outside. But the main portion of this is still not going to happen.
Oh, no. They're going to go back up.
Yes, he is.
No.
They might have found a way out, possibly. Madden going to be able to stop the bomb at the very least. 18 seconds, and BlameF's in a lot of trouble once again here. He's picked up the bomb, and he sneaks back down below.
Snappy's here.
Yeah, he is there. And with 10 seconds left, there's nothing BlameF could do. That is a cool read from Snappy, but that round got way closer. What a great illustration of how crazy Nuke can get.
Yeah, actually, that's such a cool call from BlameF and Farlig in that clutch. What a cool situation to make happen. I'm wondering if Diha even paying attention. Oh, he's up top still. Yeah, he was chilling there. Imagine getting to that position, making that kind of a play, and then actually just getting deleted for it. Never seeing anyone.
I don't even blame him for sticking around. It's so rare that you get to hang out on that part of the map.
Yeah, just enjoying the environment up there.
Yeah, it's a new experience, I guess.
It's a nice view.
So, yeah, prime real estate, really. 7th round. ENCE. That is such an important round for them to win. It would have been so heartbreaking if they would have lost that last one. Now they can build a tiny bit more economy in this round. I think they're on a good trajectory right now. Got 2 deagles this time on the side of Astralis. Still not that much to... It's still not great clickbait, is it?
No. No, it's really not. Not going to get any interactions. No engagement.
Not at least until... Unless we get the one deeks.
Yeah, unless the 1 digs come in.
That's when it really starts.
That'll be tomorrow's headline, though.
Snappy... wedged up against the wall here. Can't do anything about it. Don't have any smokes or anything else. And he's going to move away from that position.
A 1 dig here could actually be really, really impactful because Snappy's the only one. Tagged, sprays him down, easy angle to manage. Loving that fight with the M4. He can just make himself small. Chances of them having a nade is slim. And as long as he survives, it's all good. He's got it. Oh, he does go down at the end. Dio is out on top of the box. He had Spink collapsing in. That's 1 death they didn't need to take, but whatever. 5-2.
It's hard to restrain yourself sometimes when you've already got the triple kill. Want to do more? But yes, 5-2 lead on the side of ENCE. Not at all bad. I feel like Astralis have proven, though, already that once it gets late in the round, their ability to make decisions in some of those 2v2s is super lethal. So
yeah,
that's kind of the nightmare for ENCE right now, is if ever it gets into the 2v2, 3v3s, it feels like Astralis are a very dangerous team at the moment.
I remember it was one of like the cool conversations when this Astralis lineup, when BlameF and Config joined it originally, was like the old Astralis was always very, very good on Nuke, and then you had the BlameF and Config, version of Complexity that was very dangerous on Nuke, and BlameF himself establishing pretty good track record of individual success on the map.
Yeah.
So we've always kind of assumed that Nuke at some point would remain a mainstay for the Astralis franchise.
Hades definitely with the right idea. Diha's going to come back and check since they haven't gone down, or maybe they're up, and that is some godlike timing. What more could you want? Maybe to fall back and help out Snappy would be the next logical step, although he's going to be a little bit late for that one. Snappy will go down, and they actually challenge it. Farlig pushing through, and he gets caught by Diha. Third kill of the round for him. Still a very, very good best of 3 for him so far. blamF nearly drops on top of it. 2 versus 3. Again, it's a very, very unlikely round to win, but they've come close a couple of times in these situations.
Yeah, but there should be most everything covered. Lobbies being held. Spinx knows this is a point of danger. It's all about timing, when he looks back behind him. If someone ever just comes all the way out to the left, those footsteps will give it up. Now Spinx hears him. Looking between the silos. Here's one drop as well. This is perfectly played from Spinx. Taking the above fight, spraying down as well. blamF never got a chance to put the bomb down, and that's a nice win for ENCE again.
What a difference it makes hearing your opponent versus them not hearing you, just having no idea where to look. Yeah. Nothing to be done out there. And again, Hades, obviously, he's down below with that AWP, saying they never showed up at this corner. So either they're on the stairs waiting, or they're actually walking back out again.
Yeah, the only real danger with Spinx there you could see is having to worry about Mini as well as if they were walking outside. But playing a calculated game there in front of the safety of the pillars, or silos, I should say. 4-round lead for ENCE defense.
4 Tech9s, and the Deagle on blamF.
That's a bit more of a headline.
Yeah, we're starting to work with somebody. It could attract a couple of people for sure.
Careful, Snappy. You're going to start running out of ammunition. What a timing to pounce. Spray control is in, but he has no bullets to transfer over to the second player. So Ramp Room is lost in a 1-for-1. An AK-47 can be salvaged by Astralis. It's going to be Spinx downstairs and the lower bomb site to defend. Still have Hades outside. 1 player in heaven, 1 player in the upper bomb site. So ENCE has all bases covered.
Yeah.
It's how much can Spinx do. He can't commit himself to the fight. He's trying to pick off 1. And there's no utility here for Astralis, so he could actually have a bit of a field day if he finds the right fights or gets the opening kill once this take begins.
The nightmare scenario is Spinx dying without really getting much, and them getting all his utility. I think that part would not be good. 35 seconds, and surely they're going to come help out. Oh, they jump right through. It's a pretty good jump. They're going to find him after just the 1 kill. So far, so good on the side of Astralis. And Bomb Cloud going to commence Hades. Yeah, he was not ready for it. Config closes the door and sticks to fight. Madden goes down. Absolutely amazing for Config. He made that work.
Yeah, unbelievable from Astralis. That is so cool. Obviously, the timing to pounce on Snappy. There's your first small mistake that's taken advantage of by Astralis. Spinx as well. It's a quiet walk-in. There's not enough utility to block things off safely for Astralis, so they have to take the massive risk of just walking in contact with pistols in the 1 AK-47, and the combined jump through the window as well as opening the door to take out Spinx is beautiful. And obviously everything from there is Config, but the 2 decisions to get those opening 2 frags, magnificent from Astralis.
6-3. What an important round for them to win. Competitive once again. DR getting caught outside. Forgot to keep his head low.
Poor guy.
Yeah, he's going to have a little bit of time to think about that.
Yeah, he'll be able to ask Hades for some recommendations.
Speaking of Hades, outside looking to revenge his fallen teammate, but not going to get a chance to, at least right now. Astralis for once with, I feel like, with more grenades in their pockets. That's something that they haven't had for many, many rounds.
They haven't actually had to like challenge and take any map control because they got the opening pick from Farlig on top of Silo, right? Like they just get to kind of chill for the moment. You don't need to kind of take map control to force any rotations and try and find a good fight for yourself. Looking for some kind of a rebuttal. In the previous round, they didn't get one at all from ENCE. They were frozen in place. Great position for Spinx to find the equalizing kill.
And the rest of the team in general. They've got 3 people on this bomb site. Molotov into the corner. They're going to put it down even if the player had escaped, because Astralis have to worry about it then. They don't know if someone's inside of that smoke now. Hades goes down, and that's not that great for the defense. They're going to lose Madden as well. It's on Spinks, and he gets completely taken down. Config able to land that headshot. They had 3 people there. They actually gambled a lot in that 4-on-5 to have that A defense, and it still does not work.
Yeah, right read in an utter collapse. Obviously, the Molotov forcing Madden out into the open from behind the boxes next to HUD is going to be really frustrating for him. The Flames ruining his play. Astralis looking great right now. Even in some losses, their calls across the map have been very impressive.
Yeah. Yeah, that was kind of always the undercurrent. Even in the losses, you got this feeling they actually do look way more competitive than they should in 2v4 situations.
Yeah.
It looks like they're still dangerous, so you could see it coming maybe. What's a likely return, apart from obviously they need some more money, which they're not going to have right now, ENCE, but once they have money, what's a way to get back into this?
Well, you can obviously, you can go to something more like aggressive outside, maybe try and find a kill or 2 there early on. They were aggressive earlier on in the half, and I think they've done it like twice, and it's been negated and kind of didn't get them the results they wanted. But I think more of it's in the mid rounds where they're losing track of Astralis. Obviously, this round put into a 4-on-5. You don't really have the manpower that you feel like you can go exploring. But previously in 3-on-3s, you know, 4-on-4s, very, very static on this defensive side. They're not really figuring out what's coming before it hits. And with the calls that Astralis is having, they're just knockout punches at the moment. 1 M4 on Spinks.
Not anymore.
Nothing. Good kills from blamF. 1 on each side of the door.
Yeah, he's ready for that. Nicely done. Smoke up so he can pick up the weapon. He's going to get traded himself. So, obviously, on the long term here, this is working out in favor of Astralis. Diha and Snappy. Config enjoying, I don't know.
He's getting his toes blown off 1 by 1.
Yeah.
And then Diha knows everything. Down to the lower bomb site we go. Actually, I mean, they're gonna make a bid for this. There's actually a chance here. That's a perfect Molotov to deny Diha access, and good kill from Glaive. Snappy was able to pick up an AK-47. If Diha could have found that kill and secured control side, that could have been something very unique. Snappy finds the 1-on-1. 2 left.
Still be done. He has a kid and a smoke. Especially if Falig is alone with the AWP and a 1-on-1 and the smoke is up. Oh, he's not sure he can actually do it.
Madden and Spinks, one of them might need a drop in the next round, especially for full utility.
Oh, yeah.
So playing the economy game here.
Not unreasonable.
No.
I mean, that's 6 to 5. I don't think it's super crazy. We obviously have to remember on this version, you can get many T rounds without it being a complete anomaly, so.
You mentioned as well one of those rounds where like the rounds where you can just take your hands off like the mouse and keyboard and stop playing, and it effectively like wins you the round, like probably even safer to win the round than actually trying to do something.
Yeah.
You could see Farlig there wanted to open the doors and join up with Glaive for that fight on control side, and I don't know if like he had like a voice in the back of his head call it off, or if Glaive said no, leave me alone, leave me to die. But I mean that's a way for Snappy to find a 1-on-1, is if somehow that fight is botched.
Yeah.
So really good to just let your teammate die in that situation and back away. Keep the man advantage.
I mean, that's how mistakes happen, right?
Yep, try and do a little too much.
Yeah, like, all right, I'll return, I'll get the revenge, and then it blows up, and suddenly it's a 1-on-1.
Here's some of that aggression outside. There's a gap in the smoke. Oh, he's gonna go down. Yep, Farlig's found it. Beautiful. 5-on-4 again for Astralis, and again it's Diha picked off.
He's actually been playing pretty well, but some of these rounds where he gets picked off early just obviously neutralizes that a lot. I mean, he's got 10 kills, same as Spinks. But that is a rough way to start a round. Bit of a boost going on with the AWP on top, so gonna find blamF, not expecting it. And that, I think, did Spinks also fire the gun? I think they know there's 3 people on the bomb site. I think they know everything because of the boost and the rifle. They could maybe even just guess it. Farlig coming back, but Sid goes down. Spinks running in and chasing them as they go for the ramp. And Madden's right here. Glaive is so low on health, and he's gone. Oh no, Astralis, they had kind of an opening, but not so much anymore. Config trying to find his way back in the round. It's now gonna be a 1-on-1 because Farlig showed up with the Tech-9 to execute Hades. 35 seconds. You don't have that much time to play this slowly. because you have to calculate for the fact that you might need to go and get the bomb. Snappy won't let him, but if you play that down to 10 seconds, obviously, even if you get the bomb, you can't really do it. So
yeah, tough times. That's a really hard 1v1 as well, with Snappy having so much time to find a new position, and also just, I mean, how many angles you have to clear in that ramp room. That's very, very difficult clutch for Farley. Good kill from Hades on the boost. I mean, this is kind of what I mentioned, like what one thing they can do to get back into the game. Be a little bit more proactive on the map. This time they're pushing lobby, they're flanking towards ramp room. They're not letting Astralis keep and contain and hold on to map control without any kind of a response for, 30, 40 seconds. That was good for ENCE to get up in their face and find some intel.
Yeah, super well done. Gives them a couple of rounds to buffer with here. Rush onto the A-bomb site from the Astralis side. Spinks is going to get the one, but good return. Snappy shows up, but they're kind of funneling into the bomb site one at a time. And in the end, Astralis will trade favorably 3 versus 2 now. And they have time. They don't have to run to get this bomb down right away. They can secure Mini, make sure someone's covering upper as well. They're waiting for it. There's a huge gap right there. Diha's thinking about it with the FAMAS, and he actually wins the fight. A little bit shocked. And now it's a 2-on-2. That's
Diha's smoke that he put down, so he knew there was going to be that space. He uses it to gain cover, make sure no one can peek him in the bomb site, and he can clear out door. Great play from Diha. As you mentioned, having a fantastic game. 3-on-2 for Astralis turns into a 1-on-2. But it's Zipix.
Yes, it is. But so far with only 4 kills, they're coming in from the high ground. He gets one, but Hades, good return. Headshot on that AWP, making absolutely sure he's dead.
Yeah, just double checking.
Nicely done.
Yeah, I gotta say, this hit from Astralis, like the trading is perfect. The utility you could see on Spinks was perfect. That's a very dangerous hit. Just, I mean, a stellar play from Diha with that smoke to be able to just whittle him down.
Yeah, and I would have even said the slowdown even afterwards makes a lot of sense to me too. So that you're not planting the bomb while they're executing onto the high ground or anything like that. So, but yeah, they lost those fights, and
yeah,
that's tough.
It's I think it's a lack of information of where those last 2 players were, or kind of that knowledge and lack of a stance in the bomb site to be able to properly protect the planter. Zip never felt comfortable planting it. So ENCE is back to their winning ways. 8-5, 3-round lead. It's Astralis who's forced back to 3 AK-47s and upgraded pistols. Astralis is up to 5. I feel like they'd like, at least 1 more in this half, but not too shabby at all from the Astralis attack.
Yeah, I agree. It almost feels like they deserve 1 more, given some of those earlier rounds that were kind of close. Doesn't really work that way, but what?
Uh-oh. All right, smoke wall not completed. How does Astralis want to handle this? I think Glaive just made the run.
Oh. Well, he tried, Jason.
Yeah, he did his best. Didn't make it all the way over. Good shot from Spinks from above over top of the smoke.
Clearly hasn't grown up playing Frogger or whatever that game was.
I don't think anyone listening to this has played Frogger.
No. Probably not.
I've barely even played Frogger. Okay, upper bomb site stack. Spinks is here. Hades is here. They have the right idea. Looks like Astralis is lining up for this.
Well, he certainly baited a reaction out. They did line up, but the MP9 just... It doesn't stop that many targets the same way that an AK-47 would have. And Diha, he's baiting out that shot. It's really good work here. Not exposing himself at all. Config, last man alive. He's got 2 kills. 2 more to go if he can find them. But oh, Hades will take him down. Lightning fast on that AWP. He's feeling the pressure, but so far he's handling this just fine.
Yeah. Almost perfect timing for Config coming into that. The aggression towards door kind of sprung that attack a little bit earlier before Config was ready to really swing and mini. He was in a very deadly position to be able to pick off both of these players. As you can see, it just came down when his teammates were already fallen. Another headshot from Hades with the op. 9-5. Yeah, that's a who missed the smoke? Who done it?
We have video evidence. We can go back and find out, can't we? Glaive making the run, this time behind the cover of smoke. Config almost dies. 11 health, I'm not sure. He's going to try and see if he can go aggressive behind it. Big risk. And Glaive's run. Successful initially. But running into Spinks. Not what he wanted down there.
But look at what he's caused. Look how many players are downstairs. 2 in secret. Snappy's over at the control side windows in the lower bomb site. That leaves this Diaz in the worst position possible. He's got to worry about 3 choke points at the moment. And Hades, they obviously have no idea. I think Diaz is just going to be a free kill inside the site. There's no communication. This is open. As soon as they look down, yeah, freebie. And there's Hades coming up. Man, just the presence from Glaive caused an over-rotation, and what a disaster for ENCE in the final round of this half. The only thing going for him is Madden has the bomb down in front of him, but he's got 3 to find.
That really is a shocking lap. You're absolutely right. They had a really good shot at getting this one. And Madden, I think Sip already knows, and he's going to take him down. Astralis getting a round that was very unlikely right at the end of the half. That might be enough to secure a little bit of a comeback in the second half. We'll see right after this.
okay.
Den er bamsen. Jeg har høj.
Ud høj.
Okay, var der ikke.
En vent også, okay.
Tiden. Ja, Snappy var vent.
Ja!
Ja!
Nice! Hvor er du syg, mand!
Kom nu lidt, mand. Hvor er du god, mate.
Vanvittigt.
Danish celebrations. I love it. That tiny call time can be really important because that actually is one of the things you can lose track of in those kind of clutch scenarios. And then secondly, the fact that no one was shouting when Hades was obviously running up close. I mean, this is like high-level Counter-Strike. So I guess it's to be understood, but you don't want people really interfering in that kind of a clutch. Here we go. Second half is coming up. It's Astralis and ENCE. And this is the final half to decide who is going to Lisbon to play in the arena. It's going to be wild, and someone else is going to be going home. Only one team can make it out of this match. And Glaive has gone down early on.
Farlig's here, though. Farlig's on the cross. Oh, that's perfect! More perfect from Farlig. And now he's got a teammate. It's Config to add another. That's so brutal.
Beautiful work down there. Slaying ENCE players as they come along. Config with one more headshot.
I think Glaive went down, and every kill after that is one bullet. Every kill after that is just one taps from Config and Farlig.
Yeah. Something beautiful about that, isn't there?
1, 2. Now Config. 1.
Good night.
Give us 2. Oh, he ruined it.
He did ruin it.
All right, it's not as cool anymore.
Even the coaching staff are disturbed by what they're seeing.
Those are the fun rounds to coach. Those ones right there. Those are the good ones.
Oh, here we go. Nade on top. MP9 to slow them down, although Snappy actually gets the kill through. Farlig, that's a wide peak. That's actually very... He's back for more. I don't like seeing that. That's the kind of thing that can... they probably will still win this round. That is the kind of thing that can easily blow up around.
Yeah, the initial wide swing, exactly, you're right. That's pretty dangerous in and of itself. You get a double kill and you have the chance to fall back. Take it.
And just to reiterate, I mean, there's almost nothing to be won by defending ramp at this point. You know, just you get the double kill, fall back, and so what if they take ramp? Why do you care? You have people defending down below. They can't go anywhere.
Oh, this is an issue. Config's all alone. They're creeping up slowly on him. He's got teammates coming in vents. He goes down. Yeah, this is now the dangerous part of it. Now they also have some utility. Smoke goes up in the door. They're going to get the plant. Oh, no. Madden gets off of it. Goes down through the smoke. It's all on Spinks. 68 HP. I don't think he wants to reload.
He has got 2 bullets, Jason, in this deagle.
What's he got in the M4?
I don't know, but he has... I mean... He's not going to win this with 2 deagle headshots. I don't want to believe that. Yeah, no way. Oh, this is caught by blamF. But he wanted to escape, and I think that would have been cool. I would have loved to have seen that.
Well, to your point as well, I mean, look at the danger of passing over that M4. They get the kill on Config, and if blamF doesn't get that kill through the smoke, I mean, you have a plant and a post-plant 2v2. This is dangerous in and of itself, but just get away. Going back for more was rough. blamF gets fortunate. Madden off the bomb, tries to cross over.
And these are fairly small details, but going forward for Astralis, you know, going into the major and everything else, you get punished really hard against.
Yes.
I mean, the better the team you play, the harder you're going to get punished for stuff like that. So it's really worth fixing now, and they're small fixes. They can be fixed from one day to the next, you know, with a little bit of practice and a little bit of attention. Farlig taking down Hades, and Astralis are right back in this game. Config even shooting fools through the wall.
He's feeling it. 16 kills on Config, 18 on blamF.
Yeah, that's a problem if you're on the ENCE side. I feel like especially that Config element.
Yeah, he's just like an X factor in everything, in every situation. Although blamF in this series has been equally just been like an absolute, you know, just chaos causing. Like between the clutch he won, between the way he disrupted everything on Mirage, he's put together a very good series as well. 9-9, we're all tied up going into the first real full gun round of the second half. AKs and a single Galil on Hades for the ENCE side.
Yeah. He's like... It's like nuclear material, Jason. You know, you gotta keep him cooled down or you get that chain reaction going. Warms up. Now we stop. So we're on nuke, so...
Yeah.
Topical reference.
It's a very topical reference.
Do I get paid yet?
Checks in the mail. Diaz out towards red box. Rest of ENCE gonna back off, it looks like, and realign for a smoke wall outside. Meanwhile, Config, we just mentioned him as an X factor. He's just pushed and peeked door. He's found Spinks at the back of it. That's lobby presence gone for the moment from ENCE. Smoke wall does get chucked out, so Diha can be activated.
Again, I feel like that's the kind of play that if that backfires, we would have been saying, oh, well, that's the danger of playing with Config, you know, but it's also what makes it so hard to play against Config. How do you see that coming? He's just pushing in to get the kill. Now Diha's gone down to Sip and you're playing 5 versus 3 and you're still hanging around in lobby.
Yeah, and trying to come through smoke as well. This has all gone to hell for ENCE. It's gotten discoordinated, discombobulated, disconnected, and that's going to be a 10th round for Astralis. They're the first to take double digits in the game.
Disintegrated.
No, there you go.
Hades 1 versus 5. And as absurd as it seems, Still a lot to be accomplished in a round like this if you can get a couple of kills. There's one of them, but especially if it's two more. Molotov, ooh, if he could have thrown it further, it would have been even better, but there's no way for him to know. 20 seconds now. Winning the round is not an option here, but one more kill on Glaive. That's armor, that's grenades gone, and obviously the SMG as well. It's way better than nothing here. They have to think about the long haul here on the ENCE side. They need to get that Astralis economy all the way gone. Yeah, look at this.
Yeah,
play.
As the smoke's clearing. That one's brutal as well, just as the Molotov subsides. Matt sealed it. Madden trying to sneak through the smoke, but Config's ready. 10-9. 1 round lead. Tech-9's across the board for ENCE. I have to imagine this would be an upper set piece.
Yeah, they're going to try and see. I mean, again, you get one good opening, it's probably worth it. Config hanging around on the actual door itself, which you can't sit on. Finally going to fall back this time, which I appreciate. Instead of sticking out there, you could probably... Oh, he's going to come back for more, and there's an AK waiting. Molotov down. Astralis don't give up this round. They've built it nice enough up until this point. They've got the 1 round lead. But if ENCE can claim this round somehow, they're going to be so motivated to try and win this whole game.
I think ENCE is trying to think that they want to go down vents, that they want to bail out. I think they're just going to be able to make it. They're going to do it, yeah. The sound cues will be there eventually, but man, they're going to get a great stance, and Hades is actually going to lurk up top. If anyone wants to drop down and go vents to follow up with them, he's going to be there, calling out information. No one's vents. No one's vents. Just be careful of ramp.
We were praising Astralis for these calls when they did them on the T side, and ENCE has just done the same thing. That's so cool to see. Sip can come look for someone here. Snappy runs out with a Tech-9, but he can't land the headshot. And Sip swings around to bring him down. Diha and Hades are now left, and that bomb is planted. It's been ticking for a minute now. Hades sneaking back around, and he's going to find the opening. Brings down one. The spray is in for the headshot, and now blamF is on his own. ENCE, they found everything they wanted in this round. blamF, you might as well try and go for the defuse. It's not going to happen. Hades will take down everyone that's left in the round, and what a beautiful way to get another round and equalize the score.
What a great call from ENCE to just bail out. Tactically, these Danish in-game leaders are putting on a show today, saying we've secured the bomb site, but we know they're in a position to retake. All 3 of them are here lined up. Let's go down vents. Let's get to the other one. Let's switch things up and see what they can do from there.
And you know, Hades also, he gets those 2 kills and he closes the door.
Yep.
Instead of swinging for a third, he's in the zone. He's like, no. Like, well, let's make sure we really win
Eyes on the prize, which is Lisbon, which is a win here on Nuke. 10-10. Money is an issue for Astralis.
Well, and that round right there, just that changes the odds quite a bit. Very interesting. Farlig with the AWP, but they've spent every single dollar they had Astralis in this round. What a call to make.
It's beautiful. I love it.
Down low in a 3-on-3.
ENCE has been just so much fun to watch. Bold calls. Deep nade does good damage onto Zipix. 58 HP remaining on him. Chunks him down. He'll drop a smoke and just back away. Can't do anything to use that one, but gonna trust that it'll stop any play in the meantime.
And blamF in a decent position. They check it though. There's 2 of them out there. They're gonna try and wrap around. And he'll stop Snappy. Ready for the fight is Diha. Madden takes the 1. The bomb is on the ground, but Config, how long can he leave with the MP9? Not much longer. He did get Hades. Farlig 1 versus 2. It's doable with the AWP even. Spinks is the real target. Diha's already low on health, and he's not going to check both sides of the road. And you should always do that, Jason.
Farlig reads this. He's already going to ramp room. He can't stop the plant, but maybe he can pin down Spinks. Smoke is going to help Spinks escape afterwards. Farlig might have 1 chance. He's going to see if he jumps back across.
He has a Molotov as well, Farlig, but even throwing that has an element of...
Oh, no.
He was out in the open, and Farlig did not see that coming.
He never expected it. He's thinking, why is he walking out in the open? Likely, if he hasn't jumped across, he's just staying pinned down behind Silo. Great shot from Spinks. Had to have that immediate headshot. But really, Config does everything he can to hold on to this upper bomb site. He does fantastic work to get his kills. But really nice trading from ENCE.
Yeah. Just not ready for it. Whew. Behind the previous round 3-on-3, planting the B bomb site into this one-on-one. They're slipping past right now, ENCE, aren't they?
Yeah.
11 to 10. Spinks trying to create the opening with the AK, but he runs into Sip. It's a good return, and they're ready for the lobby crunch. That was not so much of a crunch, but I guess the push from ramp coming in, and blameth is on his own. I think it's going to be 12 to 10.
I think we'll see a timeout from Astralis after this round as they talk things over, as they want to discuss this defense and what they can do to make things easier on themselves. Final kill goes the way of Hades with that op as he swings out. Good lead for ENCE. That win and that 1v1 as well, 1v1 also, remember, is the economic win as well that allows them to build on the back of this one. So that clutch for Spinks is a 2-for-1. Twofer.
Yeah. You're not wrong.
No timeout. They just want to play it through.
I don't know about that. And I have another worry.
No kits?
I see only one helmet against the 2 MAC-10s. You never know when that might be a problem. DR, helmet or not, is going to be dead through the smoke. A little bit of fire to touch Snappy out there.
Yeah, but this time they're setting masses of bodies. Oh, that's a great find of damage. 11 HP on Madden. ENCE has been softened up on the cross. Astralis has done all the right things to give themselves an advantage. 5 on 4, and Madden 1 bullet away from death. He's given the op.
Oh, they traded back. Fair enough. But yeah, that would have made sense. Farley back here. They have Molotovs to throw at him if they really want to. Sees just the top of someone's head. Not able to get the kill, though. A minute on the clock, and Config is sneaking down, and the timing is so good. He'll get that kill. Does get shot at the back eventually, but they can't really make it onto the site here. No chance for a bomb plant. And Astralis just winning the round, but keeping 4 people alive.
It's so smart for Farlig as well. He spots them coming secret, and he's just like, I don't actually have to fight anything. Like, even if Config can drop into vents, all I have to do is hold on to control side. Like, even if they want to get into the bomb site by going around through decon and get that plan, as long as I have control of this side, our retake is going to be oh so strong. So very, very smart play. And enough players just picked off as this round went on. 12 to 11, Astralis keeps it within 1. Both teams have money.
Oh, here we go. Blowing up that squeak door, setting up for something. Nobody wanted to really follow through. Looked like there were a lot of people headed that way. I was getting excited there.
They might have just called it off. That, or they could also be setting up to kind of posture with those nades as if there's going to be an upper rush later in this half. Remember, they'll have low money in the next round. And we all know ENCE like to buy the MAC-10s and Galils to change the pace. They could be setting up for that eventuality.
Dihard trying to work this outside position. Narrowly missed by the spray. But he's managed to make his way all the way across without getting spotted, so see if they can make something off that position. Sip here, gonna get flashed and forced back right away. Gotta be careful. If you get stuck on a wall there, that can definitely get you killed, so good stuff. 50 seconds now. They got Dihar on one side. Ooh, they're coming back from the ramp. They're going to change their minds. I thought they were going to pinch that B bomb site. And there are 2 people down here, so maybe Astralis thought the same thing. Now, the question is, can the A bomb site hold with only 2 people? They've actually done a good job, ENCE, of manipulating this defense to be very weak on this A side. Farlig misses the first shot, misses the second. I'm not sure he's going to get a third at this point. blameth tries to help out. Config goes down. Oh, another miss. It's Glaive in the back to try and save the round. And Hades, he can get the kill, but he's running out of time here. 16 seconds. Snappy's controlling the high ground. They have got the bomb picked up at the very least, and they're going to get the plant anyway. Glaive, he nearly had the round. Oh no. Low on health is blameth, and Snappy, he's got the right idea. AK in hand, and he sees that. He didn't even have to be that quick. 1 bullet would have done it, and now it's on Sip. And no grenades in a 1 versus 2, and he knows where Snappy is up there, but he can't hit the shot. I don't even know where the bullets went, but it's gonna be the round for ENCE.
Man, I'm surprised Snappy didn't go down there. I'll tell you what, though. I love that switch from Glaive and Farlig. Obviously, the missed shots is a disaster, but it's much better positioning to put the M4 in the hunt where you can be way more versatile, shift the op over towards the door, but you got to hit one of these. And that's all it is. You have to hit one. 3 great chances to just find a single kill that could have meant everything for the team. If one of those kills comes in, that player hiding at vents that picks off Glaive as he's wrapping around doesn't have the ability to just sit and wait and watch the flank. He has to be dedicated towards the bomb site. Yep.
And I think Sip did we can do some lip reading as well. You can see it. Where did the bullets go? Where are they?
How do you say that in Danish?
Or Kulanen?
Okay. So
listen, I didn't.
Nobody would be lip reading that if you're not from Denmark.
That's incomprehensible. I've realized on some level, Danish just sounds like you're saying like one long sentence. There's really no end to one word when the next one begins.
Yeah, it is a bit weird.
Timeout being called. Astralis, they're under a lot of pressure right here. Their economy has evaporated. ENCE have taken a 2-round lead. And right now, they need 3 more to get to Lisbon.
Yeah, Astralis can still do this though. Hero M4 on Blame F. See what he can create with it. Oh, he's already picked off. Get out. They spotted that coming with the boost. Hades hits a banger of a shot through the corner of the box. That's a heavy investment in a round like this where your economy is already limping. To not be able to put that weapon into play.
Not much they could do with these pistols. They need another miracle. They've already had a few of them, Astralis. How many more could you really ask for? Double setup behind the box, and finally able to pick that one up. Steals the AK. I don't know, this could work if he wins the next fight out here, and he will against Snappy, and that's the bomb on the ground, and Dihas already low on health. Oh my.
No. That's a disaster. I think actually Snappy's own smoke from the nade actually caused a problem for him peeking over there. Farlig, he had those huge whiffs in the last round that put him in this tough situation. He might be able to bail them out here, and what a deliverance that would be from the young player.
All is forgiven if you can pick it back up right here. 11 to 13.
I like this call as well. There's no way for Zip to really join up and help you with his deagle, so just let them have the bomb. You can't really protect it. The problem is, ENCE have an opportunity to just sneak downstairs.
Yeah, Zip can still beat them through the vent if they really want to, and yeah, that's what they're thinking too. 25 seconds, showing up with the deagle. If he finds Dihar, it's going to be a quick 1 versus 2. It's a scary position to hold right here, but they're making their way past. 15 seconds.
Door's going to be the sound cue.
Yep. Now they know, and Sip's walking up right behind them at timing. It's almost immediate, and that's the high health player. Spinks is gone, and Dihar, 1 bullet away here. Astralis, I don't know what they sacrificed to get this miracle, but they've almost got it. And Dihar's, he's got nowhere to stand. They're gonna know. They saw him jump into the corner, so they realize where he is. Now behind the silo. Obviously no kit in play, but they're gonna cruise into the bomb site. Farlig making up for earlier, and Astralis, a massive round.
That's an impossible clutch for Dihar. You're exactly right. Locked into the bomb site. There's limited places he can go. Even just going around just for funsies and just blowing open the window at control side. Make him consider one more position. Oh, it's brutal. Good kills from Farlig, though. The trade on Config behind the box. The kill on Snappy was massive. Dihar with low HP had no motivation to try and trade it just there. That is a very tough loss for ENCE just as they took control. 13-12.
Yeah, in the final analysis, that round is going to be one of the heavy ones that we're going to have to go back and look at and think about what would have happened if it had gone the other way. But not right now. Orb on Hades, Orb on Farlig. They don't have much to work with on the ENCE side, but they want to see if they can put the pressure on Astralis anyway.
They could use a plant in this round. Just for future financials. If they can't win it, they really need the extra $800. Oh dear. That's so insane. That's a huge gap. Blame F. Okay. They jump across.
And might be for the best that was an M4. If that had been Farlig out there with the AWP double scope, that you probably don't make it past.
Yep, it's going to transition Farlig over to the ramp room with the AWP to cover that gap in the defense. Good pick from Hades. Blame F just wanted some information. He's picked off. Farlig has to rotate away from ramp now, and that leaves Zipix all alone in the lower bomb site.
He's getting a little bit of backup from the ramp now, but you're right. Not a lot of defense down here, and a lot of time still for ENCE. We've seen them do the switcheroo before. They could do it again. 50 seconds. Spinks
Holding in case someone tries to rotate that way. Farlig, he's got his eyes on the control room, with Sip has to cover basically this, and right behind him there's the early kill. Sip revealing his position though, and Farlig doesn't get to escape. He's dead already. Nice shot from behind from Diha, able to get the job done, and they can't really get down here. They have to surrender the round.
Oh, that's so crazy. Zip, that position is so strong, but once your teammate goes down, you can't get away. There's sound cues no matter where you move after that. Xyp9x just had to remain exposed to everyone and predict where the next fight was going to come. Equally as well, almost deja vu to the first half. Astralis had a very similar round with just Tech9s where they had to silently creep into the bomb site before giving away the game because they didn't have nades. ENCE as well had one flashbang that whole time.
Yeah, and they still made it work. And the fact that even after winning the first couple of fights to get down lower, that kind of a slowdown, using the time that's left to creep in and win those fights, really cool to see, really good. Because the pressure is absolutely on right now for both teams. This is typically where you start to see more and more players make mistakes. Hades, though, I think 25 kills at the end of this round. Oh, that's wild. That is not bad at all. Top fragging Hades at the moment.
Yeah, playing really well. Another timeout. We're going to see these just burned round after round in these pressure moments.
Nade stack outside.
Okay.
It only works in 1 out of 1,000 rounds. I like those odds.
Yeah. You like them, huh? We'll see what they got. I'm a little interested to see what kind of a buy they can even put together down the stretch, because we've been trading rounds a little bit towards the later stages of this half, and like hard to build up that losing bonus, obviously. Hard to build up like a decent amount of cash flow to really go with it. So M4 on config.
Okay.
Deagle on Farlig with no armor. He's going to try and save up for an AWP. M4 on Glaive as well. So buying what they can. Xyp9x saving 4,600 in the bank. There's some elements of danger here, but obviously the strength is config and Glaive.
Not really a nade stack, but a pretty good nade on Diha nonetheless. Glaive trying to jump up top. Oh, he's been spotted. Yep. They knew shooting him through the smoke. It's a cool idea for Glaive, and actually in the past, Glaive has been one of the people who's been very successful at making these outside aggressive plays, so
yeah,
looked
like he was going to roll back the years and go old school for a second there. Unfortunately, he doesn't have a teammate with armor to drop that M4 over to. All those pistols are just unarmored upgrades. So pressure put outside by ENCE, but they don't really want to do a whole lot with it. Just leaving Diha to solo lurk. Look for peaks. Control any re-aggression. Snappy's going to join up with them, so they're just falling back to throw the wall. They're going to come right back to it.
Good stuff, even clearing that close position with the Molotov to make sure no cheeky Danes that snuck up. Try and stop them.
Double op on the T side as well. Spinks has one just playing super passive, but he missed this. He missed this. Oh, I can't believe they checked. They might have heard a sound cue. Somebody, I think Spinks might have called it last second. Oh, he's in trouble. On the ground. Deagle's out. He got knifed, but he still finds the kill.
What now? Oh, they're going to go. This is perfect. There's no one here.
Yeah.
Round done.
But that's almost okay for Astralis as well, because Glaive can just keep the M4. He'll have to find safety from the bomb blast.
Yeah, there must have been something, right?
Yeah, there had to have been something to turn that far away at secret, unless someone is just literally a god. 15-12, ENCE 3 chances. Spring finals within their grasp. But Astralis have set themselves up for a very nice buy in the next round. They're not going to go down easy.
Yeah, that is the big upside. You're right. They kept quite a lot of money in the bank to be able to try and go on a bit of a run here on their own. They need 3 in a row without making really any mistakes. Man, and so close. And this would be obviously amazing. They've already had a really cool year, but this would be the cherry on top right here. Taking BlameF, not letting me get a rifle. It all counts.
All right, Astralis, you got 1 timeout left. Do you take it now?
I can't believe it.
I want to know how he got there.
Yeah.
Did they push lobby and ramp? Yeah, he just went up the ladder.
You must have.
It's the only thing that was available. I want to know how it was heard or spotted or what gave it away. That's unfortunate. I thought config could have changed the entire round. All right.
Here we go. 15-12. Pressure towards Mini already, blowing over the door, expecting a reaction. And they almost got it with that flashbang, but they're going to avoid that. It's going to end it right now. Onto the bomb site we go. Farley gets up high, and he'll get the 1 kill, but this is still pretty good. Traded evenly into the site. It's a 3-on-3, and they're going to go for the bomb plant. No, they fake it out for a minute. They want to see if anyone is crazy enough to come running through. Sip.
Oh, God.
Oh, they go right down, and that M4 is going to eat them. Oh,
no!
He jumps on top and no-scopes him. Sip is gone out of the round, and now it's a 2-on-2. And this time, the bomb is going to be planted, but how do you get down to actually do it? Diha is ready and waiting in the smoke. I don't even know if he could see it, but he got the headshot anyway. And Farley in the corner. He knows where he is, and he has to do this before Diha shows up. Oh, he's so dead. There it is. ENCE, they make the final and knock out Astralis.
That's incredibly impressive from ENCE. What a run they've had through the Spring Showdown. Even shutting down a red-hot Astralis, a lot of people started having faith in what we've seen. Positive signs, not making it all the way. But ENCE and their ability to adapt and find solutions is absolutely incredible.
Yes, it is. They played Astralis on some of their best maps, probably their best maps.
And they got destroyed in the first map. This series started out with them getting demolished.
This is some really incredible experience for ENCE to have. Again, they've already been playing well. But they had to dig deep to try and win, especially this last one.
Yeah, but I mean, the nice thing is both teams building up to a nice point, you know, right at the perfect moment within the calendar year.
Yeah, we love to see it. A lot to break down, and luckily we have the desk with us.
Despite a 16-3 loss to be beginning off this series, ENCE managed to completely turn the tides. They are the ones to kick Astralis to the curb. They're the ones to be champions of the European bracket and PIMP. They are the ones to be qualifying for the spring finals. What an incredible fashion to be doing it.
Yeah, that was a tight fashion of them to do it, right? They had to pull out all the tricks of the book, finishing with a no-scope in the vents in order to solve the round and get the W. ENCE had to fight for it. Astralis played a decent game of Counter-Strike, but ENCE were the better team tonight.
I know, absolutely. It was so nice to see. And we got a great performance out of Hades on the third map, which is fantastic to see always.
Yeah, it was absolutely incredible. And the fact that, you know, they managed to turn it around from that first map, make it absolutely nail-biting on the grounds of Nuke. And that was what we were kind of praising ENCE for coming into this, their ability to adapt, the ability to overcome. And they proved it through and through to be nagging that spot in Lisbon.
They did. And you could see on the player camps as well, they were getting hyped up, they were getting excited. Madden as well when he was winning, you know, both the fists just put together and showing some of that passion that we'd love to see. Again, when you lose the first map 16-3, it's easy to think as a viewer at home, you know, that, oh, that's going to sting, that's going to be rough. But momentum doesn't carry from map to map. You can maybe, you know, have momentum from one side to another when you're playing Mirage as an example. But when you get that 10-15 minute break, you get to decompress, you get to talk about the next map. And we saw ENCE, they came in fighting and they played a good game of Counter-Strike on Ancient and they played better than Astralis and Nuke, hence why they qualified.
Yeah, to me, I think this is true professionalism, not letting that Mirage get to them. They just shrugged it off, wiped that dust off their shoulder, and they were like, okay, guys, let's settle up for map 2, which they performed really well on Ancient, and then we found the map 3 again, showing the best.
I really like the fact that you bring up Hades in this one as well, because I feel like it's been a really nice storyline for ENCE throughout this tournament. The fact that we've been able to pinpoint particular players on particular maps throughout particular matches, it shows that, you know, they have a really bolstered side. They're getting those individuals out to shine, and we got to see the best of the AWPer on this map.
Yeah, it's interesting. And actually at the beginning of the tournament, like just from what I had seen from him, he looked as though he was very frustrated, even in the first series that they had played. And I was a little concerned of him. I remember doing segments about him, but it seems as the tournament progressed and they were just performing better and better, that his, as well as the team environment, just got so much better, and he performed better because of it.
To me, this was a great learning experience as well. We got to see where these two teams stand right now coming into the major. Obviously, both of them qualified, one in an easier fashion than the other. Astralis were just 2 rounds from not qualifying. We also saw Astralis, you know, they made a couple of mistakes. I have an eco play I want to show you guys, and it happened so many times, not only here in Nuke, but also on Ancient. You win the pistol, and then the following round you lose. They do an inside execute right here, and I like the idea of doing it, but they're just disjointed coming out. Glaive couldn't find the first one, Config couldn't find the second one, and then everything falls apart for Astralis. Now, this round was very, very expensive. When you win the pistol, you always want to try to convert the second one. It happened on Ancient. It happened here on Nuke. It happened almost in the second pistol, which Astralis also won and just barely converted, winning a 1v1. And outside of that, they lost 2 force buy rounds here on Nuke. I'm not going to take anything away from ENCE whatsoever, but Astralis, they could have won this game if they were better against these force buys.
It's true, and there was a clear trend in the last 2 maps of this series that it was so messy in the first 5-6 rounds. You know, you didn't know who was going to run away with it.
It didn't really seem to matter in terms of weaponry for ENCE in some of those moments as well. I know when we've moved over into the second half, there was a particular round that you highlighted, round number 20, where it just didn't seem to matter for ENCE. They just had full force confidence going into it.
Oh, 100%. Yeah, and they were coming out onto the top side with a half buy, seeming like that was the plan, right? And they actually, getting this trade was so important. But what actually happened here that was really nice to see, and Jason pointed it out on the caster desk as well, that as soon as it came down to this 3v3, ENCE just decided to slow it down. And I love this. This is just experienced veteran play. It doesn't surprise me if Snappy actually made this call to rotate down to B, because this was probably the best call that you could have made.
It was beautiful. It was well done. We see Hades here. He's salving the round by 2 kills with the AK-47. And again, you know, it was a trend throughout the entire game. It happened on Ancient a couple of times. It happened on Nuke a couple of times. And I'm sure right now, Astralis are obviously super, super disappointed. But it's also something they can learn from, right? This is what they lack. Farley is starting to play well. blamF is playing a solid tournament overall. Config is playing well. They just need to iron out these small mistakes before they're ready for, I guess, the bigger games and the bigger stages.
Well, huge congratulations to ENCE for managing to make it through to Lisbon. We do have Madden on the line for our winners interview. First of all, huge congratulations, man.
Thank you. Feels great.
We could see just the reactions in your camera as well. Can you tell me what's going through your mind right now? Not only did you manage to make it to Lisbon, but you've come the entire way here through the Spring Showdown. Can you tell me what it means to you?
It means a lot. Like the first time I'm gonna play live in front of the crowd, like in the arena. It's first time for me and probably most of us except Snappy. So like the feeling is just incredible.
That is going to be absolutely incredible to witness. I do want to go back to the beginning of this series, though, because unfortunately we did see you losing out on your own map pick. Didn't matter in the end because you sealed out anyway. But I just want to know what was kind of said in between that first map and then going into Ancient. What was said between the team?
Snappy was constantly repeating, we need to just mentally reset fully, like just focus on next map. It happened what happened, so we just need to focus on another 2 maps that are in front of us. He was repeating like 10 times, just guys, please mentally reset fully. We're gonna get this. We have 2 maps in front of us, we can do it. And yeah, I think everyone mentally resetted after it.
Madden, you're the newest addition to this very explosive ENCE lineup, and as of recently, you've been doing very, very well. Right now, number 5 on the world ranking as well. Are we seeing the best of ENCE right now, or do you think there's more in store for us in the future?
I think we are playing pretty good at the moment, but I think we can still be the contender that can win the tournaments. I think we can always go into the playoff of the tournaments. We're just going to improve. We still played only 3 months with me, so like in a few months, I think we're just going to play better and better, and we can also win some big tournaments.
And for you personally, right, how comfortable are you with an ENCE? I saw yesterday against Heroic, you're firing on all cylinders, and big part of the reason as to why you won, whereas today it's a bit up and down. Are you still finding your footing, or how is it going?
Like first 1 month, like in the lineup, I didn't feel very confident. I changed some positions and everything, but each individual helped me a lot, especially Snappy and our coach So helped me a lot to like just feel more confident. They let me do some of my plays, and now it's getting just better, and I feel much more confident at the moment.
Yes, Madden, congratulations on the win. I wanted to ask you, because I've been giving so much love to Snappy up here on the desk, and since you were roughly new to the team, what is it like playing with Snappy? Like, what's your perspective on him as an in-game leader?
I think it feels great to play with him. To be honest, he always let his players speak, and he likes to listen to everyone. And also he lets the players kind of do their own plays, and they try to fit them into the playstyle we actually have. So it's really good from him that he makes everyone in the team kind of confident in a way. So yeah, that's his like strength.
Perfect, thank you.
Well, Madden, I'm sure you're gaining a lot of fans throughout some of your matches as well. I just wanted to give you the floor to say anything to them now that you've qualified for Lisbon. It's going to be one of your first times entering the arena.
Yeah, I wish everyone thanks that you guys supporting us, especially ENCE and me. Like, since in my country, CS is not that popular, so also I think this can be some kind of sign for a Balkan people that like everything is possible and they can achieve their goals if they work hard.
Well, Madden, thank you so much for your insight. Thank you so much for your thoughts.
Thank you.
Huge congratulations. Cannot wait to see you in Lisbon on that.
Thank you.
And that is the most incredible story arc about the entirety of the showdown. They came through the qualifiers. They managed to survive an absolute gauntlet of a bracket in that European competition. And Madden getting to have one of his first big LAN experience in Lisbon. You can't ask for anything more than that.
Listen, they had to beat all the Danes in this tournament, starting out beating Copenhagen Flames, who played so well during the major qualifier. Then moving on to Heroic, who were the top-seeded team coming into this bracket. They were the favorites to qualify for Lisbon. They also took them down in style 2-1, especially on the third map, dominating Heroic. And now against Astralis again today. Started out so poor, but finished so well. ENCE has without a doubt had the toughest way going into the final, and they fully deserved the spot at Lisbon.
Yeah, I think this is a proper run by ENCE. I'm very proud of them. I think this was done as a team. There was no just one player. I mean, of course, we saw a star performance out of Spinks, but there was no just one player that completely stood out above the rest. So.
No, I kind of want to get your thoughts just in terms of what it actually does mean to the players to be able to go to these land stages in front of big crowds. Of course, you've been there. I just want to get your kind of perspective on it. What will it mean for some of these players doing it for the first time?
Yeah, this is extremely special. I mean, it wouldn't surprise me if there was a little bit of nerves involved when the time comes, but the preparation is different. But something that they're going to feel that they've never felt before is just the vibrations of the arena. Even when you shoot an op in the arena, you know, and of course, even in Lisbon, right? We know how electric this crowd is. So I think they're in for a beautiful time.
Yeah, it's going to be absolutely incredible to witness. Of course, we do have to recap our MERSC MVP as well. You guys have been voting over on Twitter. We had 3 players that were left in contention to be taking this crown. You guys have voted for the big boy BlameF. I think it is definitely fair to be awarding it to him, considering, you know, the numbers he was putting up throughout the entire tournament and the consistency coming out from him as well.
He did everything he could. As a player, BlameF had a fantastic tournament, and from start to finish, he's been the best player of Astralis, not only in this tournament, but ever since he joined that squad. You kind of like to put him up against the likes of Config and sometimes also Farley, the uproar within Astralis, but there's no doubt right now that BlameF is the one constant they have. Every time he joins the server, he is more or less good for 20-25 kills. So BlameF right now is not only MVP of this tournament, but he's been MVP of Astralis for a long time.
Yeah, it makes me a little sad, but this is a classic BlameF performance. It's too bad that we didn't get to see him win, but I think these are just the trials and tribulations of this roster to see and find out how they lost this series, because I think this is going to set them up for the major.
Yeah, no, I'm really excited to see what they're going to be delivering going into the major. You know, obviously we're bringing up BlameF as our MERSC MVP, but the fact that we're seeing a little bit more comfort throughout Astralis, the fact that Farley, you know, getting more integrated into the team as well, I think that does spell better things for the Danes going forward.
I agree, honestly, right? They were 2 rounds away from not qualifying for the major, going up against Heat in that map on Ancient, winning a force fire and then surviving. It was so close to miss out, you know, on the major. So for them to be in the final of this tournament and pressure ends all the way to a point where a 3rd map could have gone overtime, I think overall Astralis can be happy for their performance, but there's no doubt to me that ENCE were the better team. Yeah. Taking down Flames, taking down Heroic, and taking down Astralis, those are 3 very quality teams that they all bested.
Well, we have crowned our European champion here, the BLAST Premier Spring Showdown, but there is one more matchup to be getting underway to find out who will be taking the last spot in Lisbon. It's going to be FURIA taking on the underdogs of paiN to see if they can continue that run and pull off the upset. It's coming up after the break, and you don't want to miss it.
Why can I think of this right now, dude? Okay, so
dang, I don't buy like with my numbers like that.
Oh, this is like a mental game. It makes me confused.
Wait, can I change my answer?
Okay, so round 1, 1-3. That is a P250.
Why can I think of this right now, dude? Okay, so 1 is your pistol, and 1 CT, so USP, dualies, and then P250. So it should be P250.
Okay, I think the first one is a deagle.
Okay, 1-3 is the P250.
Wait, can I change my answer?
B25. B25. I think I never buy B25. Oh, yeah. It has to be
2-5.
That's heavy shotgun. I think that's Negev.
I think that's a Negev. Yeah, because I always miss by it, or not always, but I used to miss by the Negev.
Let me think about the wheel, because these guns I buy with the wheel. Because I like to open the shotguns menu, like if you can shopping in the market, and I just choose whatever fits best my pocket.
2-5. Maybe like a P90.
If I go here, it's I just holding my mouse here and imagining. Okay, if I go here, it's the auto shotgun. So I think B25 would be the heavy Negev.
Wait, 6-3-5? When do you hit 6? Oh no, dude, I'm horrible at this. 6 is that's for ops, right? Or sniper? I don't know when you hit 6, because I think 5 is like the Kevlar, and then where you get a kit. So I don't know. I don't even know what 6 is.
6, 3, 5. So 6, you're going into the nades.
Nades, dude.
The flash and then smoke for the 5.
Dude, why? I buy nades all the time. How can I not get this? This is insane.
I never use 6. I use the 6 I go with the mouse.
6, I don't know. It must be like a heavy weapon or something. Like I don't even know what that is. Like and you have to press 3 times to get the weapon. Why am I so confused right now? I don't know what that is.
The mouse would be like here. So 3, 5. I don't know. Let's go with smoke. That says smoke. I don't know.
I feel like I did horrible.
Oh my god, dude. I just keep forgetting what these nades are, man.
FURIA didn't break a sweat on their run to the final. ATK and Godsent have proven no match for Brazil's #1.
They boost. Oh, okay.
And the close range. Ooh, safe with a no-scope on top. No, 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 not again!
Not like this. Oh, look at this angle from safe.
Sees the shadow, locks it in.
Wow.
A spot of the spring final is theirs for the taking. The magical run continued as they took down MIBR. paiN are riding high with nothing to lose.
This Opera goes up close. Oh. And Nithon, he earns that clutch.
Yeah, he's not scared at all.
Smoke grenades for the cross. Big Uzera could just come down to a nice time peak. Easy. Wow. All too easy. Neither of those players ready for the Big Uzera.
This matchup will be their ultimate test, but only one can take the final place in Lisbon.
It's the Battle of Brazil as paiN and FURIA are going toe-to-toe. The biggest underdogs of the tournaments thus far, taking on the South American giants. And we really do mean it when we say that we did not expect paiN to be in this situation. All we have to do is look at their tournament run so far, and we thought Liquid would be taking them down at the first hurdle.
Yeah, that was a massive, massive win for paiN Gaming, taking down Liquid in the fashion they did, you know, leaving no doubt that they were the better team in that matchup. Then coming into the MIBR game where they also won 2-0. MIBR, who previously coming into that game had won 7 maps in a row against paiN Gaming. Well, it all turned around on the table. paiN were the better team, 16-10, 16-9, and they now stand in the grand final here. Just one best of 3 away from fighting in the arena in Lisbon.
Wow, yeah, something that I love so much about paiN is that this is the most important tournament that they have going on right now. But they've been doing so well as a squad. So I really hope that they can put on a good show against FURIA, but I don't know, I'm optimistic, but we'll see.
I think this is undoubtedly the biggest test for them thus far in the tournament, you know, despite managing to take down Liquid. It was pretty close. Pretty dominant win versus MIBR as well. But I think from both sides of the equation, there are a couple of duos that we want to be putting under the spotlight for different reasons. Let's start off with paiN. Who are the kind of 2 people that you're focusing on for this one?
Oh, I mean, you go with Nithon, right? Obviously, as the AWP player, you also look towards some of the rifle power coming out of Hartzauer and Big Uzera. Those 3 would be the guys, you know, that you look towards when you want your firepower going up against FURIA. They are the stars of their team. They are the players who played well so far in this tournament. So without Nithon playing well, without Big Uzera, one of the MVP candidates so far for the tournament playing well, it's going to be even tougher for paiN Gaming.
Yeah, I do want to give love to PKL and Nekis specifically, just because these guys have played on a team together since like Luminosity, very, very long time, and they've even existed on this roster together for a very long time as well. I think they even play most sites together. You'll see them always play, especially on like Dust 2, right, which is a map that they enjoy playing and they're very good at. So it's just really cool. I mean, I played against these guys in the FPL days. They were always there. They were always around. They were always playing CS. These guys are complete grinders, and I'm really happy that they've kind of found a little bit of a home here together, and they seem to be making some strides.
And this is something that we were kind of reiterating for paiN throughout the tournament. It's just kind of the team synergy that's been incredibly impressive through and through for them. It kind of makes sense when you're looking at this graphic, realizing, you know, how long those 2 have been playing together, along with most of the roster apart from Life.
Yeah, it's the synergy, right? They know each other in and out. They've been practicing together for a long, long time. They have played a decent amount of tournaments together, but as I said before, right, there's quite the difference when it comes to firepower and output on the server. You see it right here. Big Uzera, who's played probably the best tournament I've ever seen him play, really besting it with the rifle. You have Nithon coming in, replacing Safe, right? A player we're going to talk about later, playing within FURIA right now, also playing a good tournament, and then Hartzau being this supportive element with the rifle. You can argue that PKL and Nekis, you know, they're doing their job. I agree they're the supportive elements of the team, but you look at this graph right here and you leave with no doubt that without Big Uzera playing well, without Nithon playing well, there is absolutely no way paiN win the game, let alone make it competitive against FURIA.
Yeah, and just by being a player, I mean, despite the the statistics, you've got to give love to those two players. Of course, they're giving so much input and so much support in other areas of the server that we aren't aware of. All kinds of communication, clutches, all kinds of ways that they can assist their teammates, whether they're dead or alive, even if they're not showing it on the scoreboard.
And when we're talking about BLAST specifically, where do you kind of see his impact? Of course, we can see it in terms of the kills, but what are we particularly looking at for him to be delivering? You know, he's coming up against the toughest opponent he's faced here at the show.
Yeah, the rifle duo, Kesarado, Yuri, and BLAST going toe-to-toe against each other. That's going to be tough. The man on the screen right here has played a fantastic tournament so far. Reminds me a little bit of blamF in a way. He's not the most aggressive type of player, but he do find himself in positions where he sometimes go for an opening duel. We saw it against MIBR a lot, especially T-Side does too, walking out mid doors and just taking a duel. But he's more like the player that likes to play off contact or someone else, and then he's just solid. We call blamF, you know, Mr. Good for two always. Whenever he has a chance of getting 2 kills, he will. The same for BLAST right here. He often makes it look easy without, you know, being that highlight type of player like Config or Simple for that matter, or some of the other big riflers out there.
Well, let's get a few thoughts from the star performer himself, as he did have a chance to catch up with James Banks.
You're one of the highest rated players of the tournament so far. How does that make you feel? Do you feel extra confident because of that?
Yeah, for sure. I'm super confident to play against any player, so I think gonna be a good match for us, and I hope for me especially.
Now talk to me about this game going up against FURIA, because FURIA right now, they've not dropped a map. They're certainly a lot better than any of the other teams we've seen so far. So how do you get yourselves ready for this game? Because I assume for you guys, right, you're incredibly motivated to try and get a win here, considering this is such a big event.
Yeah, I hope we can beat them, and at least one map. But I think gonna be a good match because they have safe. We didn't play against him yet, so gonna be our first match against him in FURIA. So gonna be a fun match, and I hope we can beat them. So we know they are like super confident to play against any Brazilian team. I think no Brazilian team, but it's more against Brazilian teams. But I hope we can beat them today.
Now, I'm going to have to call you out on one thing, because you said, you hope you can just win one map. Surely your mentality should be like, I want to win the whole thing, you know? You should be focused on that as the goal.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, we not like we don't thinking win like just one map.
Yeah.
We're thinking just win the match. But you said before like that any team beat them like even a map, right?
No, yeah, they haven't lost a map yet.
Yeah, so I hope one map at least.
I love that question poke there from James. And I also love that we get to hear from BLAST that, you know, he's prepared for this chaos that FURIA are going to be throwing against him. I'm sure he's very familiar as a team being in that region. But it's another thing to kind of expect the unexpected and be able to react to it on the server.
Yeah, again, I've got to point out, you got to remember, the FURIA does not lose to these teams. They're ready for everything. They live in the chaos, but also they were originally the team that would come out and surprise all the other teams when they were first building their momentum from the very beginning. But it's interesting because coming from this region, I would really like to think that paiN, you know, is some sort of a product of FURIA and then the original like Luminosity and SK lineup. So you should really know a lot about this team that you're about to go up against, and that it's going to be a complete grudge match because you are the lesser opponent.
And this is the really scary thing when we're putting FURIA under the spotlight here. The fact that across the board, incredibly even distribution of kills, and they haven't dropped a single map so far at the tournament.
FURIA is looking like the best version of themselves for a very long time. Ever since Henny left the team, they kind of struggled to find their identity, couldn't really figure out, was it Art playing the primary orb? Should they bring in some of the academy players? We saw a couple of names coming in, Honda being one of them, where it didn't really was a successful experience. Now Drop have established himself within the FURIA lineup. Now Safe coming in with the AWP has given this team an identity again that we know, and right now FURIA look like the best version of themselves for a very long time.
Well, we're going to put FURIA under the microscope a little bit more as we've got a moment from Mahone. What are we looking at here?
Yeah, so today I want to talk about how FURIA's aggression is actually kind of controlled, and I'm going to show an example with this round here that illustrates this perfectly. So right here, we're simply just going to see a B split, and I just want to highlight this on the map just so you get a clear idea of what this will look like. So a B split through this mid position, and also players coming through B main. What I want to focus on, though, is specifically Art. Now, Art, obviously known to be super aggressive. He's going to push all the way through mid. He spots Grim jumping through the window. And as he's pushing up towards the window, notice here that he actually stops. And he's going to stop, and he's going to fall back. Now, why is this? Now, the reason why he actually stops here is because he actually spots both players. He sees Floppy peeking from this right side, and he also sees a nade coming from the left. Now, the reason why this is important is actually because the fact that there's two people here means that the B player must have rotated over towards the window position. And what that also means is that with two people here, this is actually one of the better counters for B splits, because typically when you split towards the B site, one way to actually lose is if the CTs set up a counter, and the best counter you typically have is to try to just cut off one of these two pathways. So that's what they're trying to do. You can see that's exactly what Complexity did. Floppy over here towards the B site. As soon as they see that this split could be coming, they rotate over and they try to fortify middle. But because Art spots both of them here, it actually opens up space for the rest of the team to push in towards the B bomb site. Because they know that there's no one towards the site, they're able to clear out Grim and push up further. Now, another side effect to having Art fall back from this mid position is that for the CTs who are rotating through middle, they now have to pay attention to the fact that there could be a player lurking this mid position. So that basically delays their rotation. What that allows FURIA to do is to set up into really good post-plant positions where it basically makes it impossible for Complexity to retake the site. So that's why FURIA, despite them having this aggression, they actually have it quite under control. And this is something that's going to be very difficult to deal with.
And that is some really great insight coming into this, because I feel like aggression is always a word that we have synonymous with FURIA, but it's incredibly calculated, incredibly controlled, particularly when you're looking at Art.
Yeah, it's great for Mahone to give us a great example of what exactly we mean when we talk about aggression. But I also do want to say in regards to this clip, right, you see Art, he's pure aggression, right? The fact that he's allowed to survive that situation where he gets up and spot both, he plays with such a high risk. Now, this clip from Mahone is great because that is what Art does all the time. He plays high risk, high reward Counter-Strike. The thing is, now that Safe is in with this lineup, then Art can sort of like allow himself to be a little bit more aggressive. He can allow himself to die because the foundation around him is even stronger than it was before, and that is a scary prospect because when Art is playing like that, it is impossible as an opponent to counter it.
I think a really nice nuance about this matchup as well, we kind of prefaced coming into this, Safe going up against his former team as well. I am really looking forward to seeing that.
I know, it's spicy because obviously, so FURIA's actually never lost a paiN before, even when Safe was on the lineup, and obviously they saw something in him, you know, so when it came time where Vinny was going to exit the lineup, they were like, okay, this is actually the perfect opportunity for me, if I'm Art, to transition away from the op and bring somebody in who's clearly looking strong. So I think this was probably one of the best roster moves that FURIA's ever made.
Well, I'm sure Safe has a few thoughts going up against paiN, but so does Yuri. Let's hear from him.
And just touching on paiN, as a team, what do you think you need to be careful of when you face off against them? Like you mentioned, you didn't expect them to be in the final. I think a lot of people are surprised they're here, but they obviously have some good skills amongst them.
Yeah, I guess their new Valp now, Niton, they are playing very well, and Biguzera. I guess when everyone in any team, when everyone is playing very well, you know, constant, it's very hard to play against any team, you know. So I guess we need to be careful when they are playing very well. And as I said, we don't care about them, but you care about what you are doing, you know, our game, your action as fast as we can. But when everyone is playing well, we need to be careful, you know.
Full focus on their own game coming into this. We're going to be focusing on the Betway odds going into this best of 3 series, heavily favouring the side of FURIA. No surprises there. But paiN do have the upset potential. I'm wondering what you're thinking in terms of the maps. Is there any way that paiN can get into this one?
Bad news, right? Bad news. FURIA don't play Dust 2. That is one of paiN's best map. We saw that yesterday against MIBR. Another one of their best map is Vertigo. We saw that as well being played yesterday, and they're good on it, but that's FURIA's perhaps best map as of right now. So if you are paiN, where the hell do you go? You go with Vertigo?
They've gone with it.
Sure, but that's a map that FURIA haven't lost in 2022 at any point so far.
Yeah.
So you're really playing an uphill battle right now.
I love this Inferno pick too. It's a little spicy. But yeah, like you said on Vertigo, that's just tough because FURIA hasn't lost. And we're seeing Ancient as third. I love it. I think we're going to also see a good performance out of Safe if we do go to a third map.
Okay, this is the big question mark as well in terms of this Vertigo. We've been talking about this a lot of the tournament, but the fact that, you know, it's not an Orpus paradise, and that's kind of something that we're looking at from the side of paiN, you know, with Nathan coming through. Obviously, we're looking at that from Safe. So what are we looking at for both of these teams coming into this first map of Vertigo?
It's going to be the headbanging in the A ramp. We're going to see 15 T rounds.
paiN do love a bit of A ramp, don't they? Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that's just the nature of Vertigo. Personally, I don't really stand by it. I think it's a little bit of a disaster, but obviously there is always a beauty in the nature of chaos of how this map works. So I don't know. I mean, we've got a beautiful game ahead of us.
Credit where credit is due. paiN Gaming is a good is a good team on the map of Vertigo, but FURIA, they are probably one of the best teams in the world on the map right now. There's a reason they don't play it often, and that's because no one else wants to play Vertigo against FURIA. They haven't lost on the map in 7.5 months.
Ooh.
It's 7.5 months since FURIA last time recorded a loss against Godsend on this map of Vertigo. So to believe paiN is going to do it right here, right now, while FURIA is probably in the best shape they've been in a couple of years as well, it's, as I said, an uphill battle.
Yeah, that is an incredibly tall task. Who are we particularly looking at from the side of FURIA, you know, with that incredible streak on Vertigo? Why have they been able to cement that? What are we looking for?
CSGO and Yuri, two of the best riflers in the entire world. That combination of those two, right? One is a monster on the T side, often in Yuri. Another one is a monster on the CT side in the form of CSGO, and both complement each other well. So, yes, the boys you see on the screen right here, they are world-class Counter-Strike players. They often place more or less every single time, every single year, within the top 20 players of all. So to believe that those two are going to have a field day against paiN Gaming wouldn't be too out of the ordinary.
Yeah, something that feels so special about these guys as well is it feels as though this is a brotherhood. This is a brotherhood bond for life. I mean, they've been on the team ever since they pulled themselves out of Brazil. You know, so I'm really, I think it would be so special if someday they won a major together.
Well, it's going to be an incredibly interesting battle to see go down. If you guys want to elevate your viewing experience at home, make sure to join the beta over at BLAST.TV. Of course, you'll see a few familiar faces. I believe James Banks was in there earlier, might be popping in as well later on, but we do need to get this final best of 3 series underway here at the Spring Showdown. Going to be paiN Gaming taking on FURIA on the first map of Vertigo. We're going to see if they can bring the hurt after this.
Good evening, everybody. Nice to see you here. We've got one more match of North American Counter-Strike, and there's nothing more North American than Jason Moses O'Toole.
Yeah, I guess I'd take that bill. It's a pleasure to be here. Obviously, we've given Launders the day off.
Yeah, you know, he's been working so hard lately. It's Sunday.
Yeah, the Lord's Day. Day of rest.
Yeah, we'll give it to him then. We've got the Betway odds on screen here. Furia heavy favorites. You know, we've been kind of contextualizing Furia as the team that doesn't fall victim to these underdog challenges. You know, they keep that clear gap between them and the, let's call them lesser teams. Not lesser people.
Yeah.
Lesser teams. A very clear challenge, obviously, in paiN, who have already accomplished quite something by defeating Liquid. But Furia are the best in Brazil, and I think that, you know, odds understandably in their favor tonight.
I think you'd also just make a good case at the moment for them being the best team in North America right now. I mean, I think we all kind of know Liquid's going to come back, and once they get back onto European soil, they seem to compete at just a different level. So they're going to be, I think, in the long run for me, I think they're going to be just fine. But I mean, Furia is it's just impressive the way that they've worked themselves back here after, you know, Henny leaving the team, kind of disappearing and fading off the map to a certain degree, still always trying to find that fifth player, never finding anyone that works, and then coming back into this and having a whole reinvention. I don't see anyone, I haven't seen anyone in this bracket that was going to stop them.
Doesn't seem that way. And you know, we look at their recent results, 6-match winning streak. A lot of those results, of course, versus again teams of paiN's caliber, the lesser teams through the North American RMR. Everything was good for Furia. They have not hit any type of hiccup, any kind of speed bump going back onto this online realm. They clearly win.
They love speed bumps. They use them as ramps. It's ramps in Furia language.
Yeah, that's true, man. Launch pads. Furia and paiN on Vertigo to kick it all off. This is a hell of a challenge, man. You think you're going to take it to Furia on Vertigo?
No. It's a risky pick, but I mean, when you're the underdog like this, you've already eaten a bunch of nade damage as well. You got to take some risks somewhere, and obviously the map veto is where they chose to go first. CSGO has time to fall back if he spots this early enough. All about the jiggle. He's seen it. He's going to back away.
Yeah, silently too. Easily gets back over construction. We've got a ton of utility here for Furia as well. Double smoke grenade, flashbang for CSGO, but a nice spread defense. No contact anywhere other than that mid peak. He falls back a little more. Let's safe maybe bite some off of this. Goes for the peak. Sees, again, that same contact, but no frags either way yet.
Ooh, quiet drop down the vent. This is a great position for Yuri. Can have a fast flank. Him and Art working together, but they're rotating right back into this. The timing is everything here. If they start falling back now, they can get stuck halfway up the ramp.
Ooh, boost on box. Cheesy. Peek around the side from Art. He's going to be the one to go down empty-handed. Man advantage. paiN going to instantly start sprinting upwards, but that's still quite the distance. So CT's able to get ahead of it.
Yeah, even with maybe a lack of a mistiming on that boost, it's at least early information. So Save can get here as well. Molotov's going to come in. Good utility. CSGO, he just steps up to the plate. Plant.
Oh my God.
It's not going to go down. He grabs it.
BigUzera point blank. This guy's just trying to plant in the face of CSGO. Like, do you think this guy's a joke? 4 frags.
What am I to you?
Instant execution, 3 headshots on it, and Furia gonna have a good laugh. Who do you think you are?
Oh, that's nasty. It even took him a while to get the planter. It's like that little hitbox, and I guess he just never realized it was. I guess you can't do anything, because if you get off the plane, you just pop right up.
There you go, man. You're committed. Hit the digits or die, and well, it's the latter. Furia win first pistol.
This is the fun part about transitioning from doing like most of the European games all week and then coming into the North American games. The North American and obviously South American teams, you know, playing out of this division, this region, there just seems to be like a whole bunch of like more chaos, just like random chaotic events that go on. Yeah, it's wild.
We get crazy at this time of night, Moses. All right, you're normally already back at the hotel, tucking in Anders.
I know.
And
that's boomers, man. We got an early. We got to get early night sleep.
Well, big boom towards that B site. CSGO actually gets caught off, but luckily for Drop, he will kill that mid peak at the same time as sprinting into position. Dealing with the A1S is one thing. Dodging the pistol shots made easy. But hey, this is a little injection of cash at the very least. But a quick swarm from the back means paiN. You take that bomb plant with open arms, and you move this forward as Furia find a second.
Certainly M4 should be recovered as well for Furia, so no big deal. Couple of losses, but next round's the big one. Next round's going to be the bye for paiN Gaming.
That's when the test happens, right? I mean, listen, paiN already did something. Two notable achievements, I would say, coming through this bracket at the Showdown.
Okay.
One, you beat Liquid.
Yeah, you did.
Know, the top North American team in this event, and you beat them pretty easily.
Handily.
Just smacked them out of the way. And then finally, after 7 consecutive losses versus MIBR, you break through that issue. Now you've beaten Liquid, and you kind of got a burden off your shoulders. And of course, a part of that equation when it came to beating MIBR was consistently improving their score on Vertigo. So you know that paiN just have this bit of bolstered confidence on this map specifically. Now they're taking it to FURIA. First gun round, opening kill. CSGO just gets smashed off of the wooden wall, but I feel like, this position is meant to be the point of contention. And with Nithon fighting Art's head with that off, easy does it. 5v3 in the first gun round from paiN.
You got to imagine Nithon just spent the night just with like the book of art in his hands, just reading all, like figuring out all the plays he likes to make around that ramp, how he likes to peek behind every single smoke. That's a good opening kill onto CSGO, a good follow-up on Art. And obviously now, you get to slow things down. You get to chill for a little bit, see if there's going to be a reaction. And FURIA is just going to wander over, slowly but surely stack this A bomb site. Now, one thing for paiN, when you slow this down, you could have someone like lurking over at the B bomb site underneath the stairs that starts investigating into the site. They don't have that option really at the moment. So they're going to go right into the stack.
Just sit up, stay primed for it. Sandbag's player a little bit more passive. Safe, he's got this inclination. They try to punish that utility usage and drop the one and done. He already gets out of danger from the fire, but into the gunfire. And with that, paiN will convert a 5v3 advantage in their first gun round on their map pick to a win on the scoreboard.
Yeah, it would have been cool if FURIA had a little bit of utility there to actually set up an aggressive play. One flashbang coming over around that corner just to give him like a half second of a jump. Yep, see the helmet, see the visor, take it clean off. FURIA had the right call on the stack, just couldn't get any really clean fights. Good one-for-one trades for paiN all the way through with that 2-man advantage. Round number 4 coming in hot, and early on, the FURIA economy, due to I guess a closer affair in the previous round, gonna be hurting.
Still the M4 for safe. FAMAS on drop. Again, nades potentially an issue. Of course, we've put a lot of emphasis on the desk behind BigUzera and Nithon, the 2 shining stars so far of the North American Showdown. BigUzera gunning for that top-rated spot. And, you know, earlier we said goodbye to the top-rated European MVP, blamF. Didn't get wins off his performance.
Oh, with that dink, Art's gonna follow it up. Now he's got to back away. PKL spotted the play. There's a lot of presence here from FURIA. They want this kill. They want it bad, and they're gonna get it in. BigUzera in mid is traded off. Drop can't stop him from getting into the B bomb site. We've got a 3-on-3, but a couple players on paiN are low.
So fast though, man. FURIA, they move quick, and with Nekiz backing off of Connector, it's this top ladder play that could very well end him. Although, he nearly switches into the weapon in time. Meanwhile, bomb planted. Deep angle from Nithon. He wins that duel on 10 HP to keep himself standing and postured towards top Connector. Little bit of a move here from Art. He gets that flashbang off of a dead body. I think that's why he routes towards elevator. Nithon still trying to use these very narrow angles, and that is so sick. Oh, the re-peek, and that's what they need, paiN. You're winning early rounds with the guns. You're getting your pistol ones at least with plants, and now you've got Nithon powering up with clean accuracy on the op.
Yeah, this is a pair of really nice rounds from paiN. You think they convert that 5-on-3, they don't drop the ball at all with 2-man advantage, and then here, obviously, they convert a round where they have a massive economic advantage. The plays that FURIA has to make to get rifles in their hands are so desperate. The 3-man push down a ramp. Great exploitation, and good shooting from Nithon.
Hell yeah,
He's
three of them. 3 of them in the post. Deep angle, that one's easy. Wallbang through green, not every day. Hardzao is going to be hit to 63. And then suddenly the server falls silent.
Is this really the play you want to make with the FAMAS? No, he's going to tuck back. Just wondering how far he was going to push up. paiN's passive all across the map. They're just looking for everything. Art wants to let his teammate trade. That's beautiful. Takes the attention away. He now gets an AK-47, and paiN is in no position to get together to actually push forward. Good awareness from Nithon.
Critical kill right there. It's funny, right? They completely spread out. They hold every portion of the map because it's as if they know FURIA are going to get aggressive.
Still
Guess
can't
what?
stop it.
They do. And still, with a USP, they serve up the distraction for CSGO. So, you know, FURIA, it just feels like they've got possibilities in every round, no matter how little the buy. But this time, plant on A, already Nekiz to attack the back line. Yuri's moving through CT. He's an easy pickup. And so should the other players from FURIA. FAMAS still, though, kicking its way to the next one. paiN with an early T-side lead.
Yeah, passing over an AK-47, though, that could come back to haunt them. It's going to be a buy in the next round no matter what, but it's going to help FURIA save a little bit of cash in the bank. Maybe they can drop an extra AWP over some point down the road. Actually, 2 AK-47s salvaged. Well done. That's picked up off the body of Art, the dead body of Art. All right, 3-2 for paiN. Very cool.
Again, right? They're what they've done already at the showdown is just get themselves into uncharted territory. Beating Liquid, beating MIBR. Now, nobody's expecting them to beat FURIA because FURIA have been the most consistent America's team. The most successful as well.
What a legit run it would be, though, if they went through all those 3 teams. You got FURIA as a scalp on top of it. Nobody can mess with that run throughout the showdown. Timeout used by FURIA. Down around, coming into a next round buy. 2 AK-47s salvaged. They want to talk things over. Query's got some words for him.
Add on that, you know, just extra layer of emotional kind of comeback from failing to qualify to Antwerp.
Yeah.
Then you come into the showdown, odds stacked against you, and you just use that as your run instead. Suddenly Lisbon kind of becomes their major, gives this roster a little bit more longevity, a future to look forward to, and a relatively near future. You know, we're talking just June.
Yeah, it's not too far away. And I mean, even looking at it too, there's got to be a point of like regional pride for them, considering they not only do they not qualify for Antwerp, but they got to watch like the entire Brazilian scene overtake the North American scene and just completely start dominating the region. So they didn't get to be part of that. They didn't get involved in that hype. This is the one. This is all they've got left.
Damn man, why you gotta put it like that?
I know. Raining on parades.
Well, grenades raining on the ramp, and again, FURIA happy to try and go toe-to-toe with these 3. Damage leans the way of paiN. Utility sent in, and see how much they want to stick around with. Art, always a threat when it comes to A-ramp.
This A-ramp is like, the meta of the A-ramp on Vertigo has been just evolving so much. It is crazy the level of aggression we see out from plenty of teams now, pushing all the way down, challenging at the box. Just when you thought it couldn't be more of a brawl of all that utility, like people have just gotten hyper-aggressive. Here we go, PKL gonna start clearing the corners. Now the unfortunate part for FURIA and all that aggression and all that control of A-ramp at the initial portion of the round, out of nades.
Yeah,
they got nothing here, and when you don't have nades at this A bomb site, you feel real uncomfortable backing up and playing retake. It's almost a stand your ground situation where you have to solve the fight right here.
PKL is watching for boosts right now. Oh, Art nearly peeking over top of them. That's going to be audio and nicely timed flash assist from Nithon. They kind of catch Art out on his island. And paiN, you know, this is one of these teams that has actually been very comfortable with squeezing down the time and still doing it with enough left on the clock. But Yuri, he peeks around the top of the ramp just when paiN felt as though they had that layer of comfort. It gets kicked in the teeth. Safe locking in short side. And suddenly this entire round just gets unraveled because of Yuri's 2K and fadeaway. Again, you think that FURIA are just going to give you a little bit of space to play, but that is where they shine. They come right back at them, and FURIA take it off the back foot.
And that play is so hard to make from Yuri. How many times do we see teams or players trying to re-aggress in this scenario, get caught with an awkward time, and you can't fall back, you can't push forward, there's headshot angles you got to deal with. He finds it just perfectly, and then comes back around to help Safe, who didn't really need it. A defense works great. All tied up at 3.
Oh, and with that, dude, the economy's just gone for paiN. They'll have the op on Nithon. You know, we've seen FURIA still have like a little bit of flavor in their light buys, that solo FAMAS earlier.
Yeah.
Let's see what this from paiN can give us, but early nade success. Hardzao already sent to the sidelines. Nithon not even in a position to be set up just yet. Deagle damage into drop. Not the end of the world, and of course AWP's towards middle, so odds much higher in that direction.
Yeah, I'm really curious about this op buy, this op investment from Nithon. Like, where are you going to put it? What's the play? Is it just a solo kind of walkout mid? Now his teammates are coming to join up with him. Thought this round would slow down to give him time for the pick. This is a real tough angle Safe is in. He does look for it. He gets the tag, but can't find the kill.
He hits that, man. That's one of those spots, always talk about it with Mo, where it's like, got me reminiscing.
Yeah, I know. The good old days.
Yeah, right. Where it's like when you're crouched behind that, you actually have so much cover. It's like the model just works in that spot as a CT. And even though it's so difficult to get out from that position, it feels like as a terrorist, even though if you know somebody's there, if you're preparing for it, it's just tough to get them out. And you see this, he hits the op shot on a player who has such minimal cover, but sandbags eat a ton of damage. And so if it's not a headshot, it's really not a kill more often than not.
And the wild thing is, too, you can even just crouch behind it and not even bother with the fight. And then it's almost impossible to see you. Like, you know, it's very deadly in a lot of ways.
Suddenly the top connector guy swings, or there's somebody in CT spawn not far off. Yeah, it serves up such a distraction.
Oh, peace.
Finds timing here, Yuri, and mows down the last 2 players from paiN. Easy does it for that one. They were watching that for a little while, but then they both went to peek it towards mid. Yuri senses his opening. And that is Furia back with a 2-round lead.
1 round lead.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's all good. Good nades early on. Obviously, that's the big boy fight. Takes the op away from Nithon, and then pretty much the rest of the round is just a battle over that position to regain the weaponry. And what, only 2 kills as well, so you don't get that like magical 3rd kill for the overall economy. No op in this round for paiN. That's provided them a couple openings as well towards A ramp throughout this so far. They don't have that weapon. Art is obviously going to go psychotic. Is dropped by a blind PKL.
It's like sometimes there's aggression and then sometimes there's insanity. And Art is very good at just blending those lines.
Yeah. He blurs it a little bit.
And on top of that, you gotta, just because of his history with these sorts of moments, you kind of always believe in it, right? Anything's viable when it's Art.
He has like the same quality that like JW used to have, where it always seems so crazy, but it's worked so many times that you stop calling it crazy. Yeah. Yeah, you're just like, well, I kind of have to judge it off how it does.
Another 3 versus 5 from A play. Furia actually on the losing end of these setups, and they're gonna try once more to just stick around on the side of this ramp. Drop with the 1, Safe dies empty-handed, and Drop does get back through smoke. They're gonna predict it, but still, he keeps it clean. Big Uzera's head popped.
They're not going for this, though. CSGO hasn't even moved from the B bomb site. He's going to back away. Round's over. That's actually super sick from Drop. I actually thought he might be able to convert maybe 1 more kill, because they're obviously thinking that you could see that he dropped over towards the left to go towards like lane, go towards yellow, and he just sinks back into the bomb site, gets a new angle they didn't expect. Good way to save an AK-47. Good amount of money built up on the Furia side as well. It's only Art who will Safe struggling as well, but they got plenty of cash to drop guns over in the next round, especially with the saved weapons. 4-4. paiN's keeping it close.
Yep. And I feel like the game plan's working. If you're surviving and even thriving versus this crazy A aggression, then you've already got Furia taken down 1 notch.
Yeah.
There's a lot of notches to go.
Well, I mean, you think you have. That's the trick about Furia, but they're just going to keep going aggressive. Like, it's not going to deter them in any way. It is a difficult thing to encounter inside of the server.
Yeah, I can almost guarantee you there'll be 7 more rounds of that.
All right, round number 9. Full buy, obviously, from paiN out of the win. Furia's bought down as well. Safe has the AWP. They've got 3 kits, plenty of utility for the round. Art with an M4, surely here, a little bit more reserved. Surely.
I wouldn't put your house on it.
Yeah, me neither. Just the spam through from PKL. He's all on his lonesome. paiN switched things up. They want to put some pressure on the B-bomb site. They've got control of stairs decently, although Nithon's brought down to 29 HP, and he thinks it's a taste of what's to come. He thinks there's going to be a retake at the top of those stairs, and he's right. He bailed out at the perfect moment because Furia's just cleared it.
Sense that threat, decides to throw his efforts elsewhere. Big Uzera. It's been instrumental to the 2 victories of paiN. It's not lights out CS from him just yet this evening, but, he's hanging in. Biggest challenge yet in Furia. They'll take their time in this round, paiN.
Yuri still has a smoke and a nade over towards the A bomb site. That's going to be brutal, because I think this is the last play that paiN really have. Oh, missed shot from Safe. Yuri still holding onto that utility as long as possible.
You can concede their positions. Not always like Furia to go all the way into the depths of the site, so sure enough, Yuri's still flirting around on short.
This smoke is going to be up to like 15 seconds. They're all going to be funneled towards ramp.
Yeah, again, they're going to test this. They play down to the wire, but oh, Yuri, you rat. He hides inside smoke. They come out 3 kills. Knife on the first, Big Uzera the double. Oh, there was that moment. That ultimate moment where they're pressed up inside of smoke. If Yuri gets a cleaner headshot, if he gets away with that frag, then suddenly bomb site under question. But with those 3 entries, paiN, they play with time and succeed.
I would have to see that again, but Nekis still has a smoke in hand, and I think the call was to set up the smoke on the right side of the default plant boxes. And normally, if you're a defender, you're expecting that left one to come in too eventually, right? But instead of actually setting it up, they just pop flash and get aggressive on that position. I think that's what catches Furia off guard. I think that's why everyone is so blind and allows for those entries to come in. So like just a really, really cool small adaptation.
Well, there we go then. We've got our order. Mark, we want the top down of that A site.
That's so cool. I'm actually pleasantly surprised so far by paiN. 5-4.
Yeah. And this obviously could have been that easy opening kill, but
yikes.
Kind of quick little flick of the wrist.
Bet you want that one back. Yeah, there's the smoke clearing Yuri. Or not clearing, that's just our vision. Yuri hiding inside of it. That didn't go as planned.
And you're right, left side smoke wide open.
There's that one, and obviously Safe's completely blinded as well. Brutal.
The economy kind of washed away with it for Furia, so trailing by 1 round and looking to use either Art or CSGO in this one. Still, the threat always high when it comes to Furia. Smoke grenade fades for Yuri. PKL kind of left on his own here. This is one of those moments that could go south, but he keeps it clean, and Big Uzera will find Art as well. That's the op down, A ramp seemingly open, although we do still have safe by Crane. He could have cut off PKL, which again would have been an AK to be grabbed and a potential threat inside sight, but now this is just all pains all day. 6-4 lead on this T side, and Furia gonna have some work to do.
Yeah, this is spicy. They're on the back foot, and I think on top of everything, like none of Art's plays have worked towards the A ramp, like outside of maybe a Deagle kill on like a half buy round. That A bomb site, that ramp has been under a lot of pressure. paiN's done a really, really good job. Might be time for another timeout for Furia. They're gonna have a weird buy situation. The next round drop has $0. Art's down below 1,000 as well.
There's that, there's the romantic inside me that at this point starts to get a little excited.
Okay, you're already there. You're 9 rounds in.
You'll learn. I'm easy, Moses. I'm easy.
Starting on the edge.
Just because what we've seen from Furia has just been, this clear gap between them and everybody else. And even when we look at this specific head-to-head between paiN and Furia, paiN have never even won a map. I believe it's 6 clean wins and 1 overtime win that all go the way of Furia. And at times, just total blowouts, right? There was a gap being created between them, and
I mean, that's kind of the cool part of these Brazilian teams having so much success here, and obviously at the RMR as well, is for a lot of these Brazilian teams that have been put together, like paiN, like MIBR, like these are like multi-year projects that have been like in 3 years that some of the cores of these lineups started and have had to move some pieces around, have had to keep hustling and keep struggling over in the North America region. How long has it been since we saw a run boost? That is so sick!
Oh, let's go! Hard's out, 1 and done. Big Uzera picks up the wallbang as he comes up that staircase. So 2 very quick entries towards this site. We got a scramble from Safe as he runs over, not with the op, but the A1S. And he may not know Big Uzera's on the wood. Counter nades come out from the mid player, but Art, he dies over towards the A ramp, and because there's so much time, there's no need to overextend on either side of this. They even win the follow-up in middle, so 2 entries off of the B ramp, a solo frag versus Art, and then your mid support dies as well. So it's all theirs for paiN. So cool.
Yeah.
So cool.
Furia's getting worked right now. This is actually awesome. I can't believe they brought back the run boost. It's been so long since I saw that.
Go.
Oh man, they're just gaming.
I almost feel like that's so Furia-esque. Not that I've seen them even use it as of late, but just to throw something crazy right into the opening of the round, you know, that's not the respect that FURIA expect.
No, and remember, at certain stages of Vertigo, like, it was pretty much common for, like, the B defender to come up towards that and look exactly for the run boost, just for, like, a second or two, just for the timing of it. And obviously this time catches him completely off guard because it's been so long.
Bro.
Awesome from paiN. This run they're going on is wild.
And the result of that, they've got another round versus just some utility pistols.
Yeah, they're getting to play the game on, like, easy mode. This is, like, noob mode. You get so many rounds where FURIA just doesn't have the rifles and the weaponry.
Oh, nice grenade at the very least. PKL certainly under pressure here, but he's got support. Of course, FURIA gonna just try to gun their way through it all. Drop 5-7, good for the headshot. AK now in his hands, so you gotta be cautious. And you can just see paiN back up from that.
I wonder how many numbers they've seen, though, because, I mean, all 4 players are there. I don't know if paiN realizes that quite yet, and just now they're starting to come up the stairs.
Whoa.
Oh, Nithon, you in trouble, baby. Going down. And all this utility spent just to keep this massive amount of bodies from swarming the flank.
Man, it's like watching like a zombie horror. You know,
they just
throw
keep
everything.
coming forwards.
Yeah. Barricade the doors, light it all on fire, somehow stop it. The Furious Swarm. Of course, Nekez was that one guy from paiN who, unlike the rest of the pack, watched the back. He sprinted forward, got all the way through CT spawn. Definitely bolstered this call for them to just come plant on the B site, and with it, an 8th round for paiN.
This is a win of sorts. I mean, again, salvaging 2 weapons, and we just touched on how many times paiN's been able to play him with pistols, right? Now, FURIA, you not only do you get to keep these guns, but that keeps money in your hand. If you lose again, maybe you don't have to drop down to pistols. Maybe you can keep 2 extra rifles. So, I mean, look, at the moment, that's what FURIA can cling to, because they got nothing else positive to go off of.
Sure.
Yikes.
Yeah, man. Listen, if you're the victim of a run boost on Vertigo, then you better start looking for silver linings.
Yeah. Oh, no. This was funny. This was good. Nice little flashbang. Completely destroys Nithon. 8-4.
paiN on fire. Ain't that a sight to see? But back to the A play, same 3. Safe looking to come at it from the Henny spot. He hunts, but there's not much down here. It's just PKL, and oh! He peeks between those 2 smokes. Oh, if we can see that from Safe's perspective, that'd be fire, because he was just looking over the deeper smoke.
Yeah.
With 1 in front, but
you keep mentioning Big Uzera, PKL. He's done a phenomenal job at A ramp throughout this half. Look at this little set piece as well. Flames are blocking off the B bomb site. Now paiN, they've been shooting real hard headshots throughout this game. Now they're tactically outplaying FURIA. Big Uzera adds another on top. Does Drop want to swing for this? He needs to go for the trade. The rest of his teammates are backing off already.
Good to have that.
He's going to join up with him.
All right, that's the call to action. Drops kill, but the mid play from Nithon, a little delayed op peek.
Oh no, it pulled him back. Drops kill pulled him back to go for the retake.
And then it ends up costing them another body.
Oh.
I didn't see when or why that B site was so empty. There wasn't even a dedicated player within it, right? They found that perfect timing off of PKL's A kill. They just found that pocket of absence that FURIA left over.
I think we just chalk that one up to the success that paiN has had at A ramp throughout this half. That's just like the mind game of it, where FURIA's like, oh, here we go again. Art goes down. PKL's picked him off. Like, we got to start moving over. We got to start shifting because they're going to walk up that ramp. And I think that just goes to the fact that FURIA just not expecting to lose that many rounds a day. They don't feel confident over there at the moment. 1 kill shifts the defense entirely, and then a perfect call to lock them out of the rotations back. Whew, we've got ourselves a game.
Look at that head.
Peekaboo.
Sup, Safe?
Oh yeah, I was safe. My bad. Not Art.
It's all good.
I apologize, Art.
You know, we got rules, Launders and I. You go with it.
Okay.
Okay? I'm there with you.
I like that. All right.
Until the people notice.
Yeah, until you start getting tweets. And then it's like, oh, you're on your own, bro.
And best of luck.
Jesus. Timeout. Second timeout for FURIA. First one did nothing. First one did nothing to help them. And that's, you know, you want to go from bad to worse. Drop getting that kill. Art comes back. I'm pretty sure it was Art this time.
Yeah, it was.
And he's like, maybe if we like stick around long enough, we can maybe add like 1 more frag on top of it, and then we've got a 3-on-3. Maybe they'll give us 1. And then, you know, he just gets taken away. And now the money again is just back to 0 in the final 2 rounds. They need this win.
You know, for all of Art's aggression, we really haven't seen much of it elsewhere other than the A ramp, and now he's got some, or had some, control of top mid.
Well, we also said, oh no, that's not fair. That's not fair.
No.
That's nasty. Yeah, I mean, we said Art, no matter how little success he was having early going, we were like, yeah, he's not going to stop. He just went to a new place. Like, all right, A doesn't work for me to be, you know, pushing that quickly. No, I'll just go mid. Safi takes his bullet. Safe. God.
Yeah, we went over this before the show started, Jason. We went over this.
I can't help it.
This guy's just throwing in extra letters for no reason. What does he expect? But, you know, we said, oh, it's going to be more of this from Art. 7 more rounds. Art's 3-12.
I know.
It's not every day you look at Art to be 3-12. And I'm curious, with that little bit of mid control he could have taken, but didn't, is that because you're -9? He opts to come towards this A site instead, and ultimately what that leaves Furia with is more of the same, which has been more of paiN.
They have so much utility. They better Molotov this. They've got like 10 of them. Here it comes. Nope, that's towards yellow. One more.
There we go.
There it is. There's the addition. No one's looking for it. No one's looking for it. They'll know now. Yuri with the first. Art springs out, but can only get one. Beautiful trades from Nekis. Drop is still alive, though.
Clean headshot as he falls back from that engagement. Hardzow finds him. We've got CSGO in the clutch. He's also got 2 players very low. Plant with an extra 2 seconds. CSGO has been set up to win this. Doesn't panic with the flashbang, holds his trigger finger. Utility for the fallback. They get around the crane, and nobody's gonna face CSGO until he's standing in the open. He gets on top of that bomb. He wastes no time. CSGO, ice cold!
Oh, what a steal. That could be everything for Furia. In a game where the frags aren't going your way, you're getting out-called tactically, you'll take a miracle like that any day of the week. That's massive. And paiN, such low HP on those last 2 players, none of them had the courage to peek that. None of them wanted to mess with any fight, any fake tap.
Just scares them into submission. Sticks a defuse and puts an end to that run from paiN, but what a run it was. Still a good chance for them to end this half with 10 terrorist round wins, but double op setup adjustment from the T side, and Art still trying his damnedest to get something done. PKL has been the counter, and yet again, a 2-man advantage made possible by this early ramp play. Safe just trying to puff his chest and lead them elsewhere. A nice fight towards middle from Furia. That's their success story here in round 15, but how's the story end? A flashback, and Nithon, just a bit of patience here. Tons of time for paiN to push this over the line.
CSGO on his own in mid. He's going to get some attention his way. 3 players coming at him. First kill is everything for CSGO. Oh, they line up. They stumble right into it. He might be stealing another round away from him. Great trade from Nithon, but damage is done. He's got to wheel all the way around towards the stairs because mid's not safe. Time for Furia to get over to the B bomb site.
Yeah, they're coming, but I feel like because of that late mid presence we've seen, they could have been a bit more cautious, and sure enough, Drop, he's worried about these angles. Hardzow, ooh, he gets there. The headshot is his to open up. Drop, about the same health as Nithon, full belt of utility for the T side. And 30 seconds to still get across onto that bomb plant. Greatly placed Molotov, but an even better placed headshot. Drop will give Furia 1 more round to work with as we switch sides after a surprise performance from paiN.
Dimensional environment detected. Proceed with tactical approach.
Whoever is listening to this, Project Swarm has gone critical.
Android world has now broken through. Our test subjects have been contaminated and they need to be disposed of. I know it's a horrible thought, but this mess needs to be cleaned up. This is a time-critical mission. The faster you can neutralize the targets, the faster Project Swarm can be put to bed. Now there's a good chance I haven't made it, so please tell Launders that I love him. Good luck.
Communications deactivated.
Ooh, paiN. They came out of the gate swinging on this T side. And at first, it was just a matter of individual level, just shutting down the aggression from FURIA on A site, the expected aggression. Then we started getting technical, Jason.
Yeah.
We had some run boosts. We had some fast plays. We had some really killer timings. And now it's got to be a CT side for paiN to hang on to this 3-round lead. But many teams have tried to hang on to a FURIA T side, only to fall short.
That's a run back. That's going to make you clench your butt cheeks from Big Uzera. All right, they're going right into a stack. That's a bomb. That's the bomb. You have to go into the crossfire now. It's required of you. Good kill. Big Uzera gooshed as well, trying to find some safety. FURIA have got the bomb back in control, kind of. Nekez is here, jumping over. They combine, and it's a 2-on-3.
That's crazy. CSGO just commits to that, and at the same time, Art comes into the spawn, retrieves bomb, and heads towards A site. 2 versus 3 post plant. Everybody else from paiN coming in from middle, and Yuri, he's not looking to cover the bomb. He's going to catch him off guard. This deeper position in the closet. Yuri turns it. Art, as soon as his hands come off of that plant, wants to help Yuri in this position. And now it's the double Berettas of PKL. 1 kill found. Yuri now just hidden. And with that, PKL, this clutch is shrouded in mystery. Bomb plant open for Yuri. The damage is there, but the pistol round isn't. It's FURIA with early success.
I cannot believe they were able to win that round. Once the bomb drops in that position,
it's in CT spawn.
I know, what a difficult spot, especially because 2 defenders there. Neck is rotating over as well. This was wild. Great shot from Big Uzera on the first one. Nython on a bit of a flank here finds another. This round had paiN written all over it. What a great 2v3 win.
It feels like CSGO throwing himself through the sky was actually that moment that Art is able to get a 1v1 in CT spawn. As ridiculous as it looks, I mean, that's a play that he obviously knows he's probably not coming out of. But do it, create a pocket of timing, and just trust, right? That is, I feel like, essentially what the FURIA system hinges on. It's trust that somebody else is going to pick up that moment, and sure enough, Art gave us one. Meanwhile, Safe looking to just crank the tempo here up A ramp. It's a force buy back from paiN. Light utility left at this point. 2 smokes and a frag.
This is so fast.
Yeah.
This is so early in the round. There's no way to really deal with this if you just have pistols. Safe up on top. Gonna drop down. That's gonna be a safe plant. And the 5-7s can do nothing. Might be time for paiN to think about just saving the armor and pistols that they've got and try again. Rinse and repeat into the next round.
Yeah, no shame in that whatsoever.
No Safato in that.
Nope. Safe photo.
Safe auto. All right, now we're getting too crazy. It's gonna ruin me. It's gonna break my brain. So, lead is cut to 1.
Yeah.
9-8.
Early success. Again, right? I mean, I respect paiN's T-side, the playbook, and whatever not, but now you're letting FURIA kind of set the pace, set the tempo, set the precedent. It'll be a bit tougher once they're not playing with just these measly pistols, but if paiN thought that you know, a solid T-side was going to be enough.
Yeah. I don't know if you feel the same way, but on some level, I almost look at this and I'm like, the fact that FURIA got 6 rounds in that first half is actually pretty crazy.
Yeah.
That felt way stronger for paiN than a 9-6 half. That steal from CSGO and the fuse was everything.
Yes, those last couple of rounds, right? That little 2-round buffer.
Yep.
Because it could have easily have been 11 for paiN.
Always got Godfather in the background.
You got to power up, you know?
Yeah. 9-8.
Keeps him protected. Boost here from BigUzera. Oh, reload?
Early reload.
Yeah.
All right.
Not ideal.
No.
He'll be beating himself up about that.
We discussed this position in the first half as well, just tucking yourself behind those sandbags. If FURIA continues forward, Hardzao might be able to bait them perfectly into it. Bit of aggression down A ramp from Nithon yields them nothing. PKL's removed from that position. He shifts out as his teammate has gone down.
Ooh, drop finishes that with the edge of the box wall bang. Oh my, CSGO peeking with a smoke in hand. Could have been a victim to the Deeg. But instead, FURIA chew through mid control. Bomb soon to be destined for that B site, and what paiN were able to save from this last round still nets them nothing, barring a kill here and there.
Bomb has been planted.
That lead disappeared quick.
Real quick. We'll see what they've got in store. I mean, look, they obviously came into their T side with like a plan of action, right? Like they were like, we have this idea of how they're gonna be aggressive on A ramp. We want to neutralize that. Step 1 done. They obviously destroyed them safe. Are the 2 primary defenders. They ended the first half with 3 kills apiece. Like that's not ideal. And then after that, you can start getting a little crazy. Throw a run boost in there. Get wild. That nets them around. That was really cool.
Yeah.
And then you have them moving between the bomb sites, blocking rotations out with Molotov. So let's see what kind of a plan they have for their CT side. They get the guns out in the next round. Let's see where they're positioning the op. If they want to be just as aggressive down A ramp, you have to expect this CT side to be so prepared on your T side, paiN. I have to imagine the CT side is going to have some impactful and effective things.
Oh, I co-sign that one entirely. There's no doubt they've got something up their sleeve. It's just time to find out whether it's enough. And also, I want to see the nature of it too, right? Because I feel like, yeah, you would have won that A clash as the CT side. paiN able to stuff Art as he tried to run upwards. Now I'm ready to see if it, you know, flip the coin and do it again.
Yeah, it works the other way.
FURIA are ferocious.
Boom.
Gonna show a little patience here. Wait for the mid-peak. Yuri and Art at the bottom of these smokes. No overextension from paiN just yet. No overstack either, playing a 2-1-2.
Couple players here with them. Flash over to mimic as if you're going to peek downstairs. That might confuse him, but not safe. He's ready for the swing from BigUzera. Slowly clearing the angles. There's a boost up as well. If PKL comes up to investigate. Oh, okay. Take that win.
Okay.
Sure. I mean, that's a Galil. That's an AK-47. Might be a different story.
Yeah, we could chalk it up to that.
I'm going to choose to, just for
the narrative.
Just to be kind.
Yeah. Ooh, we talked about the A aggression.
I know.
Check that out. Neck is all the way extending around the box. Yuri kind of caught sleeping with that one. And also caught on his own. Art's going to be thrown ahead of safe. PKL with a moment of repositioning here. There is very much a gap created in middle, and these CTs, they're very well aware of it.
It's not a gap, it's a whole highway. They've got access to everything. Oh, rotation is coming over. No one's looking. No one's looking. They've already cleared this. They've already crossed. They might think it's safe. Oh, he didn't turn around in time. Doubled up for Nithon.
That's got to be timing, right? I mean, you got 2 backs turned. CSGO stuck between it all. The freeway of mid-control offered over, and then paiN just checked the right spot at the right moment. Nithon with the elevator peak 2K.
Yeah, that's massive. what a great timing to find. And that's one of the dangers. You could see them kind of consider coming up and jumping over to go directly into the B bomb site, and Art decided against it. But if you take it that slow, if you're trying to be that quiet, there's There's a million timings here. This takes time to do all this, and that's a long passageway to wrap around either one of the bomb sites. So many angles. Big risk, and obviously they get punished for it. paiN in the first gun round take the lead right back.
Yeah, honestly, I mean, we could chalk it up to timing, but that is CS, and ultimately they did find them right when they were in that widest pocket. You know, they set that up. If it's an open freeway, they hit the end of the road, and suddenly they realize it's an ambush.
Yeah, it's speed. That highway hasn't finished. I was trying to crowbar a metaphor in there.
It's all right, man.
Pretty good.
You know, this could be the worst cast of our lives, and we could just say like, oh, you know, chemistry wasn't there.
10-9. That'll never be the case. It's Ronnie.
Okay, nice.
Never ever.
It's been 3 years, Jason.
It has been 3 years. Bahrain.
Global finals.
All right.
Back in action. Nithon, quick incendiary down the ramp, and a boost. Always curious to see this balance between like utility usage and just positioning and how you're going to try to fight for this ramp control. What's your timing on the nades? What do you hold for what could be a later engagement? And this spam PKL. He gets the kill off of nekkES's assist. And Yuri very quickly into the peak, catching the head of Nithon, but that cost him a lot of HP himself. Kind of nekkES in the same position. We're going to get a quick boost trying to face this B site. Hardzao's patience behind those orange boxes could be an open invitation, but this invitation, it's not for 1 or 2, it's a party of 4. And FURIA are wasting no time kicking in this front door. Hardzao holds. He's got a support in BigUzera. Flashbangs begin to pop. Nicely timed on the peak, but it's only the solo from Hardzao. 2 kills in from FURIA. They can safely keep Yuri in the backline, and a dink into PKL means suddenly that 10 health of nekkES is all that's left over.
Yeah, that's a really, really good decision. Convincing decision. Assertive decision even from FURIA. You do that little boost up on the railing, you see absolutely no presence whatsoever. You're like, all right, let's do it. We got some space. We don't see anyone. Everyone's coming back right now. Let's just get on with the execute. That is well struck. Just enough damage dealt from the spray. The Molotov burns his toes.
Damn.
If you don't stem the tide as they kind of run up wide along that railing, you're in some real trouble.
Oh, the reality of the B player when you kind of miss that first peak.
Yeah. Yeah, you feel it.
Oh, yeah.
You're like, oh, God.
I'd let them too close.
All right, op in hand for nekkES at the very least. This will be interesting to see what they're going to come up with to buy. paiN might want to take a timeout and just talk things over in terms of their economy. I think they're like right on the edge around this op.
Uh-oh, I see Mag 7.
That's fine. Go drop down to a half buy. I like it. Deagle's picked up. You still have the op on nekkES. Have to imagine he'll take an aggressive angle somewhere, see if he can find an opening pick real quick. FURIA 4 players towards the A bomb site. That's where the op is. Blinded though, and having to fall back. Ooh, FURIA, they're picking up the pace. This ain't slowing down.
Holy hell, this chase. nekkES comes back into the action with 1, and suddenly the swarm of CTs seems pretty damning. Art, he gets into the site though. He's got this shroud of smoke to at least peek into the back of PKL. Poor guy never sees it coming. Back of the head, execution. That suddenly opens up this wave from the rest of FURIA, and they are in. They are in, and they are on it. And while the op shot desperately fires off, they missed that chance. You know, props to nekkES for peeking out with that 1.
Yeah.
You know, after all that franticness from the grenades, he still finds 1, but it's the fact that Art slips through. And that's going to be the, you know, that, how many times? It's because Art slips through.
Yeah, right? Well, you got to give props to Art for even just having the heads up, you know, the wherewithal to just go clear that position. Like, it's very easy to be like, yeah, we got the bomb site. Everyone's falling back. It's a save round. No one, you know, it's all good. That shotgun very much could have gotten a kill on an AK-47 and thrown the round to hell.
Listen, man, it's a show of character because Art was not the first guy running in, but he's also the only guy who didn't stop.
Hello, Deagles.
Let him ride.
Oh, what a god. I don't know if that would have changed anything.
We can pretend like it does.
Well, if Launders was here with his knowledge of movement, he would have been able to, he would have known.
I see the movement increased to 265.
If Launders was a South Park, I mean, a Simpsons character. Launders, tweet us and let us know if that jump meant anything.
Look at this, right back at it. Props for that one.
And remember, just like also the mental focus from Art as well, like, man, he had a bad half, you know? He had a really rough opening half. Weep.
22-9.
Interesting.
Oh, fast one. We are right back into the next round. It's a live wire at a ton of damage. Oh, even nicer. Almost finishing them off. Nekes, he should have an easy job. But Art, of course, omnipresent. PKL right back to the same spot that he died in last time. Throws the utility ahead of him. And while it's man advantage for Furia, it's shaky legs for 3.
Yo, this is an angry T-half from Furia. This is a violent T-half. They are so aggressive right now, so fast-paced. Over the top, Big Uzera, 1 kill with the off, 3-on-3 situation, and the HP is so chipped down. Oh, that's bold.
He tries it. The wall bangs are there. He hit safe again, but just for pennies at that point.
A dime, even.
Yeah. To be specific. Safe stays tucked. Right up close. Op looms above him. How much help is he gonna get here? Smoke soon to fade, and Hardzao doesn't even need to wait out that. Queserado looking for the kill up top. Oh my god, he's got 2 HP, dies, and Yuri also sent to the wayside. It is PKL and Big Uzera in with the 10-second stick. This game, as close as can be, it's 11 all tied again.
Yeah, I love how back and forth this is. I'm a little bit surprised to see paiN able to fight back and maintain this. Super impressive. This is good stuff. Big Uzera steps up to the task over the top of the smoke. He maintains aggression as well. That's a bit of a gift, but we'll take it. And still, just shutting him down. Queserado lured back into that peak.
I like this adjective you used, though. It's violent. It's a violent T-side.
Yeah.
We barely had time to finish the replays, and they were already getting kills on ramp.
And that's back-to-back, essentially, ramp rushes as well.
Which was, you know, a point I kind of wanted to bring up coming into the T-side. Like, we saw the CTs hold it, or rather, lose it. paiN, they took A ramp consistently in the first half, but you know, you flip sides and it's a whole other game.
It's one of the things that's made Furia so scary over the past few years is you know that they're willing and that they have the strength and the ability to pull off a fast strategy like that. So then you almost get lulled into this idea you have to jump your utility early. Nekes, opening kill, traded immediately by Yuri. The aggression from Art lures him out. And Nithon still looking up over the top of the smoke.
Yeah, he's thinking about it, right? But do you bite off more than you can chew? Hardzao, he's got two players coming in. First, the contact inside sight, perfect. Hardzao in that pocket position makes the big play, but they don't see bomb off that. In fact, there is a chance here for Safe and Yuri. Nithon, they cross paths, and so be it. He can just warn his teammates on site that they are getting dangerously close, but they lose track of Nithon, and that will be a fatal error. Yuri shot in the side of the head, Safe looking for the clutch, but the AK gets away from him. And while we kind of looked at Art under a microscope because of a lackluster first half and a return to form in the second, Safe is still dwindling in the numbers. Not able to keep up.
Yeah, he's having a really tough time of it. This is rough, but I mean, you got to give props over to paiN. Like, Nithon has done a great job over this. PKL did a great job against Safe and Art in the first half. He was a monster. So you just have paiN, two players playing very, very high level or just very good Counter-Strike on both sides of the map in that same position. Ooh, brutal. Back down to mostly pistols for Furia.
Uzera under pressure, they'll walk right into the scope of PKL. Easy does it. It's a shooting gallery for paiN. And now Queserado's AK starts to get the work done, but cut short. Sheer numbers here for paiN on that mid hold. Everybody ready to react. It's not that A ramp aggression. They try to throw it at middle, and still they hit this wall. paiN growing lead.
I don't think anyone in the server has found a fight that they didn't like yet. Everyone's just like swinging into a fight. Like, oh, he's there? Cool, I'm in.
Let's duke it out.
Let's bang. 13-11. 2-round lead for paiN, looking for an upset on this first map. Remember, winner of this series, as we just saw in the European division, winner of this heads to Lisbon, heads to the spring finals.
Holy hell. Time to recover, Furia. Man, this entire map feels like it's been predicated on the A ramp aggression.
That's so Vertigo.
Right?
It's a historical Vertigo feeling. No Molotov. Yikes.
Uh-oh, this could be problematic. Nobody can clear Nithon out of this position, and that frag grenade chips everybody. It's a solo kill for Nithon, decides to take things into his own hand. Oh, and PKL's gonna let them challenge to the top of the ramp. Suddenly Nekes is in a much worse spot, but he still comes out with a kill. And PKL, he could be primed for a peek, goes over and goes down. CSGO doubles up. And we've suddenly got man advantage here for FURIA, but a nearby threat in paiN's last two players. Excellent utility, makes a world of difference. Art and Hardzao exchanging bullets, exchanging damage, and it's Big Uzera, who could be the highest rated player at the North American Showdown in a 2v1 for a 14-11, and he gets it. That's Yuri out of this one. Art, you need to shine.
Oh no.
He swaps guns, what a dangerous maneuver. And it's an invitation for Art to get that step closer. He's starting to panic, he gets sketched out by the door. Where is Art? Fake plant. This is a battle of nerves with 15 seconds on the clock. Big Uzera starts to close this distance. 2 fake plants, and he still doesn't peek, but there it is. Health advantage and a kill for Big Uzera as he and his team climb the scoreboard.
Yo, stone cold. Even when he's making weird mistakes, shuffling the weapons almost cost him his life.
Holy
backpedaling into the corner of the wall almost cost him his life, but he holds out against 3 fake plants. That's beautiful stuff, and all that damage dealt by all the aggression. I will say one thing I wanted to point out. Nekis had a flashbang that whole time. If Nithon waits to just peek out from sandbags and just calls for the flashbang, you've got 4 blind FURIA players that you're able to mow down. Just missed a little bit of a detail and they still come out on top, but that forces the final timeout away from FURIA. I mean, man, I think they're getting shocked a little bit. I think they're surprised by this performance from paiN.
Sure. I mean, right there with them. Will say there have been historical moments where paiN, you know, as a North American, I don't know if I'm allowed to use this word.
Okay, here we go.
Choke.
Perfect.
You know, it's, we saw it, I feel like, at the Stockholm Major.
Yeah.
They could have had a deeper run. Things got away from them. Happened again at the most recent RMR. Chances to close, slides away. It's not every day that you are paiN and you have a 3-round lead over FURIA, gunning for a 15th to lock in OT at least versus just this scattered buy of pistols. But dude, these nades have been such a consistent issue for FURIA to try and deal with. Nekis, he seems aware of the possibility of the short play. 2 pistol kills come through from FURIA. 1 health on 2 players. They are hanging on by a thread. Where are those frags when you need them?
Right there, baby. Nade comes in. You can see it coming. Even if they progress into the bomb site, you just would have known on the plant. That would have been absolutely brutal. Re-aggression now. That nade has opened up everything. paiN feeling so confident. Yuri underneath. Inside the smoke, one disappeared. Easy kill for PKL from behind. CSGO coming out of the smoke. PKL's got that as well.
Easy cleanup after that one. Again, A ramp, name of the game. paiN succeeding. Even with those frantic 2 pistol kills, here's that homing missile.
Didn't even have to be close. Didn't even have to be close.
Nope. Chalk that up to shrapnel.
That might have just done 1 damage each.
Yep. That's the problem with having 1 health.
Tell me more. Go on.
Not even movement can save you. Here we go, 4 map points. Nekis, oh, he pushed through. He's got players all around him. Oh, another! Nekis turns it on to Safe, who has just been bullied, and then suddenly he disappears. FURIA, it's like they're shadow boxing their own mirror, but here it comes from PKL. Still, they're able to come out on top with man advantage. The second time we've seen paiN on fire throughout this first map. But even with that opening, this one somehow slips back to FURIA's favor. Time is their resource.
Back to the B bomb site. 1 player in middle. Drop, just able to look and see if anyone's going to push, but also in a position to pounce and cut off a rotation. They know the Opper. They could hear the footsteps from beneath. They know he stayed around the A bomb site. Entry would be amazing, but Drop's play is going to be important.
There's the first, shaves it off. We've seen Hardzao hold this. Big Uzera goes down towards mid. That's an open door to either direction, and Hardzao knows they're gonna dodge him. But still, there's timing here.
Book it. Is he gonna go after mid? You have a decision to make here. Do you want to get to A or do you want to go after mid?
Right, do you stop the plant or do you stop the flank? And if he's not careful, He could lose either, and sure enough, timing, a fickle mistress. FURIA, they've run that bomb over to the A site. This one not done yet.
He didn't trust that Molotov.
No, sir.
Yeah, he didn't trust that. Good play from Drop. That's huge. Final 2 kills in the 3-on-2.
Yuri with a bit of a save on A ramp. It felt like everything was going paiN's way until that 2K spray down. And again, dude, timing. He just looks back towards connector. Suddenly, we've got the shoe on the other foot. paiN instead. Economic problems.
I like this buy from paiN. They probably could have forced it if they wanted to. They probably could have gone for some kind of a buy with rifles. Ooh.
Okay.
Pacing.
Yep, that's the problem when fighting FURIA. You think you have the timings, and then Art is 2 seconds quicker. Nekis hands onto the mag. 7-2.
Oh, no way.
Headshots with the shotgun. Don't do it like this. The sucker punch of a half buy. After all of this, Big Uzera's down, and suddenly Nithon also falls right thereafter. It was just a quick little injection of paiN into FURIA. But 3 Ts in the post plant. Hardzao walks over, little to lose in this clutch.
You only get 2 kills like that with a mag 7. You're only allowed 2.
Only 2.
That's not fair.
Then Gaben steps in.
Surgical with it. All right, Hardzao. Missed opportunity, although that is a 1 HP player. Good round, a good recovery from FURIA. That very easily could have collapsed after those 2 frags came out from the shotgun. But let's get into it, because this is why I like that buy. That kind of like half buy in a situation where you could have forced like right on the edge, could have had a pretty decent buy all things considered. That's going to set you up to have 2 like really, really good chances, really good buys no matter what happens. You lose this round 29, you're still going to have a good buy in the next one. It sets you up perfectly for the final stages of the map.
The close.
This is the hardest part though, because now paiN realizes, oh, we can actually do it.
Yep, exactly. And that is the problem that they have faced and failed. No! Oh my! Peeking PKL! Ooh, that could have been a nasty 5 versus 4 to try and deal with. And even then, right, leave it to FURIA. They just force him back. There's going to be a shockwave, a tremor caused from that first peek, but Hardzao offers us a hold on that B site. Drop sees his hands, can't kill Big Uzera. Hardzao waiting for the CT wrap, he gets that kill, but suddenly his teammates all fall around him, and Art is just posted in their spawn. Neck is 1 versus 3, opens with the first, frag the other way. Drop is low, but he is rock solid on construction, and it's FURIA cementing this little bit of a comeback to push us into OT.
How are you supposed to know what's happening in this round? How, if you're a defender, are you supposed to know where the next player from FURIA is coming? It's absolutely wild, and this has historically been where FURIA thrives. Chaos, wreaking havoc across the map. They're the ones who can control it. They're the ones who know what's happening. Why not?
This is his round.
Yeah.
Art, those 2 kills, and then also just jumping up onto the scaffolding.
Yeah, whatever we'll call it.
So I haven't spent much time in the construction sites myself, bro.
Live by art, die by art.
First timeout called from paiN. I didn't even notice.
They haven't needed it. Everything's gone according to plan up until now.
Round 30, but you painted this picture. These were the 2 chances they created for themselves because of that little half buy. This first one slipped, but you set yourself up for this one. Now, it's not everything they had. We've got limitations in MP9s and definitely lackluster nades. Not a single kit on this 30th round either. So paiN, that last round, their best chance. But it's also FURIA's most ferocious.
Uh-oh.
Boost onto the mid box. Hardzao and Big Uzera, hearts pounding, and oh, this time, the timing works out. Last round, they caught the CTs with grenades in their hands. Yuri, he gets 1, but Drop tries to fall back with bomb. He's fighting for his life, and he hangs onto it. Meanwhile, Safe comes in from this B push. Nekis finds Yuri over towards that A site. Safe just trying to jackknife his way into the round, but again, these moments where players are jumping with knives or nades in hand. Dangerous game to play. Most certainly in round 30. Smoke goes deep, and Nekis goes around, and he goes down. That is FURIA pushing OT.
And they did it all the same way. Heavily aggressive, very fast pace. Again, back-to-back rounds in middle. Again, paiN is going to be so upset they lost this one. You got to give props over to Safe. While all that chaos is happening, with all the craziness in middle, he's just walking up B. He's
No
just having a good
stress.
time. No one's there. He knows it. He knows everyone's getting pulled towards mid. Magnificent play.
To be honest, Mahone highlighted this perfectly coming into the game. It's not exactly a mirrored instance, but this kind of, fluidity to Furia's B splits, where if they feel like they find that hard stop crossfire, as made obvious by the 2 players boosted in middle and that quick rotate from elevator, that is why Safe has this extra level of confidence to go all the way past green.
Still, if you're paiN and you get those kills, you have that stack in middle, you have the perfect call against it. How do you lose that round? Gonna be so frustrating.
5v3.
And overtime as well. After such a well-played game, you drop it here, you're having nightmares for days.
At least you got 3 timeouts. May need them. Sinking feeling after losing those, but Biguzera, 2.5. They come at him in separated gunfights, and he shaves them away from the mid play. Hardzao falling back. Art creeping inwards. Closest rotate, of course, will be PKL on the other side of construction, so Hardzao gonna have to offer us something on his own, and a quick, clean kill to Art is a big one. Flashes come over from middle, keeps drop away from Yuri. Hardzao just toying with him.
Yeah, spam that all day. I don't care. Just waste all your time on that spam, baby.
Come get it.
Just giving him the noise cues.
Yeah.
Can't hit me. Can't hit me.
Furia. 2 rounds in a row to close out regulation, but a speed bump to start OT.
It's always like this, isn't it? Team struggles to close it out. They had 3 chances to get to 16 in regulation. You drop all of them. First round of overtime, boom. Got it.
No ops in play. Quick A ramp. Very quick, in fact, from Art. Trying to go all the way through this. Frag grenade finds him for 40. Nithon, he gets hit even harder, but with no, oh my god, no Molotov. He instantly kills drop. Queserado's gonna come clear this. He decides not to play it slowly. Quick kills in from Yuri. His double gives this little bit of an edge, and a smoke spam with Safe rounding on the bomb site. 3 versus 1. Furia go back to that classic formula, A ramp aggression. Hardzao loses nearly all of his health in that first one versus Art, so suddenly this 1v3 seems impossible. Despite the first kill, 2 to take. And of course, Furia's remaining players just double up. Joined at the shoulder. Deep inside of short with 6 health. You'd think the spam will be his end. Oh, but he finds Safe at least. And then, there you go. Yuri, continuation spray. And Furia continuing success.
I really like that Furia is keeping up this pace and keeping up this level of speed and just like always in your face. Just because, I mean, it's like the meta game of it all. If you're paiN, the pressure of this situation that you're not used to, that you're inexperienced in, these kinds of rounds that are hectic, that you lose track of things, that are disorganized, that just feeds Furia. And for you, the pressure of the situation combined with all of that is going to be constant miscommunication, constant confusion of what's happening, not knowing. This is where you might want to take a time out if you're paiN and slow things down and just say, all right, guys, let's get a feel for what Furia is doing right now and what we can do against it.
Gonna try to fight fire with fire. Already posturing on the other side of the smokes. Last time they just played tucked on Sandbag's neck is... Oh, the fact that he gets that second, and Nithon finds nothing, because this is back-to-back rounds where Yuri's giving us 2Ks. Back to the nearly even keel, but here's the 2 differences. We've got low HP on the 3 players of Furia, and a very quick move from Hardzao into the depths of T-spawn.
Yeah, but he's just watching for a fallback at the moment. That's not going to speed up the flank too much quite yet, because he'll have to be quiet when he gets over there. Furia's hitting pause. You can see Yuri considering the flank. The timing is screwed up. Over towards the A bomb site as well. No nades, no Molotovs to slow down or stop the plant. Just flashbangs and smokes to spring a retake.
This is a very interesting position for me. Hardzao, it's more like it's almost like a retake B spot where he leaves that rotation, that flank back to the B site open, and then he's going to be right behind them. But the counter to that is, of course, there's no information for paiN to play with, and we see that evidently with PKL going back to check mid. Now Hardzao doesn't know what's going on. 25 seconds to the clock. And FURIA, they stalled. Ooh. They fumbled that one, or at least it clears close. Flash into the eyes. CSGO confirming the presence. Hardzao looking for the flank. 15 seconds. FURIA, there is no margin of error here. Safe is just trying to get that bomb in. Hardzao is getting dangerously close. He's about to round the ramp. Bomb plant denied, and that is paiN with a 17th on the CT side of OT.
That's awesome from paiN. They know that flank is coming in that whole way. He's calling it out. Just don't die. Just don't die. Nobody peeking. Let him into the bomb site. Let him plant if it needs to. And yeah, FURIA might have just slow played that a little bit too much. But they could have never known someone was pushed all the way down with all the information that they weren't falling back. They're trying to make paiN nervous about the B bomb site, and of course that wasn't going to work.
Now FURIA back to the CT side. Quick little reset in OT. Python swinging the big green. And it's been a while since we've watched FURIA's defense, but a lot of it predicated on that ramp play.
You think Art's saying, all right, guys, aggression's going to work now?
Yeah, right? Listen, this isn't Art that has powered up a little bit, but he also has 30 deaths. 30 deaths, dude. Look at the scoreboard. Nobody else is close. It's how he plays. It's how he succeeds. Unbelievably.
Yo, that should have been 31. PKL had the jump on him. PKL had it all. Just missed the opportunity, missed the spray, lost him in the smoke. And that was the power player for paiN in the first half. He was doing so much.
Yes, he was. He was the literal counter to Art. And this time, Art gets his number.
Look at paiN just back off as well. They're expecting some kind of re-aggression from Art. Smoke is going to come in. They're trying to obfuscate the fact that Art is still here.
He does tuck back behind Tarp. Yuri's going to double around from short so that maybe they could go for the 2 ledge peek. Ooh, paiN playing the clock to the 45-second mark. Util starts to rein in. Gonna be tough to see Art with the fire. And sure enough, he finds a headshot to Biguzera. Safe is now just stuck in the open, and he lost both of his teammates. Lucky to be alive. He falls back to the sandbags. They still have utility for this. Safe has to go for the peak. Tough fight versus Nekis. He gets the support on the Crane player in Drop, who now has to pick up all these pieces. CSGO behind that wall of smoke, 15 seconds, and Drop, he sends that bomb to the dirt. A double from a very difficult position. Nekis could still save this. CSGO killed over top. He needs to chase this final frag. There is no other option, and he gets away down towards Tarp. A wall bang that could have been, but isn't.
Yeah, I think he lost track of the time there. He had to actually wrap around. He had to go with them up the A ramp. The AWP is not able to trade that kill whatsoever. What a position from Drop that whole time. Just chilling. How would you ever expect someone to be there after you get 3 kills at the top of ramp? You would have expected that player to be involved in the action. AWP can't trade this. Nekis had to go with them. And those are the small details that paiN is going to lose in the pressure of the situation.
18 for somebody after this one. And again,
he's back.
Only in OT has Art seemingly been able to find this victory over PKL, and this is just a flood of frags from FURIA.
It took him 33 rounds, baby, but he figured it out.
And that's this thing with Art, dude. It's this willingness to die. He will die every time, but he will not lose his identity. He will lose his teammate. Safe plucked off this one by Nithon's AWP. A 2 versus 5 turned 2v4. Tons of time to play and nowhere else to be.
You gotta hope for a mistake. You gotta hope and pray for a mistake if you're paiN. At this point in the game as well, I don't even think you can't unscope now if you're Nithon. You gotta be careful about what utility you use, how you give up the game. You have to be quiet until contact. There's the Molotov. That's going to signify that you're starting to take a ramp. I know at least one is here. You'll start seeing the minimap shift. Plenty of footsteps as well. FURIA should know exactly what's coming at him.
So they just hold rock solid. Positions cemented on the other side of this. Hardzao, difficult peek. loses a quarter of his health, and Art's gonna look to come back at it. They hold, and they hold, and they wait, and Nithon gets closer, perfectly peeking into that first one. Smoke thrown towards elevators. CSGO shows himself. There's this question of whether Yuri is suspected, and again, this 2v5 has turned to the 2v2. There's 8 seconds. Hardzao crosses for the plant. CSGO goes through. He stops it in the nick of time, and no chance for Nithon. 18 as FURIA will lock in double OT at least.
Yeah, this is spectacular. It's FURIA's turn to make all the plays. Regulation was all about paiN. Regulation was about bringing it straight to FURIA, and now they've woken up. Now they've come back. They just held on all through 30 rounds, and FURIA is looking damn good now. They've got one chance. One chance to close out this map that's been so difficult. And if you're FURIA, oh, you're praying.
Bro.
You're begging to get out of this map.
I would love. Can we look at that one more time in slow-mo?
That's CSGO, right?
Yeah.
He's the one who stuck that defuse as well.
Yeah.
He's had some millimeter plays for FURIA, hasn't he?
Check this out one more time. Just flies through smoke. That is so FURIA. And goes down right thereafter. You could just see the soul of paiN evaporate as he denies that plant. You know what's crazy too, dude, is Nithon, he had a peek on back CT side. There was like a half second where some crazy shenanigans goes down.
Jiggle peeking.
Oh, yeah.
All right, here we go. 18-17. FURIA can close this out. They can escape with this map somehow with a victory. A-ramp has been shut down ever since we switched sides. Art has been resurgent in overtime on the CT side.
Back-to-back rounds, he's killed PKL on this. That 5 versus 4 has been the most consistent thing about this CT overtime from FURIA. But now it's much more passive, looking to use Nithon maybe as the crack of the whip to get these players up the ramp.
No aggression, they switched it up. Art's like, all right, I styled on you 2 rounds finally. We'll back it off now. He only backs off when it succeeds.
Solid off angle.
They mask a player at sandbags as well.
Ooh, but Big Uzera's ready.
Another boost, do it. Molotov is gonna force him away.
Tough spot. These two players don't want to be locked in here. PKL, he gets the better of Art. Drop tucked into the corner. A very comfortable looking 5v3, but 35 seconds could make things frantic. Drop will be hard cleared. PKL, he survives long enough to succeed. Hardzao commits to the cause, burned down to 20. And this would have to be a phenomenal retake, or else paiN have survived the test. And the one time that FURIA let off the gas pedal, the one time that they don't look like FURIA, and they won't win as FURIA. paiN push this to the limit.
Well, now you get to see if FURIA is going to rise to the challenge, right? Because if you're going to back off, if you play slow on your T side, you're struggling to win rounds. If you play passive on your CT side, you're getting beat. Now it's like, are you really going to take the risk? Because being aggressive at all times is a massive risk. And it's been their identity, so they got to really lean into it. 18-18.
That round was so limp from FURIA compared to what else we've seen.
Yeah, based off that boost at the top of a ramp at the crane. Great find. Great heads-up peek from Big Uzera. 31 kills on him. Leading the server. Closest is Yuri with 27.
Wow, this game, that's the part of the game that makes me anxious. One straight bullet. One quick dink, PKL. Oh, 2 players! And almost a third. Art survives that fight, but even though PKL dies to Art's hand, Art loses 2 teammates from it. That looks so Art-esque from PKL.
Yeah, well, that's more like what he was doing in the first half. He was just so dominant on this defense here. Big Uzera far back. Follow-up peek. Oh, drops dead if he peeks this. Nithon. Oh, he missed the shot. He missed it. And he even goes for more.
Holy hell.
Yeah, drop swings all the way wide. Sees nothing. He's trying to grab information. That's why he takes the risk, because you could see his teammates starting to shift back towards CT spawn, back towards mid. They know the B bomb site could be a problem. Drop's got to be careful. He's got a Molotov as well. He has utility.
And he already got away with that first one. Now there's a lot more eyes set for him. Oh, contact. He's not alone here, BigUzera. Sure enough, trade frag instantaneous. And a quick rotate from FURIA, trying to throw their last two players into the defense. Fire holds CSGO back. And Art incredibly low. They've got kits, but no utility. We saw the crazy push from CSGO. He finds spam damage in a distant. Art, oh my,
no
gets
way.
the better of Nithon. He's just standing out there on the back shelf. CSGO now jumping over top of the site. And that'll be found out. This is a wild position from Nekis. Oh, he almost waits too long, but there it is. Locks it in.
I was so worried. Why didn't he just shoot? Why didn't he take the first one? I was so scared. Oh, he's got it. He secures it. But off the back of PKL's double, that's what enables everything.
Look at that. Look, they look like fools.
Yeah, someone missed the information. Someone missed the call that he had actually made it all the way there. Well done from Nekis. I can't believe Art gets that. This one. Oof.
paiN looking for 20. Hardzao gonna get bruised by the utility. Art right back at it. Again, he gets PK'd. Oh, dude, there's blood between the two.
Those two better have like a gentlemanly handshake after
Hell
this series.
yeah.
This has been a battle for both of them. Yuri over the top of that.
Oh,
I think
seen.
Nithon saw it. Yeah, he saw him jump back up as well. He knows the position. I think he wants to be aggressive and make sure he can't escape.
Oh.
That's risky. Good tag. Good tag. Good unconfirmed damage.
Yeah, send him back. Suddenly, Yuri has to be that little bit more cautious. Oh, Yuri's still playing dangerous games. He comes out, takes down half of Nithon, gets stuck there for a second, but still is able to skate away. Tucks into the corner. All of paiN here at the base of ramp. And without Art, who's going to take that crazy risk? Who's going to be the one to die for the cause? BigUzera takes the headshot. There is such little HP on almost everybody in this situation. Utility blankets the site. Drop trying to find a pocket within it, gets blinded and taken down. Yuri with a decent angle, but BigUzera is so sharp and CSGO so sneaky. He's gonna come out the side of this. Oh, but it's watched every step of the way by BigUzera. He locks this in for paiN.
Yeah, he does. What an incredible series. Yeah, just, I mean, what an incredible performance from BigUzera in that round. Clearing out that position is just so important. God. Yeah, this has just turned right back into old school Vertigo. Brawls on A ramp and A execute simulator. Everyone is just rinsing and repeating at this bomb site, but also everyone's so cautious of the call back to B, of a change in tactics, so you can't cheat anyone over. That shot is something special.
Oh, so clean.
Man, if paiN's clean sweep this, whew.
Ooh, Nithon's down there. Swinging the big green. Safe can't counter him. Safe. Almost. Oh, the last bullet. The last bullet of the spray connects to BigUzera's head. Nekis at the top of ladder catches Art.
This is what we talked about, though. I look at the switch-up potential back to B. You get that mid-kill. Look at the mini-map. There's no one alive, and there's still more going to be dedicated to this A ramp now that another kill comes out. How do you close the gap if you're FURIA?
Nithon, oh my god, a single stray shot would have taken him down as well. He decides to come back, still just puffing his chest with shots through smoke.
B's wide open. CSGO's come towards mid. He's looking to see if there's going to be any pressure in this position, but he's left B stairs. There's a smoke there for the moment. He knows the timing on it. And paiN? I think they're assuming that someone is going to be cheating back towards the B bomb site, that FURIA is going to believe that they're falling back, that they're going to adjust. They think they're going at the weak spot. But they're so wrong. Drop is here with Yuri.
This mid fight could be everything. And there's still time to really emphasize mid before the A players go. Drop is in the open. This patience almost paying off. But the first and second duel go the way of Drop. A 2v2. 20 seconds to rock that bomb back. They're gonna sprint towards this B site. CSGO still just flirting around on top of construction. He could very well catch them on the cross. They throw one flashbang outwards and it catches CSGO blind. A second goes deeper. Nekis not gonna clear back green. No time to plant. Nithon needs both kills, and that is Furia's lifeline. They will get one in the second OT.
Can't believe Drop gets a double there on the ramp. I cannot believe he got both of those kills. That was the entire round in that play right there. paiN did such a good job, put themselves in such a good position where they could work and manipulate the map, but that double kill ruined everything. Furia get away with one. And the first half of double overtime.
Is it enough?
Is this a timeout being called? Is this the second timeout from paiN being called?
Feels like it must be.
I mean, Furia's out of him.
Reality of the situation sinking in. paiN have already done the unthinkable twice. Eliminate Liquid. Get the better of MIBR after 7 consecutive losses.
Yeah.
And they had 2 chances to close this out in regulation. Now they find themselves in the depths of double overtime. But still with 2 rounds to their favor. Off the back of that, a clean sweep could have been the end. Doesn't mean they can't do it. To A ramp we go. To watch Art paint this canvas. Fire and smoke's gonna slow down everything. His utility misses the mark. He wanted to block off any potential short play, but I mean, that could be an invitation for Nekis to go right back off of the damage from these grenades, but it's all missing. And Yuri, oh my god, he's down beneath Nithon. PKL saves Nithon's life. Art, ooh, he's gonna get the headshot. Shots could come spamming through the tarp, but there's also the chance to B contact, and Hard Zhao, oh, missed jump.
Art's just chilling for the moment. Furia calms it down. They wanted to peek up into the B bomb site. They have no information. Looks like a little bit of utility from Drop. Could try and pull some people over. Standard control top stairs with that Molotov. That's keeping a second player at the B bomb site. It's Nithon with low HP as the support player at the B site. PKL, he's got a big job to do. He can't go down here. Oh, missed shot from Art. Just barely off the mark.
Falling back with it. Smoke. CSGO, oh, he's making sound and he wins that fight. PKL not able to get the next one. Safe misses the op shot. Drop's looking to push up close. Big Uzera, oh my god, he's unstoppable. CSGO inside smoke. Safe connects. Back to the 2v2, near mirrored health. CSGO trying to escape here, but he's stuck against this wall, and he's a caged animal fighting his way as Safe is right there to join him, and Furia open up.
Unbelievable they take that. Unbelievable paiN. Big Uzera put them in such a good position inside that site. Oh, I thought he would have had more. What a good job from CSGO clearing out PKL's position. Safe, we mentioned him a couple times. Quiet game, tough game, but delivering a big time frag there, and the follow-up as well. Low HP on Nithon. He had no chance in the 1v2. 20-20. Magic number, for those of you following at home, 22. To take the map.
To take the map. Oh my god, the nade. Ooh, that one lays it on thick. Nithon lucky to be alive. I love how they just trade damage at the exact same moment. It's the cost of admission to even peek or throw grenades down ramp.
Cool idea on the double nade towards the default plant boxes. That position they would have missed. Art goes 1 for 1, but he's got PKL. Of course it's going to be those two.
These guys are locking horns. You could barely separate them. Nithon on the brink of death. As Hardzao gets tagged up, he is not here alone. He's got Nithon with him, but these are two weak links for paiN on B. Yuri shrouded in smoke at the moment. Neck is... Oh, this is always such a dangerous peek, but he decides to go as smoke's fading, catches the one in the back, empty mag, CSGO comes in, but Big Uzera's got the trade. And those weak B players, not a problem. Drops got bomb and a 1v3 to try to make happen, but Big Uzera locks it in. He draws that line across the A site, closes down the shop, and gives 21 to paiN. Another match point.
That's so massive. We've seen that fight so many times at the top of A ramp. Both of these teams have loved it on their CT side, and it works. One player chucking out utility. Good double up from Nekis, but Big Uzera, as you said, that's huge. This play, you could have gone to the safety. You could have just gone around the corner and been like, you're never going to kill me. Good luck planting. But he takes the fight. You better win it if you're going to make that call.
I mean, the confidence, right? He's got it. The individual level that he has shown us across the showdown. On the brink of 40 frags versus FURIA.
This is the fourth chance that paiN has had to close out this map.
And it kicks off with the 5v4. They lost a 5v3 in regulation. And now that would have to happen again, but it doesn't look likely. More damage being dunked on top of Yuri. They can find zero footing inside of this ramp. Yuri, he's gonna try to piece it together, but it's Nekis with the USP of all things, and CSGO, it is all left on his shoulders. You said it best, man. 4 chances to close.
Fourth time's a charm, that's what they all say. CSGO, what are you gonna do? 1v5 here, looking for a gift. He's got it. That's a nice shot, but consolation prize. Bombs down on the other side of the map. Man, paiN, what a shocking surprise in map 1.
Yes, and what a run. Eliminate Liquid, get the better of MIBR, and now take a map to open the series versus FURIA. This is the series where there was the biggest amounts of doubt.
And from how impressive they were in the first half to now just having to grind out this double overtime battle. Ooh.
And not lose their identity either. You know, if there's been any round that I think is kind of highlighting somebody maybe letting off of the gas pedal, feeling a little less lethal, it was FURIA at the very end of that first OT.
Yeah,
the one round arc doesn't
Yep.
go aggressive. It wasn't paiN to lose themselves, to change up game plan. It was FURIA. They opened the door. They let down their guard, and they are paying the price. CSGO, do as you might.
Let them have the bomb.
This one's over, brother. paiN have done it. They beat FURIA. The kings of Brasilia Counter-Strike can bleed.
Yeah, well, can you finish him off is now the question. That is the big one for paiN. This is a great upset. Their map pick obviously came into an idea, obviously very prepared.
Hell yes.
PKL, incredible performance on the T side as well. Controlling Art's aggression, he was brutal. Big Uzera, incredible performance as well. But you gotta string that across the whole series, baby. Yep. This is the big leagues.
Exactly, man. We go back, right? When it comes to a 15-15 half, I want everybody to remember paiN. They won a round in 15 seconds because of a run boost. That's confidence, and that's the type of CS that gets them this victory on Vertigo, their playground, their map pick, and their opening victory. Can they close? That's the biggest question. We throw this one back over to a break, and then Freya afterwards.
Who could actually become the #1 team in the world?
If I had to pick a dark horse, it would definitely be Complexity, which is my own team.
I think Fnatic. Shmulia has just been on this interesting career path for such a long time. I mean, you don't want to curse it, jinx it or anything.
Mission failed. We'll get them next time.
the dark horse of the season, and we're talking the year-long 2022 Counter-Strike. Who's supposed to be catching us off guard as a team? Mathieu, I'm going to put you in the hot spot. We're going to kick this off. Dark horse 2022.
Look, I feel like dark horses was always the hardest category for me to pick a team because it's kind of counterintuitive. You have to pick a team that you wouldn't pick.
I think it's gonna be FURIA.
FURIA is a team I don't really think of, but are actually extremely strong.
They have a good lineup right now. They brought Safe, who is a great player.
He's such an interesting player. He was so strong with paiN Gaming. He comes into FURIA. You add Yuri and Kisarado together with that guy. You liberate Art from that primary upper role that now Safe can do, and suddenly you have the absolute recipe for success. I feel like they made top 8 at the major with Vini and Drop. Now they change, they bring in Safe, more firepower, they bring fire in general. For me, FURIA is going to be in the top 8 this year, easy peasy.
A lot of people are really hyped for the new G2 roster. I think the FaZe roster, I would probably say a team like FaZe maybe, is probably like, I don't know if I can call it a dark horse, but I think they're looking really scary on paper as well. Like, I have my concerns about if they can actually be number 1 in the world and if they can be that steadily. So that would be a surprise for me at least. So for me, they are like the dark horse. For me, I think I'm pretty sure that both G2, Vitality and Na'Vi and Gambit is going to be doing extremely well in 2022.
Yeah, now my pick seems a little bit, maybe I'm region biased. Okay, so if we had come into this, if we had come into this conversation thinking just North America, then I think that I want to just take this period right before the start of the year to turn the spotlight onto complexity.
A 7-month map win streak brought to a dead end. paiN firmly plant their flag in Vertigo after a chaotic and aggressive and intense map PIMP. And they do it in style. They do it against one of the region's best. They defy all the odds.
That is crazy. That is absolutely crazy for paiN. We came into this matchup thinking to ourselves that if paiN played well, if paiN would play their A game, we may had a shot of a close game. We may had a shot of a competitive game, let alone a game that goes into double overtime with paiN as the winner. You said 7 months. It's 209 days since FURIA last lost a game of Vertigo, and paiN were the team to take them down. Super, super impressive.
This game was violent. It was gritty. And I'm honestly proud of PKL and NekHiz. This was a duo that stood up for paiN, and I'm really proud of them. This was fantastic, and also Big Uzera. I mean, what the hell? This is reminiscent of the Liquid series for me.
There are so many narrative arcs to go on with this Vertigo series. We do kind of have to start from the beginning, even though it was a hell of a long time ago. We're going to throw it over to the first half, when we're seeing some aggression coming out of the side of FURIA, which we were to be expecting on their T side.
Yeah, it's a clip I picked in the beginning of the game because I wanted to showcase you guys what we talked about, the aggression coming out of FURIA, right? How do you control a team like FURIA? You see PKL get the first kill right here. Good opening for the guys of paiN, and that's when you get to see what FURIA does so well. Yuri in a couple of moments will alone walk in and just take up a duel straight up. You see it right here. 1 kill goes the way of Yuri, 2 kills goes the way of Yuri. Instantly falls back, teams up with Safi right here, and then will find another kill. This aggression coming out of FURIA was something paiN in the beginning of the game got a taste of. They ended up winning the round quite easily right here, and I thought to myself, okay, if FURIA is going to play like this for the rest of the game, then paiN is going to be in deep, deep trouble. Now, the reason why I still wanted to showcase you guys this clip is that after this round, FURIA tried it again, and they tried it again, but paiN were ready for it. They found a solution to it. We talk about the A-ramp control all the time. They were not successful with being aggressive, and that's why FURIA struggled so much in the first half. Outside of this round, paiN got their number.
What do you think was key to kind of, tempering that aggression from the side of FURIA then? What do you think paiN put up that maybe we weren't expecting them to in that first half?
I mean, honestly, PKL was very effective as well as BigUzera. I mean, these were the main players on the A ramp, but I have to give credit to Python the Python. He was moving around this map like a jungle, seriously.
He did it.
And it's one of those players as well who somehow manages to find a lot of impact on this T side of Vertigo, because they've played it in all 3 series this year. And he in each time he's found, because he's just on this Overwatch role, while BigUzera and PKL are moving up the ramp, and he's always finding kills. So I can honestly appreciate that.
I think violent was a word that Moses brought up during the game, and it really did exemplify it, particularly going into that second half as well. We saw it back and forth. Then FURIA went on a streak, paiN went on a streak. How did it kind of end up going to that, OT?
Yeah, I mean, it was a fist fight, back and forth, right? Gloves off, and they just wanted to punch each other in the face 24/7. That's what it felt like.
CS MMA.
Yeah, that's what it felt like. It almost at some point it felt like it was a deathmatch server. Both teams just willing to fight. You saw these trade duels coming out left, right, and center. And to be completely honest, I was sitting and I was thinking to myself, FURIA got a little bit lucky, right? They had Yuri stepping up massively in a couple of rounds, not only coming into the overtime, but also in the first and second overtime. Without him, paiN Gaming would have won slightly easier, I would say. So FURIA, from start of the game, they were on the back of their heels. To me, it's only fair that paiN Gaming is winning. I don't want to hear anyone saying that, they got lucky or paiN should have won this.
No.
They were the better team right here. It was just a question of FURIA's experience that kept them in the game for so long.
Yeah, looking at just one particular name, BigUzera, we have to put him under the spotlight. Have a look at some of his highlights coming into this one as well. So many crucial rounds coming out of him. And again, he was not afraid to be given the aggression either.
No, not at all. He's had a special performance all event long. And again, I don't know what this player's eating right now, but his day-to-day routine is impeccable, because these are not series that are being played in the same day. This is day after day after day. So obviously you can tell he's feeling really good right now. And there's obviously a great atmosphere, a great environment within the team, which again, I can't point out how important this is for players in order to perform, especially in series against the byproduct of Brazil, such as FURIA.
Let me put it into context for you guys. This is a BLAST Premier Spring Showdown. He's now 1 map away from qualifying for the finals in Lisbon, and this is his best tournament in his entire career. He's never had a rating that is as high as it is right now. 1.42 after 6 maps, going up against some of the best teams in the world. Liquid, MIBR, and now FURIA as well. BigUzera is playing some of the best Counter-Strike he has ever played, and what a time to come alive.
Yeah, that would be incredible to see him making it to the big stage in Lisbon. Of course, only 1 map potentially separates him from doing that. That will be Inferno. FURIA's pick coming into things. We can see that's why the bet whales might be siding with FURIA coming into this one. I don't want to throw you under the bus, Jacob, but we were talking in the green room and you were saying, all well and good, paiN managing to bring the hurt on that map of Vertigo, managing to take it. You don't see a world where they can really bring it against FURIA on Inferno.
Never say never. I think I once said there's 100%, no chance whatsoever for paiN Gaming to win a game, and I got burned on that one. So I'm not going to do that again. Yeah. There is obviously a chance, and especially considering that paiN is playing so well right now. BigUzera, Hardsau, all the boys, we can mention all of them, right? Neck is PKL, as you said. The duo are showing up. So yes, there's a chance, but I'm cynical, right?
Slim chance?
Slim chance, yeah. You do this again to me, Freya. I don't know why, but slim chance, right? All I'm saying here is that I feel right now that we are at the brink of restoring to normality. I wouldn't be surprised if FURIA is coming out now and making a statement, and I wouldn't be surprised to see a 16-5 or 16-6 blowout right here. That's usually the way FURIA reacts after a game like this.
We also need to bring up our MerSC MVP. Of course, you guys can vote over on Twitter. You can do that during the second map of this series for who you think should be crowned the king player of our Americas region. Unsurprisingly, we see BigUzera there, CSGO and Yuri. I think they're all deserving of taking that crown, but make sure you go and vote over on Twitter to get your votes in. We'll be crowning the winner at the end of the tournament. I want to get some closing thoughts from you, Nifty, as we move ever closer to this map of Inferno. What are we looking out for? Do you see paiN having any potential of taking this into?
Something interesting about Inferno is actually paiN has banned Inferno in most of their recent series. Whereas FURIA is not, they'll play it happily. So I wouldn't be surprised if we did take a reality check right here and we did see some sort of a 16-5, 16-6, similar to what you said, Jacob, where we just make this return. But what a great Vertigo game, though.
It's just a couple of months ago that FURIA took down FaZe Clan, one of the best teams in the world, on Inferno 16-6. So yeah, paiN Gaming will have to play their best brand of Counter-Strike if they want to make this game competitive. But hey, we've been surprised before.
Yeah, they're going to have to do it. Indeed, of course, the pick of FURIA coming into this one is on the grounds of Inferno. But paiN only 1 map away from securing that place in Lisbon. We're going to find out how it goes down after this.
Why can I think of this right now, dude? Okay, so dang, I don't buy like with my numbers like that.
Oh, this is like a mental game. It makes me confused. Wait, can I change my answer?
Okay, so round 1-3. That is a P250. Why can I think of this right now, dude? Okay, so one is your pistol, and we're on CT, so USP, dualies, and then P250. So it should be P250.
Okay, I think the first one is a deagle. Okay, 1-3 is the P250. Wait, can I change my answer? B25. B25. I think I never buy B25. Oh yeah, it has to be
2.5. That's heavy shotgun. I think that's Negev. I think that's a Negev. Yeah, because I always miss by it, or not always, but I used to miss by the Negev.
Let me think about the wheel, because these guns I buy with the wheel. Because I like to open the shotguns menu, like I think I'm shopping in the market, and I just choose whatever fits best my pocket. 2.5, maybe like a P90. If I go here, it's I just holding my mouse here and imagining. Okay, if I go here, it's the auto shotgun. So I think B25 would be the heavy Negev.
Wait, 6.35? When do you hit 6? Oh no, dude, I'm horrible at this. 6 is that's for ops, right? Or sniper? I don't know when you hit 6, because I think 5 is like the Kevlar, and then where you get a kit. So I don't know. I don't even know what 6 is. 6.35. So 6 you're going into the nades. Nades, dude. The flash and then smoke for the 5. Dude. Why? I buy nades all the time. How can I not get this? This is insane.
I never use 6. I use the 6 I go with the mouse. 6? I don't know. It must be like a heavy weapon or something. Like, I don't even know what that is. Like, and you have to press 3 times to get the weapon. Why am I so confused right now? I don't know what that is. The mouse would be like here. So 3.5. I don't know. Let's go with smoke. Let's say smoke. I don't know.
I feel like I did horrible. Oh my god, dude. I don't keep forgetting what these nades are, man.
Welcome back, everybody. We are in some weird, uncharted territory here.
Good weird.
Good weird.
Really good weird.
Oh yeah, like that, like primo
Like that
weird.
one night.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Yeah, we don't Furia are still the favorites here in the Betway books, and understandably, right? We look at the numbers, we crunch them, we calculate them, and everything should scream that Furia are able to rebound. But of course,
everything screamed Furia should be able to take Vertigo.
Ding, ding, ding.
Everything screamed that. And paiN had a completely different idea as to how that map was going to go. They brought out some fire tactics to take map 1 in double overtime. It was absolutely massive. Now they've got a chance to win this 2-0. Now they've got a chance to make it to the spring finals in Lisbon.
Could you imagine a 2-0 from paiN? Oh, that would just be wild. That'd be like, I don't know, breaking Furia's Vertigo win streak. We'll find out. Do or die for Furia. And it is a T-side start for them with early damage on Banana.
Yeah, but this is a way early win for Furia. They forced out the smoke of the defender immediately. And yeah, you could see Furia. They're not even considering going elsewhere. This is just like, great. Smoke's out at 1 minute and 30-some seconds. Let's rock and roll. Look how panicked it was as well. Look at how much of a gap there is. They don't even care about that whatsoever. They're going through. They're into the B-bomb site.
Yeah, man. paiN, they're still in that double OT.
And Yuri has all the information.
This is hook, line, and sinker.
Well, maybe not sinker.
Okay, hook and line. And we'll see. You just gotta close it. You've just gotta close it.
Maybe not line either.
Okay, just hook. They're on the hook. But they're wiggling their way back into this. They've got utility over the top, and then PKL has this corner position. What? 5 CTs. Oh my god, it's everything back from paiN. No. You have no business winning this. There's 4 guys running down middle, all heard by Yuri.
Oh my god. You had all of it. You had the early smoke usage. You had a gap in the smoke. You had 4 players into the B-bomb site in a post plant. You had Yuri gathering all the information. The retake was coming from Banana. Ooh.
You thought you caught the fish, but it just jumped out the water and whooped your ass.
Yeah, it was a crocodile.
I mean, holy hell. This one as well. I mean, pressing up into the smoke like that. Feels like those are the moments where normally FURIA are able to thrive. Instead, a pistol for paiN CT side. Buy-in from FURIA, of course, bolstered by that bomb plant. And it's healthy. 2 Galils, AK on Art. Oh, Art's dead. PKL. We got to keep track of that head-to-head.
Are they going against each other in Banana again?
Yes, sir.
Why not? Let's just run it back, baby. Yuri with the boost up over the smoke sees absolutely nothing. 2 players to his left, to the Louis.
Ooh. My God.
Flash?
Hardzal just stuck in the corner.
No flash.
They just dry run this one. Hardzal gonna get cleared. Kills 1 player and serves up a great distraction for Nithon, who doubles down onto drop and leaves CSGO on his lonesome 1v4, no bomb.
Yeah, no bomb at all. That's way, way far back. The idea, I think, was for Art to pick that up and join up with him eventually, but obviously that plan went all to hell. Nithon takes a tag, another tag, but there he goes. Finally, CSGO gets him through the edge of the wall, down to 2 HP. 1 more kill would be great. I don't think he's going to have the opportunity.
And that flash didn't even have enough gusto to fall over the rooftop. Can't justify the mid-peak. Eventually, you got to die. He's got 30 seconds to do it. It's just who does he take with him?
No way.
Nice. See, there's still some normal in here.
Yeah, yeah. The world is still operating at a somewhat decent level. Rifles salvaged and picked up by paiN. 2-0 start for them on the CT side of Inferno.
Forced by unsuccessful in disrupting this early bit of momentum for paiN. So now it's just going to have to be pistols for FURIA. No plant with that one. And we have to wait before the FURIA war machine gets rolling.
Well, okay, Art's fully bought. Keep an eye on Art. He went all the way down to 50. Mac 10, of course, full armor as well. Hoping to catch a few players with no head armor. That ain't gonna happen. 2 smokes and a flashbang. I have to imagine the only plan for FURIA, go up Banana, let Art lead the way. Hopefully you can take this corner with basically no utility, because then you're going to want, you know, smoke coffin, smoke CT spawn, 1 flashbang over, and you're just going to pray you can get a plant. That's really the only option that I see FURIA having.
A1S looking hungry. Biguzera takes a bullet to the head, but still able to fall back. No panic this time. Smoke front sight. Movement here from PKL as he rounds back to the coffins, and that's an open road through the CT spawn. So PKL has to turn his attention again to the same route he took on the fallback. Trade frag in from safe. Oh, P250 from CSGO. Does Biguzera not see that?
I guess he didn't spot it at all. This should be a kill though.
Oh, things are getting weird, man. He's gonna try to drop in, and that's a dangerous game to play. He commits to it. Doesn't want to have to deal with drop down the road. Gets the job done quick. Safe in CSGO, hands onto the M4s. One of them's able to get it off of the site. Hardzal, nice patience here as he waits for that peek into the Banana. CSGO also popped on the new box, and that is paiN 3-0. Despite that bomb site and plant going the way of FURIA, it's recovery mode for paiN.
But remember, the entire goal of that round for FURIA was just to get that plant. I mean, even with losing Art, who was fully invested into it, that's a win of sorts. 2 kills as well. I think you'll take that if you're FURIA, considering what you brought into the round and how poorly it went. This one was weird. I don't know why Biguzera didn't see him. Those smokes sometimes obviously play tricks.
Yeah. Yeah. Witchcraft and wizardry.
Goblins, pixies, and wizards.
Yeah, you into that kind of stuff?
Once in a while, you know, I dabble.
Yeah.
Gotta be in the mood.
Sure. Another one of those nights.
Yeah. That's how they go.
Incendiaries exchanged here. Art not gonna let off the pressure. Flash thrown out, and his belt now dry. Dude, we're getting a lot of like posturing going on Banana as well. This to me is just a repeat of what we had Vertigo A ramp.
Look at how much utility that FURIA is spending to keep that defense back of Banana. Both these teams really jockeying for a position. Decent amount of utility has been used by paiN already. Although we know they can stockpile outside the B bomb site, so might be more to pick up.
Now there's uncertainty here for FURIA about the rotations. Haven't really been able to press up through brackets either. paiN playing reactive. Smoke down at the 50-second mark. They're gonna hold on to another 2. Neka's just through his. That's gonna block off short side. So we could see a CT cheat the rotation to B, but for now they're gonna hold 3 on A. We've already seen this B site fall to the pressure. Last second repositions as FURIA pose with their utility. We've got Molotovs to be destined here for Biguzera's spot. Smoke onto the CT cross. PKL could just cut them down, and sure enough, CSGO insta-kill. Very clean coming out of the B hold. 3 frags from the original players. Hardzao ready to just push through this if needed. 7 seconds. Biguzera buying time. He's got this one locked in. FURIA fumbled the ball.
Yeah, they didn't have time whatsoever. Great job from paiN. They're playing a very composed game at the moment. That's perfect. FURIA, they're not even firing on all cylinders at the moment. This is scary. This is not a map that you want to start slow whatsoever, especially considering you're already backs against the wall. Great shooting from PKL. Continues to be a nuisance. Continues to be a big-time performer for paiN. And even if that bomb goes down, it was happening after the time. That was a round loss no matter what happened. 4-0. Tell you what though, all the great teams in Counter-Strike have found ways to win series when they're obviously having an off day.
Yes.
Time for FURIA to stand up to that task.
Damn it, if they didn't almost do it on Vertigo. Almost don't count when elimination and Lisbon are on the line. This time I feel like Banana goes much more swimmingly for FURIA. Did not cost them. But at the same time, they don't have as much to work with here. Still just 3 smokes for FURIA. We saw this kind of passive brackets hold last round. Wasn't tested. This time it is. Nithon missing a shot, which could have dropped safe. Sure enough, finds him on the fallback. Deagle push from drop denied. And it's CSGO in the 1v4. paiN on, ooh, par for the 5th. What's CSGO got left here? Half health. Hardzao just over top of the pit play, and that angle, good enough.
That was sketchy. That was a dicey hold. That felt like that could have collapsed at any moment, especially with the initial missed shot from Nithon, but that swing towards quad wasn't the cleanest. They still make it work. That shot's incredible from Nithon, coming right back for it. 5-0 and timeout FURIA. Guerry's got to have the magic words.
To be a fly on the wall who could speak Portuguese.
I was going to say Portuguese fly, of course.
I want to know.
Let's see what they got coming out of this. They've had Banana a couple times as well. Haven't really been able to exploit it a whole lot. They've been shut down in Banana. They've been, man, the pistol round shutdown so very, very clean in my mind.
That one still barely feels real.
Nithon went for a peek down mid, forced off by the flashbang. Okay, FURIA looked like they wanted to pick up the pace a little bit. They force an early Molotov down towards middle. Remember, switching up into faster tactics on Vertigo was the answer for them on the T side.
Yes, it was.
It's much harder to pull that off here on Inferno, especially when the CT team is up 5-0, especially when they've got Molotovs each and every round, nades each and every round.
For their ability to hang on in this series so far, FURIA, this is the 3rd time paiN have found themselves on fire. Streaks of victories. Not once has that unfolded for FURIA. Not 5 consecutive.
One's made it through. One's made it through CT spawn.
A big moment here for Safe. He's got Big Uzera on the left. He's got Hards out deep right. Now his position known. Big Uzera peeks into it, and Safe's not able to take anything off of that position, but it did create this timing for them to attack this B site. Oh!
No way.
That's crazy. PKL, he gives up the angle, and Big Uzera with the kill. The flash is fantastic, but they don't know about Art. And they didn't just see his head pop up, it seems. Again, now it's found. PKL has somehow perfected this hold. What is this paiN?
This is momentum. This is just confidence and momentum having been built up not only in this match, built up throughout this showdown with the scalps they've already taken, starting to believe a little bit, and especially being able to take that first map in double overtime. And on top of that, all the timings being won by paiN. All the timings just with them at the moment. That flashbang from Big Uzera, just perfect. Furia's in real trouble.
This
money built up as well. There's about 2 rounds of buys for paiN through losses.
This is getting sketchy. The unthinkable. Imagine this from Moses' perspective. He sat next to me watching paiN on the cusp of a 2-0 over Furia. This is no dream, my friend.
No, I know. It's a career highlight. Oh, here we go. Crossfire again. Yuri's aware of the possibility. There's the deep Molotov as well. Hards out could peek behind that.
Yep, he does. Two line up. He gets them both. Oh my god, it's just, of course, that one AK round, but for one like this to continue to go swimmingly, the headshot instantaneous to Serato, damage into Safe. This is a suffocating CT side so far.
Even the AWP is getting a kill through smoke and holes. It's just popping one shot. Picks off a player there. Didn't even see it. And yeah, now you're getting frustration, I think, from everyone on Furia. Another timeout called, but at this point, what are you supposed to say?
Pray?
Pray, yeah.
Take a pause and pray. Hard Zhao. That Molotov, dude, they were about to come clear him. His teammate was smoked off. He was on his own. Perfectly timed utility.
I'm telling you, there's something really uncanny about the timings that paiN are hitting. It's magnificent. If you're a paiN fan, that's what it's like if you're a Furia fan. They're getting all the swings their way. 7-0.
Frustrations mounting.
You were worried about missing your 6 a.m. flight. You might not have to, you can just chill.
I'm cruise control, man.
It's all good.
This is unreal. Smoke inside of mid, lets Hards out, just drop utility. That's gonna pressure this banana control from the back, and it forces them into Big Uzera. He's gonna die to the headshot, but he still gets it from beyond the grave. The nade dunks Safe to the sidelines, 4v3 for the 8-0 lead.
I think they're just gonna commit here. Through the smoke. Are they crazy enough? I mean, they are crazy enough. They find the courage. PKL feels like he can't get away, or he just feels like he can do no wrong. He sprays one down, continues it. He's hiding, he's alive. He's got backup here as well. Hard Zhao's grabbed it right before the smoke plumed. And it's just Art left in a 1v3. Plenty of utility for whatever scenario paiN is put into.
0 kills for Art so far. We had a very slow start on Vertigo. Similar issue at the moment. 2 players about to just bombard him from Banana. He gets off of the plant, but manages nothing thereafter. paiN. You know, for all the praise we give to Furia about tethering and team play and being there to bail one another out, paiN are doing that exact same thing at the moment. Those minute moments. This peak from PayCal, dude. I mean, had the drop.
Yeah.
He had the first shot in that head-to-head duel, and he just can't land it. This is a Furia. Dude, they need to pull the brakes. They've got to stop this from boiling over. The emotions on clear display, and the struggles here, too.
No, it's well boiled over now. It's about salvaging what you can. Put whatever you can back in the pot, because this is not going well.
Eat your meal off the floor, man. Oh, my. Another buy. 8 rounds straight. Utility exchanged at the top of Banana. This time, Furia come out on top of it. PKL stuck and still kills CSGO. Fire takes his position away, but he just falls back safely into sight. Hardzao pushing close on balcony, just holds. Again, the utility pressure is present. And every position precious.
There's still a hull set up to deal with. There's still 3 players here. Flashbang on top of the balcony, gonna peek with it. Looks like FURIA, they just want to pull the trigger on this. They've got brackets control. Look at the utility though. What are you supposed to do to get into this? If they play this pass, oh, it doesn't even matter. Nekez is just gonna backstab at least one. At least one.
Oh! That could have been more. Pressure onto Nithon. He misses his shot as well, but comes back at it. Second servings connected. Art's holding off on the flank. He's still being challenged towards pit, but here comes Hardzao to lend a helping hand, and it is a rock-solid defense on the A site.
Like, I feel like so many of these like late round pieces, there's so much pressure on FURIA right now that they're just trying to establish early round control. They're not getting some of the kills they're probably used to. They're not getting a lot of the trades they're probably used to. And they're spending so much utility. When you go into this A hit, you've got like a smoke, like 2 smokes and a flash. Like, that's not enough to stagger in and blind up 3 opponents and bust up those crossfires. paiN's just playing this perfectly.
Flow state CS.
Yeah. Sometimes there's just no explanation. Sometimes they're just hitting that groove. The desk even mentioned it. This is usually where you see someone like FURIA lose map 1, you come out. I think it was PIMP, which is at 16-3 him.
Yeah.
Man, it's going the other direction now.
Mirrored image. Again, we get this fight towards Banana, and again, it is paiN to come out on top.
Again, it's PKL just finding a kill under so much. He's blind this time. What do you do when you can do no wrong?
Beat FURIA 2-0.
Fair play.
What we're looking at, but Drop's got a response. Little life left in him. Repeak from PKL. 12-3. 9 rounds deep. This 10th, nearly all his. But Yuri, well, he's got something to say about this. Flashbang goes into the CT spawn. Bomb plant here. 1 clutch, 1 round win for FURIA could just be enough to get this T-side ball rolling.
Look how much utility there is, though.
2 smokes, double flash, frag here for paiN. And also, shrouded in silence, Yuri has no clue what or when. paiN gonna just keep this close, shoulder to shoulder. Nithon with a pistol in hand, the repeat and the trade frag. And that's what I'm talking about. Tethering, team play, support systems. paiN win again. 0 rounds for FURIA.
That's so crazy. I'll say, I mean, just at a 10-0 run, I'll just levy one criticism here on paiN or on PKL. Fall back here. Why are you trying to challenge that MAC-10? That's a dangerous way to put your team in a 2 versus 1. That's the confidence that's building right now, and that's kind of the danger where it slips into overconfidence. You give an opportunity over, and obviously doesn't pan out here. But that could bite them in the future. And I think during this timeout, if you're the paiN coach, that's kind of what you got to mention a little bit.
I mean, Giri is just in full damage control.
He's got players tilting. He can probably hear it in the comms. We can obviously see it on the cams. Can obviously see it in the server. Art still with 0 kills. Drops up to 1. That was found in the previous round. I don't think I've ever seen FURIA shut down in this fashion.
I don't understand.
Like this comprehensively. Nithon has $12,000 in the bank.
11 kills on the scoreboard. And you know, for as long as Biguzera and Nithon have been like the 2 prongs to the assault of paiN, for Liquid, for MIBR, we've got 4 pieces of the paiN puzzle right now within 1 kill of another. And Nekez, well, it's just because he's got nothing to shoot at.
Oh, he's living the dream. He's living the absolute dream.
10-0 over FURIA. He's only seen 4 people and killed them all. Nithon's coming at this. Nice boost here from Art. FURIA trying to throw a little ingenuity into this mix, right? Something is destined to break through, you'd think. But Biguzera locks it in again. Hardzao the other end, and it is only Art. He's finally on the scoreboard, but another death racked up as his back is shown.
Knife him.
Do it. It's not every day. Okay.
He wanted to.
Price paid, PKL trades, and paiN train continues.
I got no words for this. This is astounding. They're just winning every fight. Every fight they get into. All you can do is just, yeah. You've used 3 timeouts now. If you're FURIA in the first half, just trying to get everyone back, just trying to get everyone refocused, trying to come up with a solution to the problem. And at this point, you might be out of answers. At this point, it's kind of like, look, someone's got to step up to the plate. We still have a chance to scrape together 4 rounds. We have to believe that we can do it. Let's get like someone, CSGO, Art, Yuri, someone provide something that is going to get some energy into this lifeless team.
Dude, a kill, a multi-frag, a clutch.
Let's start with one.
Dude, just... Hell, I feel like just survive the banana control and you've got something.
You had to have known something was going to go wrong after that pistol round. Absolutely mental.
You know, and I tried to paint this like, oh, they're still inside of double overtime paiN because it looked panicked. That missed smoke on top banana.
Yeah.
But I mistook panic for adrenaline, it seems. and then all of a sudden,
this might be the best chance that FURIA's had yet.
We'll see. Big Uzera, bit of a later peak. Yes, yes, it most certainly is. 2 kills, 5 versus 3.
There you go.
Get something.
Now the question for paiN is how much do you want to dedicate to maybe try and pull this one back? I think with that smoke in the 3-on-5, you just got to back away. Even with all the cash, that'd be the worst thing in the world to get to a point where maybe in the last round, maybe FURIA's at like 3-11, and you just give it up because you don't have the money. This might just be a save scenario. Don't get lured into it.
Right? That confidence of an 11-round streak.
Exactly.
Map up over FURIA.
Exactly.
Come on, boys. We could afford 1. Just stick around and look for these exits. And so with this round being conceded, the 16-0 is off the cards, Moses. It would be the first time in this core's history that they were ever 16-0'd. And at least that bit of history won't be broken. Still a damning scoreline, but it is a lifeline at the least.
Yeah, for the moment.
But, you know, that round to me is kind of like we go back to Vertigo, overtime, FURIA, they don't get as aggressive as they have been. Suddenly there is a response, and you know what, paiN, we're kind of light on the banana control this time around.
Yeah, and the entry kill for FURIA provided through a smoke as well towards Coffins. You're not always going to be able to replicate that frag. 11-1. Let's see how many they can scrape together as this half comes to a close.
4 rounds is the best case scenario.
Yeah. Oh dear.
Dude, right back at it. But Yuri catching Nekaz by the head.
All right, everyone calm down. Everyone calm down. Smoke towards left side mid. Nithon gonna get up. Oh, this dangerous peek, and Yuri's got it. Follow-up is there. Yeah, that's important, but how much more can he do? Rifles put away, off shot miss. Now he's in some real trouble.
Yeah.
A second round found by FURIA.
Gave that flash peek.
And go back to losing, you know, all those players in the previous round trying to take guns away, trying to stick around and get a couple extra frags. Look at the money now. Neck is at $100. He's going to need to drop over. Your money's going to dwindle. FURIA might be starting to lay out the carpet for those 4 rounds. And I don't care how good you feel or how dominant the 11-0 run was. You do not want to give them a chance to get back into this game.
Good thing he gets that gun out right in the nick of time. Drop, of course, just a step ahead. Hards out, peeking with that flash. That is 2. This round, or rather the next, full buy with it. It's the potential for FURIA's 4th that could be limited by the economy.
Yeah.
But for now, all good. There is a pulse. There is a pulse on the FURIA side.
It's still there.
But they're hanging on.
Guerry's done CPR for 11 rounds straight.
Yeah.
He's out of breath. He's exhausted.
But I mean, you could start, I mean, you know, win a couple rounds. There's already some FURIA players talking. The communication seems to be building back up again. There were moments where we'd cut to those cameras and it just looked like silence, dude. It looked like a graveyard.
They were just getting smacked around the map.
Oh. Bullied.
This aggression is so risky. He's got it. Off shot miss. He's got 2. Art goes down. Hearts out. 3. And there's Nithon towards alt mid. Well executed.
They will not let off their throat. They've got FURIA purple in the face, and Nekaz, he's working for that trade, but Drop will hang on for 4 HP. And with that one, it is only safe left over. This is the formula that has worked, and they are not going to walk away from it. Their most timid of rounds is the one that let FURIA get back into it. And so they hang on to that character. The plot thickens.
Does he clear right? That would have been next level. 12-2. 12-2. What a call to make, especially after the aggression from Neck has failed in the previous round, running down holes. They go right back at it. This is a confident team at the moment.
I don't think anybody could have blamed paiN if they decided to just try and play in, you know, more static CS, sit back a little bit, right? Your formula worked for so long. Just textbook the last couple, but no, not Hardzao, who, may I add, was very quiet on Vertigo in contrast to some of his teammates, and now he's leading this charge 17-6. This is everybody from paiN chipping in where they can.
You want to talk about Art maybe having a tough time? He's switched into an AWP, a double AWP setup on the T side.
Art and CSGO, 5 kills combined, 14 rounds deep. In what world is this real? PKL. That Art AWP seems to have worked, but if his repeak's not hot, oh, he could be the second Big Uzera victim. Looking for the kill, he's got it. He's now 15-4, right there with all his other teammates.
There's a gap here. There's a gap that's opened up. 2 players from FURIA can challenge over towards Rap side while Safe just watches for any kind of banana play. Smoke to posture like they want to split the B bomb site, hide any vision from Library. Rotation is coming in. Hardzao and CT spawn. Gotta be careful. He knows the potential is there.
Oh my god, he just tucks the perfect timing from Hardzao. Drop's not gonna clear it. Easy victim, doubles down, and that is Arch locked in. So the bomb on Safe becomes all that's left. And with Big Uzera turning attention, there is a chance here. Hardzao's still pretty far away.
Nah, just hide in the back of the bomb site. You don't got to do anything. Safe is going to have to make a noise at some point. 20 seconds on the clock.
Tuck and lock this in. 15 seconds. He gets that contact. Smoke to the CT spawn. It's him versus Big Uzera. Big Uzera gives him no space to breathe, no space to come back. What are we witnessing? FURIA in desperation.
Come on! Gotta get no one gets 50.
What a wild world we find ourselves in this evening. The final best of 3 for the North American Showdown with Lisbon on the line. And we are witnessing paiN destroy FURIA. At this moment, the blade of the guillotine is this pistol round.
Yeah, it really is. Just hanging there, suspending a moment in time. Who would have thought, looking at this bracket, paiN would be the representative.
Oh my God, dude. They've taken down already Liquid, MIBR, and a potential victory over FURIA in a 2-0 fashion. They break the Vertigo streak, and they win on Inferno.
Remember as well, no one from the North American representatives from the region made it through the typical group stage. This is the only spot that we get at the BLAST finals.
Yep. And paiN hoping to be those representatives, but it's a 4 versus 5 in the pistol. They've lost Big Uzera. They're not leaning on Big Uzera on Inferno. There are many hot-handed hitters still standing for paiN. Minute on the clock. Taking their time, their sweet, sweet time. Yuri gets gushed. Yeah, and you better hide.
Shout out to Art holding on to that smoke. Very easily could have deployed that. Just going to chuck it out perhaps a little bit later. Little bit of utility for paiN, but it's all on this hulls drop. If they don't kill this pit player quickly, they're in trouble because FURIA is about to get information over at the B-bomb site as well. Clock's ticking.
Oof, pegged in the head with the nade. They still get past it. Art's inside of the smoke. CSGO towards the site. So far, this goes swimmingly for FURIA. Again, just that crisp USP tap execution. It is enough. It is enough to get the ball rolling.
Yeah, enough to get started. They got a long way to go. So many chances, so many different win conditions for paiN with this kind of a lead. 13-3 now. Good shooting all across the board. CSGO, there's some easy frags as they're jumping in right through the smoke for the final shot. That's a thing of beauty.
Killer execution. Feels like paiN could get crazy with this one. You only need 3 rounds to break through. Buy up what they can here. Tons of utility, so you'd think that they want to be respected in the sense that they want to set up an exec, but the thing with FURIA is they don't always respect it, and we saw a massive turnaround from Art on Vertigo from one half to another, and it was crucial to that comeback to push that game into OT. But has this one slipped too far? Apartments now belongs to paiN.
Got a lot of utility. 5 smokes, 4 flashes. They could try and draw out some counter utility and then re-exact later on if they wanted to. Already low on nades is FURIA, but 4 players at this bomb site. Surely this one cannot work. If you're FURIA and you lose this round, just pack it in.
Drop. Oh my God, it's him down, but 2.5 in from safe. Yuri tries to chase. CSGO's locked in, and PKL seemingly to check every single corner so far. Good thing for CSGO, he takes the fight on his own accord. Big Uzera doubles this back. 45 seconds, and the T's are kind of stranded in their opponent's spawn. CSGO just wants to go tuck behind Nubox. That'll give him a little chance to catch his breath. Temporary sanctuary.
He's watching for the boost.
Yeah, good call. Cuts off Big Uzera, executes Hardzao through that smoke, and that's 2 to survive for FURIA.
What a beast reading that play. Just chilling. That got way too dangerous, though. Those salvage rifles, that's way too much. Oh, even with the P250, safe with 2 good kills, but Big Uzera is a monster. Look at the heater he's on right now. That's taking so much money away. That's what I mentioned when I say that they have so many win conditions, because they got so many rounds to play with. You could eventually, like, even if you lose like 5, 6 in a row, if you keep grinding out on that economy, like, that's a way to win. Like, eventually you get them in a round where maybe they don't have the kit they need, maybe they don't have the Molotovs they need. Good utility work from Drop and CSGO.
Nade is on the money and safe quickly onto the back line of paiN here. P250 is good for 2.
No, don't do it to me.
Another notch in the belt that you're mentioning, right?
Yeah.
Just keep it up. Keep finding something. These little success stories within each of these rounds.
This round is huge.
Guns up.
It may not seem like that just because the scoreline is so wide still. The gap is so huge, but I mean, this round is massive just for FURIA themselves to feel like they actually can mount the defense appropriate to make this comeback happen. man, if they get wiped out here, it's right back to that flat environment you had in the first half, and you cannot afford it. Safe's got the op. There's money behind the buy on Drop and Yuri.
Little bits of posturing towards top banana, nothing too threatening from either end. A gentlemanly round so far. Pressure starting to get applied, and look at this, CSGO, he decides to peel away entirely.
Now leaves Drop on his own. He does have smoke and Molotovs.
He went and grabbed nades.
Yep, just grabbing the stockpile. Retake nades at top banana is going to give CSGO the time to rotate back. It's going to put paiN on notice. You can see the counter Molotov to prevent any kind of a swing. So they'll feel comfortable coming through this smoke.
That's banana control for paiN. CSGO throws out that next volley of utility. Now suddenly CTs could go ahead, right? Back and forth game here. Teeter-tottering on banana control. They go for the boost. This could be the response.
Yeah, but paiN hasn't made a decision yet. They're still hovering between the bomb sites. Oh, here it comes. This boost could be everything. Good flashbang. Perfect flashbang.
Man, what a game of chess between the utility here.
Just in banana. Safe's going to rotate off. So is CSGO, though, because they didn't hear anything either. There were no sound cues. Oh, no. FURIA's rotated away from the problem.
Neck is looking to maybe sell this A-fake. Here comes this last exec drop. He's got a little bit of room, trying to wiggle on the backside. Hard's out, entry kill. The smoke spam from CSGO. That's the lifeline in this one. And Neck is on the hunt, but safe.
Time.
No time at all. Look at that. This round is a matter of milliseconds and millimeters, and after the time, all the players from paiN hang on. That wallbang from Safe is worth its weight in gold.
That's unbelievable. They had no business winning the round in that fashion. I thought that was going to have to be a tough retake. What a steal to keep them going. Perfect spam. That buys a few extra seconds off the clock, but this is the one. Planting the bomb. Perfect shot. Still, 3 players go down. You're still chewing into that economy.
Collecting round bonus all the while. Art with a quick little jump spot. Man, it's like ballet on banana last round. With the back and forth and the nades, the flash, the no audio. All these sick decisions and back and forth, and it boils down to one off shot through smoke.
Yeah, that utility trade back and forth was orgasmic for the Counter-Strike nerds out there.
And now we're back to the top of banana.
No flashes. Look at the utility for paiN. This will be contact. Hard Zhao is just going to come in dry. Look for their first fight. Close up. Ooh, Art didn't have the angle. He's a little bit lucky here. Counter nades dropped. Art's going to swing out. SMG doing work.
Drop comes in with a kill. Assist as well. It's Art down for the time being. PKL, he's lost bomb inside of the smoke. Hard Zhao is in the CT spawn. He's trying to wrap around. PKL serving up a distraction, but Hard Zhao's lurk will get caught, and this is Furia's 7th.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh, starting to build into it. Still a long way away. Don't get too excited just yet. But that's some confidence building rounds for Furia. Smoke plume's just a little bit late for when they try and go in. But remember, it was mostly a contact play. That was always going to be that way. Good job from Drop. The first kill, grabbing Hard Zhao, trying to wrap around. Probably the last element of danger in the round for Furia. They're closing the gap. 7-13, 5 rounds straight for Furia to start the second half.
First time Furia's been on fire this entire series, and it's when it had to happen. No other option.
They started the first half down 0-9.
Oh my god.
Before getting a round on the board. 0-11 maybe, I think it might have even been.
I think so.
Yeah, it was 0-11. Well, I was right, it was 0-9 as well at one point, but...
The smallest margin of errors. Furia continue to hang on. paiN bruised already. Smokes over top. Art, he's got support here from Yuri. That is a total lockdown of the apartments. And an excellent hold inside of the A site. paiN, not enough.
That's a couple shutdowns on that holes pop. I'd be surprised if paiN falls back into that. That's a Tech 9. It doesn't work like that.
I mean, mathematically,
statistically speaking,
not supposed to happen.
Uh-oh, Drop could be in some trouble. Surrounded.
He's got the bomb.
Yeah.
PKL pops up, is drop kicked back down, and Furia continue their spree.
Okay, starting to get a little more comfortable, starting to breathe a little easier.
We looking at the lamp, guys?
Yeah, I was waiting for a shot.
Does it land on its... Looking at the lamp. Oh, whoa, oh, okay, when's this end?
Wacky, wavy, inflatable arm tube man.
You want to try that again?
No, I don't.
Wacky, wavy, arm flailing, inflatable tube man.
Well, you know production's going crazy when they're cheering over the lamp. They've had a string of 3 a.m. finishes.
Yeah.
Everyone's lost their minds.
Yeah. Shout out to the hard work and dedication of production at BLAST.
Shout out for being
4 days of triple best of threes.
Delusional at this point.
3 a.m. CS, and we've got lamp swinging, baby. Furia on the comeback. Yeah. I'm not sure who wants this more, paiN or production.
13-8. Just 5 rounds back now. CT sides have been lockdown affairs in this map number 2.
It's banana posturing. What's the play? What's the play? Nades come over top yet again. Oh, but they catch them blind. The front man's blind, but it's dropped to go down. Again, these flashes, they're blinding both directions. Smoke in front of it, temporary cover, great damage. Unconfirmed, however. And now there's nobody here to stop this bomb plant. It is a retake needed. The worst situation that Furia have been in since this CT side started.
They can afford to go for it, though. They've got some money built up.
They need it, man. Their margin of error near non-existent. Incendiary destined for Nithon. But there's no pressure with that util. They're only now starting to emerge from the back of construction. paiN, they're nowhere to be found. Furia trying to stay locked in, but they've already lost safe. And Art and CSGO just a stiff breeze away from death. Art connects, Neck is next. And now PKL's at bat. There's his first, hides behind pillar. Yuri keeps it alive with just the USP, but time is a fickle mistress.
Terrorists win.
Oh, they've all gone down. That's so intense. What a great hold. Stressful situation from Nithon. And look, Furia, I think if it's a different situation, they might choose to save there, but they had to go for it. Had to go for it at 8-13 with money built up. That's the entire purpose of them having some good rounds that gave them a bank to go for a risk like that in this comeback.
Not the only risk ran within this round. You go back and think of that, I believe you called it orgasmic round of Counter-Strike with all that perfect util. This was just carnage. There are players blind from both teams, no smokes up from either direction, just players messing with timing, getting ahead of that, just trying to duke it out half blind, eye pokes allowed. And paiN, it's okay, because they have that massive margin of error. Yeah, they're gonna call a timeout off of the back of it, but they have broken through. The Furia CT side bleeds for the first time.
The question is, what's the money? What's the money for Furia? Is this backs against the wall? Yeah, pretty much. CSGO dropped down to 0. Yuri at $50. They're in a situation, if they feel like they're locked out of a bomb site, they might just have to choose to save and concede the 15th round. This is so massive. Nades being dropped on the ground. CSGO gonna set him up. No one from paiN challenging in the early stages. Although Nithon gets legged. Good shot from Safe for the damage. Chicken's going crazy.
Yeah. Time to get nuts. Potential here for a clash on brackets. How much can Safe handle? Right now, CSGO smoked off on Arch. Yuri's done a fantastic job of locking in apartments too. That's been a nice piece of the A-holds for Furia. Safe in the danger zone. CSGO toying with the possibility of a peek or just lays down his smoke. PKL, solo B pressure. Look at that, draws CSGO over.
Halls pop again. They're realigning.
Just to use his smoke, he gives it over to Art. So in response to PKL's presence, they're going to use a bit more utility. They have another one here, but there's a matter of timing. I tried to highlight it. Yuri, rock solid in this position, but now he's got 3 players about to come at him, and it's an instant kill from Nekiz. Safe looks towards mid, turns attention. Hardzao stomps him, and Nekiz gets the kill on Arch. 15 looking incredibly likely.
Yeah, they have to save these 2 weapons. That is a brilliant call from paiN. They felt the pressure. I believe they found the information that the AWP was playing forward in lane, and they realized if someone's going to be there, we're going to Halls. There'll be 1 defender, and it's the perfect counter to that position. Even though he gets 1 kill, what are you supposed to do as an AWP? There's no chance for rebuttal. Ooh, that's a spicy little reaction. Yeah, there it is. Flat. They know it. A little bit of life breathed into Furia early in this second half, but paiN has ripped it all away. The bye next round for Furia is going to be gross.
2 M4 saved. paiN show mercy. Let them hang on to them.
Actually, you know, it won't be that bad. Let me amend that. I think they're going to have, what, 2 M4s, probably 2 FAMAS. Maybe someone drops down to an SMG instead for utility. It's that 5th player you got to worry about.
Yeah, about right. 2 weak links. MP9 and Deagle. Solo kit for drop.
7 straight for Furia.
Holy hell.
They only got 6 in that run to start the second half.
Yeah. Now it's got to be bigger and better. 7 map and match points for paiN.
Lisbon
over
points.
Furia. Tons of pressure here down Banana. Look at this forward movement from CSGO, almost locking it into logs. And what this is, of course, is a man off of the A site at the start of the round, but they do have this boost above. Safe could do a good job of drawing attention towards him. Nekiz, ooh, he just pieced it together. He knows there's 2 here. PKL, that's kind of tunnel visioned. They wanted that kill on short side. In reality, Art was just pressing up. And now he just grabbed that AK off of the corpse. So another tool to work with here for Furia.
Yeah, the 2 parts of that hit. One was go forward, the other one was go backwards. What do you do now? Back up towards mid, 4 players left on paiN. AWP is going to lead the way on Nithon. Wants to grab an angle for the cover. This upgraded AK-47 is going to be tough. Nekiz looking, I take it back. It's not going to be tough at all. It's going to be the easiest thing in the world. Nekiz is a beast. They've opened up rap side, and now Furia's got to consider it.
B-side's not even moving. Smoke grenade falls down into the little pit. Yuri under pressure here from the flashes. Hardzao finds his head. They are 3 kills away. Make it 2. And if you look at the run that paiN have gone on to qualify for Lisbon, it's ridiculous. They fell short at the RMR. They are not going to Antwerp. And their response, Jason, take down Liquid. 7 maps, 7 matches in a row for MIBR means nothing. This is paiN with sweet revenge. On the cusp of eliminating another 3-0 team, Drop's gonna try his absolute damnedest, comes in with the double, but Big Uzera burns them to the end. paiN with tickets to Lisbon. The most unlikely team with huge scalps in terms of elimination. Take a bow, paiN Gaming.
You can't mess with this run. You can't mess with the teams they just burned through, and you can't mess with this performance in the final. The Vertigo game was unbelievably exciting. And the first half in this one, baby. paiN's feeling good right now.
The kings of Brazilian Counter-Strike decrowned.
To be a Portuguese fly on the wall of the paiN celebration party.
Yeah, hell yeah, that's right.
He's flying out of the coach's room of FURIA. He's going to the party.
It's time to congratulate him, man. What an unlikely turn of events. ENCE and paiN. And shout out to ENCE again, just as we throw this away. They came from the open qualifiers for the showdown.
Hell
the
yeah,
longest possible run.
All aboard the ENCE train, baby.
All aboard. Choo-choo. What do you make of that, guys?
I am absolutely stunned. That is one of the most incredible runs we have ever seen in the course of Showdown history. paiN make it work, not dropping a single series, coming all the way from the qualifiers. Now, a well-deserved spot in Lisbon, to put it mildly.
Yeah, they had to turn down Liquid. They had to take down MIBR. Now in the final, everyone, including myself, you guys, everyone out there thought it wouldn't be possible for them at all to do anything against FURIA, who up until this point seemed like a team that no one within this region could beat. But oh my, were we wrong. paiN tonight were by far the better team. Vertigo was back and forth, sure, but Inferno was just a class act from paiN Gaming. They qualified for Lisbon, fully deserved.
Yeah, it just seems as though the most unlikely candidate, and how beautiful it was to see them play CS throughout this tournament. They won 6 maps and only dropped 1. They 2-0'd FURIA. And then they had that fantastic series versus Liquid and just shut out their brothers in MIBR. I mean, this was just beautiful to watch, and I'm so proud of them. And to have that response, as Scrawny said, after losing out at the RMR, I mean, this is something special.
It is absolutely insane. I mean, other than Launders, we were all doubters of paiN coming into this. You know, we thought this would be swift from the hands of FURIA, a swift 2-0 for them. We could not have been more wrong. And I think it's so impressive when we come into Inferno particularly, a map that we were saying, surely there is no way they managed to take down FURIA. And what a first half to be kicking it off with.
Yeah, listen, that's the beautiful thing about it all, right? No one thought it would be possible. We heard even paiN say himself coming into this matchup, we just want to win 1 map and then see what happens.
Yeah, right.
You won 2. FURIA 1-0. So no one, not even the players themselves, were expecting this, and that's what makes this story so beautiful, right? The fact that a team like paiN Gaming, who came so close, qualifying for the major, didn't do it, then come into this tournament and, as said, beat Liquid, beat MIBR, beat FURIA, and as you alerted to right here, FURIA, the fashion they did it in that first half of Inferno, that was some of the best Counter-Strike we've seen from the NA bracket overall. So honestly, there's no doubt they deserved it. That's just the way it is. FURIA, with the way they played today, well, you weren't good enough. Unlucky.
No, not at all. We have the tendency to surprise ourselves as humans. It seems like I'd really be curious to find out how they're going to celebrate.
Yeah, I would be too. I mean, we can ask them in a moment. Before we do that, though, I think we do need to delve into that CT side. Particularly, you know, we were coming into this, they were coming into this off of that Vertigo with a huge amount of momentum. Sure, it was the question of stamina going into those double OTs. But what really stood out for you that kind of gave them that bolstered defense?
There's 2 ways you can play Inferno. Either you fall all the way back and you play bomb sites, you play defensive and you wait for whatever execute that may come in, and then you take it from there, or you meet them halfway, right? You go on towards Car and Banana, you go towards middle, and you take the fight straight up. And it was clear to me that paiN Gaming had the confidence to take the fights. Normally, when you play a team like FURIA, you'd like to sleep on the bomb sites, right? You like for FURIA to come to you. They're going to be the aggressors, but paiN had all the confidence in the world. They met them halfway, met them at Banana, met them in middle, and they were shutting down FURIA from start to finish.
Yeah, they absolutely found the key to unlocking FURIA. We do have PKL on the line after that incredible victory. First of all, huge congratulations to you.
Thank you.
Can you put into words what it means to you to be making it to Lisbon, to that land stage?
It's hard to put in words. We are really happy. We didn't do well in MIBR in Romania, but right now I think we are playing better and with more confidence. So we are really happy.
PKL, the Counter-Strike you played today was some of the best I've seen you guys ever play. Why do you think that is? Was it because of the disappointment in Romania that you came in more motivated, or did you just not hit your strides in Romania?
I don't think so, to be honest. I think the win against Liquid was really good for us. We got a lot of confidence. And against MIBR, we play with confidence. And against FURIA, we are playing with confidence again. So I think the key for us was the win against Liquid.
Yeah, there was a lot of confidence to be seen on the server. I absolutely love it. Another guy who was confident on the server was Big Ozera. What a tournament by him. Can you try to describe him just in a few words as a teammate?
Yeah, he's playing really good. In the Romania, he didn't play really well. And I think he's coming back right now. He's playing really good with confidence. His communication really good. And I think that's it. That's Big Ozera, you know.
Cool player.
Yeah, PKL, it's been
really
a
good.
long time since the Luminosity days when I played against you in FPL. Can you tell me, will you be playing any FPL tonight or celebrating?
No, we are going to celebrate.
Very good.
paiN already sent a message for us. We can go to eat anywhere you guys want.
Oh, perfect. Have a beautiful dinner.
I absolutely love that. I just want to give the floor to you to say anything to your fans before you go off for that celebratory dinner. I know there's going to be a lot of Portuguese fans particularly following you. So any words to say to them?
Yeah, can I speak in Portuguese?
Yes, go for it.
Eu quero agradecer a todo mundo que mandou mensagem pra gente, que confiou muito na gente, principalmente os torcedores da paiN, o bonde do Rato Feliz, e muito obrigado por tudo e go paiN.
Huge thank you, PKL. Thank you so much for your time and huge congratulations. I hope you have some firm celebrations going forward into the night.
Thank you.
I absolutely love that, man. You could just see him exuding that emotion.
Yeah.
I cannot wait to see what they bring on that land stage, particularly, you know, saying they missed out on that opportunity for the major. I'm sure they're going to be pumped up going into Lisbon.
That's going to be like a major for them, right, coming into Lisbon for sure, Freya. They'll be the underdog, no matter what, coming into that tournament. They'll have to do it all over again. Taking down Liquid, impressive. Taking down MIBR, impressive. Taking down FURIA the way they did it tonight, super impressive. But we're talking likes of Vitality, FaZe Clan, Na'Vi. That's a different kind of games, let's put it that way. So yeah, we've seen them play well, but they have to take it a step further if they want to be a candidate when we get to Lisbon.
Well, after that victory from paiN, unfortunately, that does mean FURIA are down and out. They have missed the mark in going to Lisbon, but we do have a few words from Gary before their departure.
Gary, certainly a tough loss to go through for you guys, and obviously with how much it means of trying to go to Lisbon as well. I want to start with the Vertigo, because obviously we looked at that. They have been looking better on it. We've seen what they've done to other teams. But for you guys, this is your 100% map, almost like you were unbeatable on it for over 200 days. What did you feel was the breaking point for you guys? When did it start to really get behind for you?
Yeah, I think they prepare really well against to play Vertigo against us. They pick Vertigo, and we know it's one of our best maps. We was the first time we get like behind in the score, and we could like come back and go to OT. We had our chance to close the game in the OT, but the fights on A ramp, paiN fighted really well. So that's it. I think paiN deserved today. They were the better team today. I think it's really difficult when we are favorites and we didn't win, but shit happens, you know. We play in high level Counter-Strike, and paiN deserved today.
And on Inferno, they seem to keep that motivation they had from winning the first map and take you guys by surprise on the CT side. One thing I noticed, though, is like on the cameras, for example, there seemed like times we were cutting to the FURIA players and there was not so much communication going, but it was you, even during the timeouts, trying to pull them back in. What were you saying to them?
Yeah, I'm just trying to say that we need just one round to come back to the game. Yeah, we are trying to do a lot of things fast, you know, like playing really fast, and they are prepared for that. Like in Banana, they are just flashing and picking a car and trying to stop us in Banana, and they did a really good job. And I was always saying that we needed to like play the round and have a little, have more calm to just play around the round. And but we didn't like get any good rounds ST. We got only 2, and it was like too few rounds to try to come back as CT. Like we tried, but like we can make a lot of mistakes when the half it's 2-13, right?
Yeah. Yeah, very tough for sure. And I'm going to touch on, you know, the art style that we know and love of how he plays the game when it comes to this. Do you feel like, I look at it as many teams cannot get a good read on that, right? They cannot know what he's going to do next. But did it feel to you like paiN were ready for that on terms of their refrags? Because even if Art was able to get one kill or find some information, it seemed like paiN were always in like a buddy system against him.
I think it's not just like trying to stop Art, because you can stop Art, but you need to stop the whole team, because we know how to play without Art, you know. But as a team, we are not like connected like we were in the other matches. For me today was like a bad day, you know, like we didn't like have what we needed to win this match. We know we were the favorites, but it's not always the favorites that win the match. So that's it.
You win some, you lose some, Gary. Well, we'll look forward to seeing you back whenever the next event is, and good luck going into the major, mate.
Thank you, bro.
And this does have to be purely heartbreaking for FURIA. I mean, it's almost like a mirror image of what we were prefacing coming into this. You know, we were bringing up the statistics, saying everybody from FURIA stepping up, an incredible team game going forward. It was paiN who really brought that to the server today.
Yeah, if anything, it's a reality check for FURIA, because they've been riding on a wave, you know, as of late, where they have been the best team within the region, without a doubt. I even said yesterday, coming into the major, I have them as one of the dark horses to go into the playoff. I still do, but I think this is a good learning experience for them, right? They get a reality check right now, given the fact that if they don't play well, if they don't put in the hours leading up to the major, then a team like paiN, with the quality of paiN, can beat them. Sure, FURIA today had a day off as well. Like, this was not the normal FURIA we saw today, but they got punished for their mistakes, and again, well done to paiN for that.
Sure, I do believe this is one of the ones that they're not necessarily going to sweep under the rug. I think FURIA is a hard-working team, and they really do put their time and effort in, and they pay attention to all the small details. So I think that they'll look at this game, and especially Vertigo, and leading into the major, they'll make sure that that doesn't happen again.
Yeah, I think it is kind of the perfect point for this to happen to the side of FURIA, you know, going to one of the biggest tournaments of the year. Unfortunately, we're not going to see them there in Lisbon also. But it's time to crown our MVP, our MERSK MVP of the tournament for our Americas division. We had 3 people that were potentially taking the crown. You guys have voted over on Twitter, and it has been given to the big man himself, Big Uzera. I don't think there's a more deserving person than this.
No, it couldn't be anyone else than Big Uzera. He's played, as I said, the best tournament, not only of 22, but of his entire career. I was looking through his stats. He's never produced anything like this at a tournament like this. 1.42 rating, and he was a catalyst behind all of this for paiN Gaming. Started out against Team Liquid, played well against MIBR, and tonight against FURIA again. He was the best player on the server. Very, very well deserved to Big Uzera.
No, I'm so happy for him. I mean, this is one of those tournaments for a player that really just starts to build that confidence and gets him in a groove, so he can actually start building momentum as a player.
Well, we've given him a lot of compliments up here on the desk, so let's hear his thoughts on being crowned the MERSK MVP of the tournament.
Big Uzera, first of all, congratulations on the win, but also you are our tournament MVP presented by MERSK. You put in big numbers, you helped your team in a big way. So first of all, how does it feel to be our MVP?
Bro, I feel so grateful about everything that happened to me, like the last days. I said to you before, I made some change in my life, and this kind of change is getting results. So I'm really, really happy.
Yeah, you said it right. You were changing the time you woke up, you're going for some walks, eating better, and now you're performing better as well. But talk to me, what do you do in terms of in-game stuff to make sure you're at your best, to make sure you're performing like you did this event?
In game, like I said before, I play more deathmatch. For sure, I play a lot these past weeks, and I made some reviews. Like I was watching myself playing games like past games.
Yeah.
And yeah, that's it. Not a big deal, but I made what every player has to make, you know?
And it worked out perfectly for you. Now, looking at the teams you beat, right? You took down Liquid, you took down MIBR, and now FURIA. Does it matter to you which team you're against? Does it matter the names? Because, like, you were still playing so well and so confident, even against FURIA, who obviously were massive favorites in this.
Yeah, no. It doesn't matter who will like, play. We just want to play our game and beat them, whoever will be.
Well, you certainly did it, and now you're off to Portugal because you've won this tournament. It's going to be a huge one for you. Is there anything you want to say to all the fans out there who voted for you to be the MVP?
Yeah, sure. Can I say in Portuguese? Or?
Yeah, go for it, man.
Ok. Valeu, galera. Muito obrigado, tropa do Rato Feliz. Todo mundo aí que tá na tribo, tropa do Rato Feliz, Double Hang Loose, soquinho pra lá, soquinho pra cá e bora pra Portugal. Tamo junto.
Big Uzera, congratulations once again, and well done for getting the MERSK MVP.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
thoroughly deserved being awarded the Maersk MVP of the Americas division of the BLAST Premier Spring Showdown. But some more huge performances in our CS Money Play of the Day. Unfortunately, no broadcast tomorrow. The winners will be announced on Twitter. But who can you vote for, paiN?
Well, Blast from the past, Sipnix for the first time in many, many years showing up on the server with a nice 4-kill right here. Sick to see Sip play like that.
Yeah, we also have blamF as an option, winning a 1v3 on Nuke, finding an easy kill out of heaven. And then he finds himself in this easy 1v2 scenario because why? It's blamF, and he always reads these situations perfectly, always understanding what's going on, where and when. Player pushing him very quickly and just understanding how he needs to position himself and then taking the easy one-on-one. This is just pure confidence out of blamF.
Another sick performance from blamF. MVP of the tournament, Big Rosera showing up, clutch moment on Vertigo, and he was needed. Putting an 8 in the face of FURIA right here, picking up the AWP, and then a smart little detail, realizing that the M4A1S is probably better in the given situation he's in, picking it up, finishing off the round, taking down Art, and winning the round for paiN. Well done by Big Rosera.
Man, we have had some absolutely incredible plays here at the Spring Showdown 2022, but we do have one more award to crown. Our Betway predictions, as by the talent. Woo! Shared crown. I wish I could give you something up here. Makeshift crowns. I don't know. We'll make something
I've already talked about it. I told him in the green room that I'd give him some of the jewels from my crown.
Yeah.
Kind of share the bounty that way, right?
Yeah, your figurative crown. You're not so happy about sharing this one.
Yeah, what's the problem?
It's all right. Not a win, you know.
Not an actual win. Well,
the
Nifty.
the fans won as well.
Oh, yeah, sorry. The fans at home also won. That's the third analyst up on the desk. Maybe I should swap out for them.
Unacceptable.
Yeah. Anyway, moving swiftly on, because we've got a lot to be looking forward to. It's going to be what we're going into in the spring finals. Of course, ENCE taking the spot from our European division. That was an absolutely incredible run. Of course, paiN, an even more incredible run coming into things. Huge underdog coming into it. And of course, these are the 8 teams we're going to be seeing gracing the stage in Lisbon. I cannot wait to be getting into it. Some huge names coming in from earlier in the year. Of course, we've got the likes of FaZe, well done one at the moment. Na'Vi coming in the mix as well. I am so excited to see what ENCE and paiN are going to be delivering there, considering the caliber of performance we've seen thus far at the showdown.
Me too. You know, there's a lot of good teams right here. I do note, though, that OG and paiN are 2 of the teams as well. 2 teams that won't be at the major. And to me, that's interesting because that gives them a lot of time to prepare for Lisbon. And maybe they're coming in with a bit of an advantage compared to some of the other teams.
OG's curious for me as well because I want to see what they've been working on. But even more so Big because Gabi has just returned to the head coach slot. That's always fun.
And they looked like fire during the RMI event as well. They played some good, solid Counter-Strike.
And it even gets more fire when we get onto LAN as well. I'm so excited to see that. I mean, that's all we've got at the Spring Showdown 2022. Nifty, thank you for joining us up on the desk. Did you have fun?
Oh, yes. It was so pleasant. I think you guys are wonderful at what you do.
You call Jacob pleasant?
Yeah, Jacob's pleasant. Not so much in the green room, though.
Yeah, maybe we should leave that for off. Thank you, Jacob. As always, staple of the desk. Thank you, everybody at home, for tuning in, all of our teams as well, and of course, the wonderful production. Absolute fire, as always. We'll be seeing you guys in Lisbon. I'm going to run away before I get hit. We'll see you guys there.
Yeah, you better run.
No, I'm going to start hitting you.